if you're seeing this, this is part 2 of this video because I talked too fucking much and it was over 14 hours. So link here to see part 1 if you are stumbling upon this part first. But yeah, unless you don't care. Welcome. You can watch whatever you want. I'm not your fucking dad.
Alright, we're back with the red cards. I've gotten a couple of sleeps, took care of some other things, and I'm a little less annoyed by how many of these cards are kind of just redesigns of alpha cards. I'm going to try to be a little bit more charitable. I guess without further ado, let's get started with the red cards. Aggression is an enchant creature that costs 2 and a red mana. Target non-wall creature gains first strike and trample. At the end of its controller's turn, destroy that creature if it did not attack that turn. Okay, this is pretty... In like a limited environment and stuff like that, this is pretty cool. Cost is pretty fair. 3 mana to give first strike and trample is... 3 mana is kind of a lot. It's not too bad, especially at the time. I don't know that you needed to add the downside of it has to attack every turn if you're going to make this 3 mana, but it's fine, and it has to attack every turn is not that much of a downside, to be honest, especially not for creatures that you would be, investing 3 mana to give them trample and first strike. In this set, I don't think it's that good. There really isn't creatures that you would want to put this onto. Like, there's Tor Giant, I think, which is just a hill giant, and like, sure, I guess, 4 mana 3/3, that's okay to put first strike and trample on, I guess. But there isn't really anything that you put this on and you're like, oh man, this is the nuts, I'm fucking doing it. Creatures are pretty bad in this set, but, it is what it is. Like, I mean, I guess that their creatures are just as bad as yours, so it's fine, right? But aggression is interesting. I definitely don't hate this design. It's nothing like, wow, crazy, look at this card. In fact, we've probably spent too much time talking about it already, so we're just gonna talk about the art and then move on. Aggression was illustrated by Rick Emond, and the art is awesome. This is super cool. I really like this style. Yeah, I like the art on this. Fantastic work. Alright, next is Anarchy. Take that, Circle of Protection. Anarchy is a sorcery that costs 2 and 2 red mana. It is an uncommon, and it destroys all white permanents. Take that, motherfucker. Anarchy is interesting. This is pretty brutal color hate, and you can argue whether you're supposed to do color hate, whether it's like a healthy point of the game. Honestly, I think these kind of things are more opinion-based than anything. Fun is subjective, right? Everybody has different ideas of what is and isn't fun, and you see it all over the internet. Usually there's a common consensus where most people kind of feel the same way, but there's always outliers, right? You can argue whether you're supposed to do color hate or not, but I really like this. Anarchy is super cool, in my opinion. It might seem a bit over-indexed. This is maybe a little too brutal. I could see them being like, yeah, we can't do shit like this, especially in today's Magic. But at the time, you printed the Circle of Protections, fucking Armageddon exists, Wrath of God, there's all kinds of just blowing shit up. Fucking Mana Drain exists. Anarchy is not that bad by the standards of the time, and I think it's actually a pretty interesting game piece, all things considered. I really like Anarchy. I've been pretty critical of this set just because of all the things going on around it, but I really like this design. In a world where you're going to do color hate and you do want the colors to have some sort of conflict and contrast between them, I think Anarchy is an amazing card. Unless you're the white player, I guess. I will say, in Limited, this is pretty brutal, but I would probably be doing my best to stay out of playing white in this set anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Really funny card, super hilarious. This was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and fantastic. I'm a huge fan of Phil's work. This one is really, really cool. I really appreciate it. It's definitely not outside of his style, but a little bit, which is pretty cool. Yeah, the reflection of the volcano in the water is it's a beautiful touch. Avalanche is a sorcery that costs X, 2, and 2 red mana. Destroy X target snow-covered lands. Yeah. Get their ass. Oh, Avalanche. Avalanche is pretty funny. Alright, so there's a couple problems with this. One is it's very mana inefficient. This is a lot of mana for this kind of effect, which, whatever. Maybe fucking Sinkhole and Ice Storm and fucking Stone Rain are a little much. Fair enough. I don't understand the idea of doing this in the same set that you did other 3 mana blow up a fucking land cards. Like, that doesn't really make sense to me as to why you would do this. Especially since this, like... So, they talk about how, in order to balance the snow mechanic, they made half the cards be like, oh, snowlands, good, you get something. And half of them being like, uh-oh, snowlands, well, now you're gonna take 1 damage when you get stone rained. How do you feel about that, jerk? But I guess the point here is they tried to balance it by making half the things be good for snowlands and half the things be bad for snowlands. But, like, this is your bad for snowlands, and this just sucks. Like, this card just sucks. It probably never saw any play whatsoever. If they're running snowlands, sure, but, like, Strip Mine is legal, dude. What are you doing? Yeah. Yeah, this is just bad. It's too narrow. I've talked about how in Limited, like, if you were to, like, do a draft of this or a cube or something like that, I can't really say how good some of these cards would be because it specifically depends on how many snowlands people have access to and how much they're required to play, right? So, like, if you set up a desert cube and you put a bunch of fucking snowlands in it, or when you set up your cube and you put out the fucking lands for everyone to grab, if you put out specifically snowlands, and are like, okay, you guys are using snowlands, or even give them a fucking choice and be like, yeah, here's snowlands, you can use those instead of basics for this draft. In an environment like that, the snow hate and the snow benefits are kind of okay. Some of them are kind of fine. Like, this would be, if this was just blow up lands, this would be okay in Limited. From the design perspective of we want this game to be slower, stuff like this is a good idea. It's just, I think it's just a really bad attempt, I guess. This was a bad attempt at trying to balance snowlands. Kind of sucks. This card is not good. It's an uncommon, so you'll see it around. I would just pass this bad boy right along. Let someone else deal with it. This was illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and the art is really fucking cool. Very, very interesting stuff going on here. There's a lot of cool details, like his shield being all scuffed to fuck and scratched up and cut through. The tiger, I think, saber-tooth tiger. Yeah, it looks like a saber-tooth tiger. Like the saber-tooth tiger skin. Fuck, what is that called? Hide? Pelt. Pelt is the fucking word. Wow, I cannot remember. Anyways, the saber-tooth pelt on the that he's carrying with him through the winter to stay warm. Very cool. I don't know how easy it is to stay warm when you're covered in steel, but you know, he's got like a gambeson and shit under that, hopefully. Yeah. I don't know. Avalanche sucks. The art is really fucking cool. I really like it. And the idea of the card is kind of interesting. It's just, for the cost, it's just not worth it. Anyway, let's move on from Avalanche. Cool card, but pretty bad card. Alright, the Balduvian Barbarians. This is a common. This is a 3/2 creature that costs 1 and 2 red mana. Holy shit. This is a 3/2 for 3 mana. Fucking snap grab this. The only downside is that you're in the color of, like, Avalanche, and so there's a chance you'd have to play that. But if you take that, but if you don't worry about that, Balduvian Barbarians, man, what a fucking card. A 3 mana 3/2 is actually pretty fucking above rate for the time. This is pretty good. It's not like, whoa, but, you know, for like, if you're turning creatures sideways, this would be awesome in a limited. This would be pretty decent in the certain kitchen tables. It probably saw a decent chunk of play back in the day. Just because creatures were so fucking bad. This is actually pretty decent. It's pretty decent. It's a common. You'll see this around. But it is just a 3-2 for 3 mana. So there really isn't too much to say. So we won't spend too much time on this. But I like this card. This is pretty cool. This was illustrated by Mark Poole. Love Mark Poole. Great work. And this is fantastic. Super cool. Really like it. Love the little skull on his belt. Yeah, I don't know. I like the art. I like the card. It's simple. Easy. Like it. Let's move on. Alright, Balduvian Hydra. This is a rare. Oh boy. Balduvian Hydra is a 0/1, and it costs X and 2 red mana. When Balduvian Hydra comes into play, put X +1/+0 counters on it. And then you can pay 0, remove a +1/+0 counter from a Balduvian Hydra to prevent 1 damage to Balduvian Hydra. And then you can pay red to put a +1/+0 counter on Balduvian Hydra. Use this ability only during your upkeep. Alright, so this is, well, first off, very obviously, this is just Rock Hydra again, right? There are a couple differences. Rock Hydra gives you +1/+1, whereas this one gives you +1/+0. This one allows you to choose to remove a counter to prevent a damage, whereas Rock Hydra, whenever you are damaged, you remove a counter instead. But you can also pay red mana to prevent a damage. Which one of these is better is hard to say. It's probably Rock Hydra. You just get a slightly more bang for your buck. And I guess they thought Rock Hydra was too good and it needed to be nerfed a little bit. I guess, man, I don't know. I struggle to find value in, like, the Hydras. I think it's very cool. I really like this kind of a card because, especially in, like, draft and stuff, if you top deck this on, like, turn 4, like, okay, like a 4 mana 2/2 that, like, what, it's not great, right? But, like, you can play it if you don't have any other choices. And then, like, you know, on turn, like, fucking 14 or whatever, dumb long shit your game is going, you have fucking 10 mana out, you can, the card is variable, right? Like, it scales with the state of the game, because you can always cast it for as much mana as you have. So I do like that design space, specifically in, like, drafts and limited. I think it's very versatile, but I find it hard to justify playing with these kind of cards. Like, I don't really ever cast Rock Hydra. I just don't find these to be useful in most situations. Part of that is personal hang-up, so I'm not super confident on how good this kind of card is, just because I don't really play with it all that often, and nobody I play with really does either. But it reads pretty bad to me, even for the time. There's definitely some cool things you can do about it, and the nice thing about this is that this is just kind of fun. It is just Rock Hydra, right? But, you know, if we're gonna move past that, then this is pretty cool. I like this card, I guess, kind of. It's interesting. I appreciate that it exists, but I'll probably never play with it. It is a rare, which, you know, whatever, I guess. It is complicated enough that you probably wouldn't want to see this at a lower rarity, but I do think the game environment could maybe handle it at uncommon. But it's a rare. Yeah, I guess I don't have anything else to say about this. It's Rock Hydra. It's pretty cool. It's not all that particularly strong, but it's interesting. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and the art is really sweet. Very cool. Melissa does great work, and this is another example of it, but we're going to move on. Alright, next up we have Barbarian Guides. Barbarian Guides is a common. It's a 1/2 creature that costs 2 and a red mana, and you can pay 2 and a red, and tap. Target creature you control gains a snow-covered landwalk ability of your choice until end of turn. At end of turn, return that creature to its owner's hand. Oh yeah, of course. We're paying 3 mana and using a creature. We wouldn't. That's not enough for snow landwalking till end of turn. Also got to put that creature back into your hand. This card is really funny to me. Let's start with the macro criticisms. Why is this a common? This is a little complicated to be a common, in my opinion. I've talked to death about snow, and, you know, why even in this environment, it's not really great to, like, build around it, depending on how things go. And the example I gave where everyone just has snowlands, this thing is actually pretty good, right? Like, it's not ideal, but it's all right. The cool thing about it is that you could use this just as a finisher, right? Like, if you manage to get some decent damage in early on, and then you know, get some pump spells going or something. For 3 mana, if you have lethal, this is just lethal, win the game, right? Pay 3, tap, win the game. So there are situations where this card is actually pretty okay. But it is a 3 mana 1/2. Doesn't fucking do anything. And your opponent has to have a snow land for this to do anything ever anyway. But, yeah, I don't know. Kind of interesting. I don't think you should put this at common. It's like, either the effect is too strong or it does nothing. It's a little complicated. I will say for, like, the flavor of the set and stuff like that, cards like this go a long way. I think it's doing well in that department, but I wouldn't put this at common. It is kind of interesting. Like I said, the card sucks, right? Like, there's like absolutely zero constructed considerations for a card like this. It's just bad. You'd never play this. Illustrated by Richard Thomas. The art is actually really good. Super cool, very Winter Wonderland kind of shit going on here. Yeah, the art's really good. The card is kind of baffling and not really good, but certainly has places where it can provide some, you know, utility and even win the game in very rare specific circumstances. So it's not the worst card we've ever seen. Yeah, interesting, not good. Then we have Battle Frenzy. Yeah, Battle Frenzy, Battle Frenzy. This is another common. It's an instant. It costs 2 and a red. All green creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. All non-green creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. See, this is actually interesting. This is really fucking cool. Like, this is a great card. Not, like, power-wise, right? It's... Power-wise, it's, like, it's on rate for the time, right? Like, it's, like, Army of Allah and, there's, like, one in Legends, I think. Whatever. Usually 3 mana plus whatever to till end of turn is usually a white effect for all creatures, but it's definitely, it happens in red sometime too. I'm not trying to say I think this is out of color for red, just that most of these are white. I do think this can be a red card. I think this is fantastic. I think this is really cool. I do like the +1/+1 to your green creatures, +1/+0 until your non-green creatures, because that one does suggest some level of like, oh, I should build a green-red deck, right? Very cool. But also, it kind of doesn't matter. The +1 toughness is certainly nice, but, like, it's not... If this was just +1/+0 for 3, like, you'd still probably run it in limited at least. Not really a constructed consideration, really, but... I don't know. This is neat. This is really cool. I would play this in Commander if I was in a green-red deck. I think that's really interesting. I like this. I think this is fun. It, like... gives you a soft push into a direction to build a deck. And on top of that, it also isn't super restrictive, right? Like, if you're going to build, like, say, a Necropotence deck, there are very few cards you can even consider. But with this, it's just like, yeah, I'd recommend having green creatures, but even if you don't, you're still almost as good. So, I like that. It's like, yeah, you know, maybe try some green creatures. But if you don't, that's okay. And I think that's a super cool spot for a card to be in, especially for, like, newer players and stuff like that. It's just neat. This is very cool. Like I said, it's not all that strong. It's a pretty simple game effect. It's as far as, like, it's not an inspired design. You wouldn't look at this and be like, oh, wow, the fucking Wizards of the Coast, they did it again. This is the coolest thing ever. Who thought of this? Right? No one's ever thought that, because it's just like, oh, yeah, okay. But I like this. I think this is neat and cool. It was illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and the art is fantastic. There isn't usually too much excessive gore in Magic cards, and not that I would call this excessive, but it is a little bit more than usually shows up, and I think that's kind of nice. Nice might be the wrong word there, but it's cool. I like this art. I think it does a great job of showcasing what's going on here. I think that's really cool. Yeah, Battle Frenzy. I actually really like this card. It sucks, but I really, really like this card. It's a common, if I didn't mention that, so it's got that going for it. But let's move on. To the Bone Shaman. The Bone Shaman. Bone Shaman is a common. It's a 3/3 for 2 and 2 red mana. Hey, that's not a terrible rate. It's not a great rate, but it's not a terrible rate. And you can pay a black mana. Oh god, wow. Any creature damaged by Bone Shaman this turn cannot regenerate until end of turn. Oh, interesting. That's kinda neat. They're probably just never gonna block this with their regenerator. Probably just take the 3. But it's interesting. This is neat. This card sucks. Never printed it again. Never. Why would you? If you're gonna punish regeneration, this isn't the way to do it. And also, you don't need to punish regeneration because everything punishes regeneration already. There's like more cards in the game that say can't be regenerated than cards that say regenerate. So it's interesting. And at the time, stuff like Will-O-the-Wisp is really fucking annoying if you're a new player. Or your collection is just kind of not in a great state. Regeneration creatures can be pretty frustrating. So this could be a breath of fresh air to the right, relatively inexperienced, doesn't play a whole lot, small collection kind of player. And that's really cool. I think like putting stuff like that into a set where it's like, it doesn't really harm or help the environment, but some people will really, really gravitate to this kind of thing just because of what their personal environment looks like. And I think that's pretty cool. I do think this card is pretty weak. It's not really anything special, but 3/3 for 4 mana is pretty alright. It's a common, you're gonna see them, but so I would be even less inclined to take it for that reason. But it's interesting. I do really appreciate the flavor in the name. Bone Shaman is just funny. The art is by Anson Maddox, and the art goes a long way to make this card pretty fucking cool. Because this is just fucking hilarious. Super funny. It's the Bone Shaman. Anyway, Bone Shaman. It's a common. It's not good. It's pretty funny, though. Let's move on. To Brand of Ill Omen. This is a rare. Ooh. The Brand of Ill Omen. Cumulative upkeep of red mana. Target creature's controller cannot cast summon spells. Uh-huh. Holy shit. That's an effect. Yeah. Okay, so this is interesting. This is actually a really interesting card. So there is downside to this because it's an enchant creature, right? So for this to work, they have to have a creature. And if they have a creature, that means that they can block, right? So if you attack into it and their creature can block your creature and it will die, they will block it, get it killed, and have this removed, and then they can cast creatures. So this isn't... I guess my point here is that this isn't a perfect lockout. However, there are some situations where you could lock your opponent out for a few turns pretty easily. If they have a non-flying creature and you have flyers, fucking over, man. It's just over. It's fine, never cast another creature the rest of this limited game. See how well that goes for you. This is pretty strong and limited. Yeah, Brand of Ill Omen is interesting. This is actually really interesting. Very cool card. I think it's probably right to make this 4 mana. Any less than that would be probably pretty fucking brutal. That would take this from, this is interesting to, wow, this might be pretty brutal. But there are ways around it, right? If they have any sort of sack outlet, then this doesn't do anything because they'll just sack the creature. And you have to pay the cumulative upkeep. If you like messing with your friends in Commander, this is kind of a cool way to just bully somebody in the game. If that's, I don't recommend doing that to someone who's not into that kind of thing or who doesn't bully you with dumb cards once in a while. But if that's the kind of play pattern you have with someone, hitting them with a Brand of Ill Omen in their fucking Gaia's Cradle Commander deck is probably really fucking funny. So I will say that this card was bringing me some joy. I don't it's not good. Might do something in limited specifically, and it is really just kind of a feel baddy lockout piece. Yeah, Brand of Ill Omen. This was illustrated by Rob Alexander, and this is some unsettling fucking art. Yeah, dude is not doing okay. The art is well done. It's a rare. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that, but anyway, this card's actually really cool. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Doing a lot of this or doing this any cheaper would be absolutely fucking horrible, but this was a cool thing to mess around with. Then we have Chaos Lord. Yeah. This is a rare. It is a 7/7. Oh my god, he's a big boy. And it only costs 7 mana. What a fucking deal. It has first strike. And Chaos Lord can attack the first turn it comes into play on a side. Except the turn it first comes into play? What? What does that mean? During your upkeep, count the number of permanents. If that number is even, target opponent gains control of Chaos Lord. Oh, okay. So you can play this and then give it to your opponent and get hit by a 7/7 first striker. That's pretty good. This is really fucking interesting. This is I am not taking this game seriously. I just like looking at these cool picture squares and having a fun time when things go different, right? And if you view the game in that aspect, this is really fucking cool. This is so fun. It's not like good. I would say in like this limited environment specifically, this is pretty good. Like, it's a 7/7 first striker. This is fucking massive. Outside of limited, like, this is a hard thing to build around. Even in limited, there's risk to this, but like, limited is so limited that, you can get away with dumpster shit like this. Outside of that, no. But this is really interesting. Like, this is a fun card. I wouldn't say this is a strong card, but I would say this is a fun card. Pretty hilarious in Commander too, right? Because of the whole thing. I would say it's less good there because, it's not a Commander. If you wanted to do this kind of thing, there are better cards to do that. However, if you're doing like a Corona deck or something and you're just doing, yeah, everybody, let's fucking pass shit around. Because there's a bunch of just pass your permanents around. There's even a land with Rainbow Veil. So this could slot into that deck if you're just being a silly dude. Otherwise, I don't know what there is to say about it. It's a 7/7 first striker for 7 mana. It's pretty efficient for the time. Obviously, the downside is pretty massive. It's interesting. This isn't the first time they've played with this kind of downside when designing Magic cards. Gazban Ogre in Arabian Nights, the second ever set, had something kind of similar to this. But this is definitely different enough. I'm not even sure Gazban Ogre inspired this. They might not have even thought of that card when making this. It's hard to say. This is very cool. I think this is fun. I think this is exciting. I think Ice Age really needs more cards like this. Stuff that isn't super fucking confusing to read. Stuff that, like, isn't super just fucking miserable to play with. And stuff that isn't just so bad that it's baffling, right? Like, this isn't a good card. And you could argue it's a little confusing. I would say it's not that bad. Well, maybe the first read is a little rough, but you read it twice and you're like, okay, yeah, sure, I get what's going on here, right? And it's very open about, like, yeah, this is a chaos card. It says it in the name. It explains to you, hey, this could go really fucking bad for you, dude. You gotta be careful. And I just appreciate that. I think that's really cool. Chaos Lord is interesting. I guess that's really all I have to say about Chaos Lord. It's rare, big rare, pretty fun and limited, could potentially close out games. Probably super funny in Commander. Kitchen table hilarity can come around with a guy like this. This is just a fun card, but like it's not a tournament card or anything like that. So, yeah, this one is super cool. I like this. I would not be surprised if people have a lot of fun stories about Chaos Lord. But I do think the joke also gets old pretty early, so, not something you want in every game, probably. Illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and the art is awesome, super cool. Very, we're still in that Winter Wonderland set, so everything's blues and not whites, and snow, and bloodied and scarred steel. It's very cool, though. I guess let's keep on trucking. Oh my god. It's Blood Moon's brother, Chaos Moon. Chaos Moon is an enchantment that costs 3 and a red mana. During each player's upkeep, count the number of permanents. If that number is odd, all red creatures get +1/+1, and mountains produce an additional red when tapped for mana until end of turn. If the number is even, all red creatures get -1/-1, and mountains produce colorless mana instead of their normal mana until end of turn. Gauntlet of Might. 4 mana, all your mountains tap for 2 red, and all red creatures get +1/+1. This is the same thing, but slightly worse. Gauntlet of Might was probably over-indexed. It's interesting. The card is definitely pretty powerful in some aspects. I find it's not actually all that powerful, really, like comparative to the environment around it. But you can imagine it being pretty powerful. Chaos Moon is kind of a let's rein that back a little bit. And I also cannot look at this card without believing there was some level of inspiration from Blood Moon. Obviously, it doesn't like turn their lands into mountains or anything close to what Blood Moon does, but the name is very similar, the art is very similar, and it messes with mountains, right? So I guess I just can't help but look at this and think Blood Moon. It doesn't do what Blood Moon does. Arguably, it's closer to Chaos Lord than Blood Moon. Very similar. These two cards go pretty good together if you're going to try to do that kind of thing. This is a fun game within a game if you're not taking Magic too seriously. This is not a competitive card, and it's way too inconsistent. It's not something you want to, like, stake your fucking prize packs on or whatever. But if you're just playing for fun and just to, like, see what the fuck will happen, Chaos Moon is a really fucking cool card in those environments. I actually really like this. I think this is interesting. It is, like much of Ice Age, it is kind of derivative of specifically Gauntlet of Might. It's the same effect. They just, like, it's a nerfed Gauntlet of Might. Very cool, very fun, very interesting. The whole chaos thing can be very polarizing. Some players do not enjoy this kind of thing because at the end of the day, it's just more variance for more logistical load, right? Because you have to count all this stuff, you have to track all this stuff. Cards that do stuff like this they can be really annoying to certain players, which I can sympathize with. I've definitely any card that's egregious to track can get annoying in the right circumstances. Chaos Moon is definitely like that, but it is also definitely fucking hilarious. So very, very fun game design. This is probably one of the funner cards in Ice Age. There's not a whole lot of just fun, interesting, funny cards to think about. Chaos Moon does a great job of that. But it is like a competitive fucking 0. Nothing wrong with that, though. Cards don't have to be competitive to be fun or interesting. Chaos Moon, kind of proof of that. But let's move on to Conquer. Yeah! Conquer is an uncommon. It is an enchant land. It costs 3 and 2 red mana. It gain control of target land. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it's control magic, but for lands. 5 mana is a lot to be taking a land. I mean, it's not a lot. You really don't want it to cost too much less than that. You know, because you can blow it up for 3. Taking it seems pretty extreme. But there are a lot of good fucking lands at the time. You really don't want to be ruining everybody's games with, like, mana-efficient Conquer. I do like the card, though. I think it's really fun. Very interesting. Not particularly strong, but also not all that weak. Could definitely, especially in Limited, if somebody is, like, playing one too many colors, you can really fuck someone over with this. And Limited, the games are slow enough that it'll probably get to the point where this actually becomes relevant. So if they're playing a pretty greedy deck, Conquer can be really fucking funny. But it is 5 mana, take a land. The nice thing about that, though, is that you can kind of look at it as going up 2 to your opponent. Because if you take one of their lands, they go down a land, but you also went up a land, right? So there's actually a shift of 2 lands. So this is, like, It is better than it looks, maybe, depending on how you're looking at it, but it is also 5 mana, and I think that's important to remember. Very cool card. I like Conquer. Anyway, this was illustrated by Randy Gallegos, and fantastic. Randy did amazing with this one. Like, the art is so cool. The trees look great. The mountain is awesome. The person, you know, who conquered and won, it's just like, yeah! And then there's corpses lying around. It's sombering, it's interesting, it's cool. It's a good art. I like it. Alright, so Curse of Merit Lage is a rare. It is an enchantment, and when Curse of Merit Lage comes into play, tap all islands. Islands do not untap during their controller's untap phase. Neato. Alright, so color hate. Yeah, blue is the enemy of red, so it has color hate cards. This is the kind of color hate that I don't think you're supposed to do. I don't think this creates fun and interesting gameplay. I'm not really a fan of these kind of things. In fact, not only am I kind of not a fan of these kind of things, I'm kind of mad at these things, because cards like this are exactly why people don't like color hate, right? Like, I've said before and I'll say again, red elemental blast, blue elemental blast, I love those cards so much. I think they're so interesting for the game, and I think they help to balance the colors in a way that is hard to do if you don't do those kind of designs, without making all the colors kind of do everything, right? Because, like, if you give color hate, like, red can't hit enchantments, right? This is a problem for, like, Commander and other things like that, and so they come up with cards like Chaos Orb to, like, try to stay within red, but to give red answers. And I'm not saying blue elemental blast and stuff like that solves every problem, because it obviously doesn't. However, it does lessen the need for cards like Chaos Orb to even exist. If you can hit your enemy colors, those are the ones that are going to be doing things that are, like, really oppressive to you. I think color hate would have been more popular if we had more designs like red elemental blast and less things like Curse of Merit Lage. This is just not fucking fun, right? I don't know. As far as, like, is this good? It's like, yeah, if they're playing islands, this is pretty fucking good. Otherwise, no, not really. Doesn't do anything. So there really isn't much to say about it. The art on this goes so fucking hard. This was illustrated by Amy Weber. I think this is really cool. I really like this art. It's a shame it's on a 5 mana fuck islands and do nothing else card, because this just doesn't see any play. Alright, we got Dwarven Armory. This is another rare. It is an enchantment, and it costs 2 and 2 red mana. You can pay 2 generic mana, or 2 mana of any color, or no color, doesn't matter, just 2 mana. Sacrifice a land to put a +2/+2 counter on target creature. Use this ability only during upkeep. So, this is kind of interesting. This is definitely not a terrible card. +2/+2 is pretty massive. 2 mana and sack a land is pretty rough, but you can pay 1 of the mana with the land you sack, so that doesn't make it, like, good, but it is not, like, this is a cost. It's a pretty extreme cost, but there are situations where this would be pretty good. I think this card is, like, way better now, specifically in dumb, janky formats like Commander. In a multicolor deck, you could actually do some, like, if you were green-red, for example, you could play stuff like Crucible of World or, what is it, Ranup Excavator or whatever. Anyways, there's a couple things. You can play lands from your graveyard. You can play multiple lands a turn. That kind of makes this really, really good. Also, green kind of cares about +1/+1 and +2/+2 counters. There is some synergies you could do with this that are pretty interesting and pretty, I don't want to say, like, completely unique, but in the right deck, this is actually super fucking cool. In Ice Age Limited, this kind of sucks. Sacrificing a land is so much. Like, it can work. If you have an unblockable creature and you can just fucking truck in, this is pretty solid. But it's a lot of resources, and it needs to work, because you're sacrificing shit, you're spending a bunch of mana to do this, and you're ditching lands, and if they have a removal piece at instant speed, this can win you the game, or rather help if you have a creature and a couple other things going on, but if it doesn't work, you are fucked. So, keep that in mind if you're playing a limited or draft of Ice Age. Dwarven Armory, depending on what your list looks like, could certainly work and be interesting, but it is definitely not something I would snap grab. This is a rare, so you're not even all that likely to see it. But if you do see it, it's probably not going to get picked pretty quickly. There are a lot of commons and uncommons that are way fucking better for a limited than this card. So this is one of those cards. The nice thing about this card is if it does show up and you time it right and you know, you're good at drafting, so you know how to keep track of like what cards you're passing, the odds of cards wheeling back around to you, right? That's a big that's a big skill in draft, is not figuring out which card is best for you to pick, but which card is best for you to pick that will get picked by someone else. So you want to lean towards the more generically good, and things that are only good in one deck, you can generally kind of pass them on the first pass of the pack and then pick it up on the second or third way, like however you're doing the draft and how many times you see a specific pack. Point is that this is kind of a cool card because it is so specifically niche, and it's pretty bad if you're not doing the thing, so that it isn't going to get passed, or that it's not going to get picked by just anyone, meaning you can build around it and not sacrifice like better cards, which I think is pretty cool. That's obviously not a design intentionality with this specific card. They just weren't thinking about that kind of thing, which is fair, but it is kind of a happy accident. I think that's pretty cool. It is still a bad card, obviously, but I do think that you could have some fun with it in the right commander build, specifically, and I don't think it's entirely useless depending on what your draft deck looks like, but I would not call it good. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and the art goes pretty fucking hard. I like it. It's definitely not my favorite Richard Thomas piece, but it is pretty fucking cool. There seems to be a face in the hammer. On the top of the hammer, kind of looks like a face. Don't know if that's intentional or not, but that's what I see. Otherwise, very cool. The tattoos or face paint, hard to tell which, whatever. Very cool. Yeah, it's just a cool card with a lot of little details in it. You can look at it for a little while and see new things, which is cool. Good art. Errantry. Errantry is a common. This is an enchant creature or an aura these days, and you can pay 1 and a red mana to cast this. Target creature gets +3/+0. If that creature attacks, no other creatures can attack this turn. Okay, so this is actually kind of interesting. It's interesting because you can put this down turn 2 on your 1/1 and just start smashing face with 4, which is really fucking good. Then once you build up your board, you don't fucking care about this anymore. Maybe you start holding back that creature to block because it would be pretty valuable as a blocker. Or you can save this until later, play it on your big fucking thing, and then just swing in with the big fucking thing. Like maybe it has First Strike or Trample or something like that. So I think this card is interesting because there's some level of versatility to how you would play it. I do think it's very good early on in specific strategies, and I also think it's pretty solid later on. I do think it is stronger if you lean into the aggressive side with this. Very cool. Mechanically, this card is really interesting. Flavor-wise, basically, someone who is errant has some level of wanderlust for like adventure. Specifically, they're like wandering about, searching for adventure. So I guess flavor-wise, sure, kind of makes sense. Actually, that kind of makes a lot of sense. It's pretty cool from a flavor aspect as well. Overall, I'm really hot on this card. This is another one of those like nuts and boltsy styles, like that I don't think it's even fair to compare it to cards that came out before, because you kind of always want something like this. This does have value, and depending on the card pool, I think it's actually pretty good. In this limited specifically, I think this is probably a banger if you get the right pieces to set up with it. This was illustrated by Alan Williams, and I don't really like this art. It's fine, like, it's way better than I could do. I guess the more I look at it, it is kind of funny, but I'm not a particularly big fan of this art. I say that and I keep looking at it and it keeps making me laugh. So maybe it does bring me some more joy than I initially thought. I don't know. It's not my favorite, but it's alright. I do appreciate the different stylings, so. Alright, next we have Flame Spirit. This is an uncommon. It is a 2/3 creature that costs 4 and a red mana, so total of 5 mana for 2/3. And it has fire breathing, basically. You can pay a red mana to give it +1/+0 until end of turn, and then you can do that for as many red mana as you have. Yeah, this card just kind of really sucks for the time. I think it's okay in this limited because a lot of these creatures kind of suck. Flame Spirit is bad. Like, this is just it's so expensive for what you get, and it doesn't do anything. I don't know. It is a cool card, kind of. Like, I like the flavor of it. Man, some of the decisions they made for this set are, I don't understand it. Just what it is. This was illustrated by Justin Hampton, and this is fantastic. Very cool on a Magic card. Love the background. The flames are fantastic. Very interesting. This is just really cool. I really love the art. But yeah, I guess that's all I have to say on Flame Spirit. Flare. Flare is a common. It is an instant and it costs 2 and a red mana. Flare deals 1 damage to target creature or player. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Dun dun dun. Okay, so this is just kind of like a strictly worse version of the black card that does the same thing. What was it? Was it the Bones one with the Melissa Benson art that's really cool? It'll pop up on screen. That's 3 mana. Might be a sorcery. I'm pretty sure it's an instant. If it's a sorcery, I'm wrong, and this is not, and this is just, and this is actually a little bit better. But I think that's also an instant, and if it is, unless the black one is a sorcery and I'm remembering wrong, in which case, then this is better in most instances. Flare is really modest. 3 mana for 1 damage is not a lot. However, this can certainly be useful. It replaces itself, and red, in most instances, including this one, red has difficulty with card advantage. So this actually slots in kind of nicely in a limited kind of aggro-y red deck that wants to clear the way. If the opponent is not running any 1 mana creatures that are really good, then the value of this goes way the fuck down, but it's still not, like, awful. Flare's a cool card. This was illustrated by Drew Tucker, and I like it. Alright, let's move on. Alright, next we got a rare. This is Game of Chaos. This is a sorcery that costs red, red, red. That's interesting. So you want to be pretty heavy in red to even be able to cast this. So, flip a coin. Target opponent calls heads or tails while coin is in the air. If the flip ends up in your favor, you gain 1 life and that opponent loses 1 life. Otherwise, you lose 1 life and the opponent gains 1 life. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. The winner of each round decides whether to continue. Double the stakes in life each round. Neat. Okay, so this is basically an homage to Mana Clash. 3 mana makes sense. Mana Clash is very interesting because a very small percentage of the time it just kills one of the players on turn 1. You could play a game of Magic every day for the rest of your life, 1 game, and have Mana Clash be played turn 1 on that game by either player, and you might still never see this happen, so it's not like really common, but it can happen. This one, a player could theoretically get taken out on turn 1, and there is a huge degree of randomness to that, but the winner of each round continues, right? So there are multiple decision points. This is really interesting, right? Like, this is actually very cool. This is a fun card. Not a competitive card. Not something you would even want to be competitive, right? Like, I don't think you would want to see turn 1 Black Lotus, let's do this, see if I can win the game on turn 1, in, like, your, world tournaments or whatever. But on kitchen table or just people messing around, this is so cool. This is a really fun card. This was illustrated by Drew Tucker. This is kind of interesting for Drew's style because usually he doesn't put this much detail into stuff, but it is really cool and interesting. Alright, another rare. Glacial Crevices, or Crevasses. I don't know. I don't know which pronunciation is correct. Glacial Crevasses. Anyway, this card is an enchantment. It costs 2 and a red. You can pay 0, sacrifice a snow-covered mountain, No creature deals damage in combat this turn. Okay, so it's just sacrifice a snowland fog in red. Interesting. Seems a little dissonant with the color pie. How much you care about that is your personal business. From like a limited standpoint, again, it's snow-covered lands. If all of your lands are snow-covered lands, this is pretty fucking good. If you get one in every other pack, maybe this is not good. So, kind of depends. I think this card is interesting because it does provide some level of tension, and I think it does that in cool and interesting ways. The effect is powerful enough that this is kind of like desirable. Like, it would be a card that you would definitely consider playing. As far as a rare in Ice Age goes, I think this is pretty cool. This is not like a good card, right? Like, I don't think... Oh, it's also specifically a snow-covered mountain. I read that. I did not realize that. I thought it was any snow-covered land. That makes it even worse. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's fine in mono red. How much you want repeatable fog in mono red is... maybe. I guess you could build around this. This might be decent in Commander, specifically if you were building a mono or mostly red deck with a bunch of snow mountains specifically. I think it could be kind of interesting and fun in Commander in that specific case. It's interesting. This was illustrated by Mike Rabe, and pretty sweet, pretty cool art. There's not a whole lot going on. It's hard to be too critical about it just because of what the art direction was at the time, and I think it's still an interesting piece. Anyway, let's move on. Alright, so we got Goblin Mutant. This is an uncommon, and it is a 5/3. Holy shit. For 4 mana. Oh, he's a big boy. He has Trample. Okay, so this next part's gotta be pretty bad, right? That's a lot of good. Cannot attack if defending player controls an untapped creature with power greater than 2. Cannot be assigned to block any creature with power greater than 2. Honestly, that's not so bad. This is just... Isn't this just Org? Kinda. This is strictly different. This one costs a mana cheaper, but Org is a 6/6 and this is a 5/3. Otherwise, they're basically the same card. Finally, a goblin worthy of cheating out with Goblin Wizard. This is kind of neat. This is something that you could theoretically play. I don't think it's too particularly good, but there isn't a whole lot of Goblin deck support at the time, so this actually does have some constructed considerations. Nowadays, probably not, but back then with what the Goblins look like, there's some argument to playing this, especially if you're playing a bunch of like removal, because this is really interesting with removal specifically. So like if you manage to get rid of all their creatures that have power greater than 2, then this doesn't have a downside. So that's kind of this is cool because it's aspirational and deck building. The downside is not like something that's hard to overcome, and it's not even something that like you read and you're like, ugh. So I think that's really cool, but it does say, look, if you want to hit them with a 5/3 for 4 mana with Trample, you're going to have to put in some extra work. You're going to have to find some removal and remove their big things, and then you can swing in with this. In Limited, I think it's fine. I think it's fine in Limited for different reasons. There's not too much as far as like Goblin support in this, like maybe even none. And so... like, you're not using this because it's a goblin. You'd be using it because it's a 5/3 for 4 mana, which is really fucking good. Especially if you can keep them off of anything bigger than a 2/2. Which should be possible in this Limited. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and I love this art. It's fantastic. The whole, it's a goblin mutant thing, super fucking, very scary. Like, the art is messed up, right? Like, I'd not want to fight that thing. I would also not want to be that thing. Just throwing that out there. Does look like he doesn't have much to lose, though. Which makes him even more terrifying to fight. Yeah, I like this card. I think this is fun. I think this is really cool. I like this. I got nothing else to say about it, though. Alright, Goblin Sappers. Goblin Sappers is a common. This is a goblin. And it is a 1/1 that costs... 1 and a red mana. So 2 mana for a 1/1 goblin. You can pay 2 red mana and tap Goblin Sappers. Target creature you control cannot be blocked this turn. At end of combat, destroy that creature and Goblin Sappers. You can pay 4 mana and tap this. Target creature you control cannot be blocked this turn. At end of combat, destroy that creature. That's kind of interesting and neat. I think the activated abilities cost too much mana, and I think this is a bad card, but I think it's a unique and interesting idea that if it was a little bit more efficient, could be good. But it is a unique and interesting design, and I appreciate that. It's okay that it's modest. Like I've said, not every card has to be good, and this one just isn't. That's okay. It is an interesting idea. Goblin Sappers was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and the art is pretty funny. It's pretty cool. Goblin art is so cool. It's funny how they're always like almost serious looking and almost competent and just not quite. It's very funny stuff. All right, but speaking of goblins, we got another. Here's Goblin Ski Patrol. This is a 1/1. It costs 1 and a red mana. It has an activated ability. You can pay 1 and a red, and it gets flying and +2/+0. At end of turn, bury Goblin Ski Patrol. Use this ability only once, and only if you control any snow-covered mountains. Aw, man. This would be really fucking awesome if it didn't say you could only activate the ability once. That being said, this is still pretty good in a snow land environment, right? Like if you have snow mountains, this is pretty okay. At least in a limited. This is probably the funniest fucking card as far as the story it's telling. Pump a little bit of extra mana in it, this thing can take a ramp, jump off the mountain, fucking plow into something, do 3 times the damage it would have otherwise, and die. It's just funny, right? It's such a Looney Tune comical way. It's just funny. And the art is doing it a lot of favors. The art's really, really on point with how silly this card is. So overall, like, probably a card that never really did anything but made people chuckle. And, you know, that's okay. That's all that a card needs to do. Not every card needs to be in every deck, right? So this is cool. Pretty funny, pretty fine, and modest. It would be probably pretty fucking playable if you could activate the ability more than once. Like, it still wouldn't be super good, but it might be decent in specific scenarios. Being able to do it only once, I guess, makes sense from a balance aspect if you want the card to suck, but I don't think it was necessary, personally. Anyway, let's move on. No, let's not move on. I forgot. Mark Poole illustrated the art. I talked a little bit about the art just because it's funny and really kind of key to the flavor of the card. But the art is awesome. This is so fucking funny. Seeing a fucking big old purple goblin fucking doing sweet ski maneuvers on chunks of fucking wood is just so goddamn funny. And the one in the background just beefing it. This art brings me a lot of joy. Mark Poole did fantastic on this one. Anyway, let's move on. Goblin Snowman. Goblin Snowman is pretty funny. Goblin Snowman is an uncommon creature. It is a 1/1 that costs 3 and a red. When blocking, Goblin Snowman neither deals nor receives damage in combat. And you can tap Goblin Snowman to deal 1 damage to target creature it blocks. Goblin Snowman is really fucking funny. The card is not awful in limited. This thing can chump for days, which is pretty good. 4 mana is too pricey for this effect, but it's so fucking funny. And the story is great. Just throwing stuff from behind the snowman. Yeah. The pinging is funny. It's an effect that doesn't really come up because this is on board. Either they're going to attack and the pinging isn't going to do anything because they're like, okay, well, something's getting blocked and whatever. Or it's going to be really bad for them and then they just don't attack into it. The effect actually acts more as a deterrent. It's not something that you'll probably be activating all the time, but you never know. It's interesting. I don't think it truly comes up all that often in games with experienced players, but it's still really fucking funny, and the story is fantastic. This is an amazing card. I love this so much. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and yeah, the art's fantastic. It brings me joy. It's a really funny card. Yeah, let's move on. All right, next we have Grizzled Wolverine. Uh-oh. This is a 2/2 creature. It's a common. It costs 1 and 2 red mana. You can pay a red mana to give it +2/+0 until end of turn. Use this ability only when a creature is assigned to block Grizzled Wolverine, and only once each turn. It's kind of neat. It's sort of like, what's that badger from the book cards, Harper Prism? Giant Badger? It's kind of like a shittier version of Giant Badger, which is neat. Giant Badger was actually a pretty decent card. Yeah, I don't know. This is like draft chaff, right? Like, it's like, I wouldn't ever play this in Constructed, but it's, it's a 2/2 for 3 in draft, and like, if they block it, you can pay a mana to fucking deal 4 damage to a creature. So this is like useful, decent, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say about it. I don't hate this card. I think this is perfectly fine to fill out a set, but it's not one of the more interesting cards. It is cool. I do like seeing occasional creatures like Wolverines and stuff that you don't hear about too often in the game showing up once in a while, like when you hear about a Badger, or like there's like, I think, a single Pangolin, which is kind of fun. This was illustrated by Cornelius Broody, and Broody did fantastic here. This is really cool. It's not the most realistic painting, but I do appreciate that, and I do appreciate Cornelius's kind of different style at the time. Very cool. I like this one. Imposing Visage. This is a common. It is a enchant creature or an aura. It costs a single red mana. Target creature cannot be blocked by only one creature. So these days you would just say target creature has menace, or enchanted creature has menace, rather. Menace is a keyword now. It just means it has to be blocked by 2 or more creatures. Can't be blocked by a single creature. Menace is a really good thing on big things, because you can kill multiple things. Or if they don't have multiple things, then it just reads unblockable. This is actually a pretty powerful effect in certain situations. 1 mana for this is not bad. This is pretty good in limited. This is, it's not a great card, but it is an interesting card. I think it's really cool for limited, and I do think it has some level of value. This was illustrated by Phil Foglio. I'm a huge Phil Foglio fan. You all know that. Love his art. This is fantastic. Really hilarious. I love the 4 different reactions to the Imposing Visage. This is just a fun card to look at. Really cool. But not much else to say about it. It's a pretty simple card, so let's move on. Incinerate. I think I've mentioned this card at least once or twice. Maybe all that got cut because it was rambling. Who knows? But Incinerate is a common. It is an instant that costs 1 and a red mana, and Incinerate deals 3 damage to target creature or player. No creature damaged by Incinerate can regenerate this turn. So, this is Lightning Bolt, except they can't regenerate, and because of that, it also costs an extra mana. So, Lightning Bolt is definitely in most situations the stronger card, but it isn't strictly. Incinerate is kind of an interesting thing. So this was obviously inspired by Lightning Bolt. They did do the boon cycle in this, right? Or, well, the fixed boon cycle. So, like, they thought Lightning Bolt was too good, so they needed to replace that with Incinerate. They thought Ancestral Recall is obviously too good, so that got replaced by Brainstorm. And obviously, Dark Ritual is perfectly fine. 3 mana for 1, turn 1, whatever. That's fair and balanced magic. So that's in here. And then Giant Growth, also perfectly acceptable. That one I'm not being sarcastic about, I agree. That's just a perfectly fine spot for a card to be. So that's in here wholesale. And then Healing Salve, arguably not strong in most situations. And they kind of tried to fix it, sort of. The version they came up with isn't strictly better than Healing Salve, I would say. So, it's hard to say, but anyway, they did the boon cycle. Didn't think Lightning Bolt was cool. That was too good. Didn't want people to have more copies of it for whatever reason. To be fair, Lightning Bolt was a common, and there was a shitload of them rolling around, so I don't necessarily disagree with that. This is an interesting solution because once the 4 of rule comes around, this then just allows them to play another 4 lightning bolts along with chain lightning, and so now they can play 12. But you know what the fuck ever. Incinerate is a perfectly cool card. I like this. Really good nuts and boltsy thing for removal. The regeneration thing does come up even in this limited. Not like all the time, obviously, but it certainly can. Incinerate is cool. I like it. I like it being at a common. I think it definitely helps the limited environment. Not really what they were going for. Again, weren't super designing for limited. And I think this set specifically, interestingly enough, is only as acceptable for limited as it is, specifically because most of the cards are just kind of a ripped version of Alpha, and while Alpha wasn't designed for limited play, it kind of was, because that's how it was play tested. So Alpha actually plays pretty okay in a limited environment, depending on like what you enjoy out of the game. But it's a much more balanced limited play than many of the sets that come for a long time. Ice Age kind of piggybacks on that just because like the cards are not quite 1-for-1, but pretty close. So I do think the limited environment here is worse than Alpha by quite a bit, but I do think it is okay. But I do think I would rather just do like Revised or Alpha or something like that. Anyway, that got off topic. Incinerate, cool card. I like it. I think Incinerate does a lot of good here, and I like there being some slightly worse copies of Lightning Bolt running around. Incinerate really isn't good enough to see too much play in most places these days, but I do think it's not the worst thing. I think it's a pretty cool card. It was illustrated by Mark Poole, and a big Mark Poole fan. Love his work. This one is fucking great. Super fantastic. He has kind of a like... I don't know how I would describe it, but there's almost like a jovialness to his art style. Like, not to the extreme of like Kaya Folio or Phil Folio, but there's almost a like haha cartoony to his art, so that even with this like really horrifying scene, there's kind of like some kind of fun with it, I guess. It's a weird thing to describe about a bunch of people burning to death. I like the art. I think it's well done. And I think it's not funny, not joyous, certainly. It is a pretty horrifying scene, but the cartoonishness of it kind of lightens the weight enough for a fun little game, right? I don't know. I think it's really sweet, but let's move on. Hey, it's a Yogelschlop, I believe is pretty close to how it's pronounced. Yogelhops is often how you hear it. Or Jokelhops is often how you hear it. I do know, I'm pretty sure the J is a Y sound. I think the word is actually technically misspelled too. I could be wrong on that. It doesn't matter. What the word means is a volcano erupting under a glacier, which is why there really isn't an English equivalent for this word. It's not really a problem we deal with too often these days. But what a terrifying existence that even makes that word like necessary, right? That can't be so it generally creates like a mudslide kind of thing, but that's basically what the word means. Terrifying thing, and the lore of it kind of makes sense with what goes on here. Destroy all artifacts, creatures, and lands. They can't be regenerated. Yeah, you get caught in this, ain't nothing saving you. Nothing saved from this. Interesting card. This one is pretty controversial because it is the board wipe of board wipes. 6 mana is a lot for this. It's hard to build around this, but not impossible. It is kind of interesting. It's kind of cool, kind of fun. I do really appreciate this card for a lot of reasons. One, I appreciate the weird foreign name. I appreciate just what an interesting concept. It isn't really a good play pattern or play experience. Like, it's not usually a whole lot of fun when Jokelhops is involved. From a flavor standpoint, super cool, pretty interesting sweeper. I like that it's a puzzle, because it's like, oh, if everything gets destroyed, what do we even do from here, right? Yeah, I don't know. Jokelhops is really interesting and really fun. Not really fun. It's not a fun card, but it's really fun to think about and really fun to look at. I appreciate it existing. Anyway, Yogelschlop was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and the art is fantastic. This is really cool. I really appreciate his style, the stringy colors, and it's just interesting. It's just interesting and cool. I don't know. I like looking at it. It's a fun card to look at, not to have cast against you or to cast, but it is a fun card to think about. Next, we have Karplusian Giant. Karplusian Giant is an uncommon. It is a 3/3 that costs 6 and a red mana. Oh, holy fuck. This ability better be great. You can pay 0, tap target snow-covered land you control to give Karplusian Giant +1/+1 until end of turn. Oh yeah, this is great. Think of all, like, you already have 7 fucking lands in play, right? And it doesn't have haste. So, you know, you tap the 7, you tap the 7 lands, cast your Karplusian Giant. Let's say all of them are snow lands. And your next turn comes around, you play another snow land, so you got 8 of them. That makes this 11/11, and all it costs is you didn't cast anything. This is interesting because, like, in that exact scenario, it's actually not that bad. This card's terrible. Like, do not let this card fool you. This is terrible. This is really fucking bad. It's kind of funny, kind of interesting. Doesn't have any evasion, doesn't have any protection, doesn't have trample, so it's chump block for days. Although, like, you maybe cast something instead of pumping this if it's just gonna get chumped. This being a 3/3 is just kind of insulting. Like, you could have made this a 5/5 for this, or a 5/4, or a 5/3, or whatever. You could have done a little bit more here. This is a bad card. It is kind of neat though. So that's interesting. It's something to think about. I don't hate that this exists. Round out your fucking limited you're not designing for. Give players, you know, cards worse than the cards they already own. Super cool. This is just bland. I don't know. It is a moderately interesting effect, but it is incredibly modest. For 2 mana, this gets incinerated. Really bad card, but whatever. Not every card has to be good. The art on this is amazing. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and it's so fucking funny. Karplusian Giant is such a cool art, but the card is really bad. I don't have anything else to say about it. Let's move on. Karplusian Yeti. Karplusian Yeti is a rare. It is a 3/3 creature that costs 3 and 2 red, so 5 mana for a 3/3. You can tap Karplusian Yeti, and Karplusian Yeti deals an amount of damage equal to its power to target creature. That creature deals an amount of damage equal to its power to Karplusian Yeti. Tap and fight. Fight is not keyworded or anything, I don't believe, but it's the common, I think it's player slang. I could be wrong on that, but fight is just a mechanic, usually in green, where 2 creatures deal their damage to each other. It's green's form of creature removal because doesn't like to remove creatures. This is not the first time the fight mechanic came up. I forget the card. I think it's in Fallen Empires, but it might be in the Dark. I probably found a copy of it. It's green. Hell, it might even be in Legends. Legends might be where fight first showed up. I can't remember. But anyways, not the first time this shows up, but it's still pretty new, pretty interesting. Fight on a 3/3 is pretty good. 5 mana for that 3/3, not as good, but at the time it's not the worst rate. Yeah, I guess I don't have anything else about this. This was illustrated by Quentin Hoover. The art is really good. I like it. It's pretty interesting. It's really funny. I like the story it's telling where the Yetis just fucking jumps out at you. Everyone's like looking for it. Like, we gotta make sure we don't get jumped by this Yeti. As the rear guard is just getting mauled. Funny story. And it does tie the mechanic together, because it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense why the Karplusian Yeti can do this. So I think it's overall a pretty interesting and cool card. Yeah, let's move on. Lava Burst. Lava Burst is a common. It costs X and a red. It is a sorcery. And Lava Burst deals X damage to target creature or player. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to protect that creature. X in a red, deal X damage. Pretty common card. In Alpha, there was fucking 3 of them. There was Fireball, Disintegrate, and Earthquake. Earthquake obviously functions a little bit differently than those other two, and they all have, like, a unique gimmick. But this is a style of card that I think there's, like, fucking 40 or 50 of them now. They like to do this, which makes sense because it's such an easy design to do. It plays really well. It scales well with the game. They super help limited environments, in my opinion. I like cards like this. I think they're really cool. Fireball's a classic. Lava Burst, it's just another take on that. Perfectly fine to do. Yeah. Lava Burst is fine. I guess I don't have anything else to say about it. It's just slightly different. Fireball, which is an amazing card, so this gets to ride Fireball's coattails a bit, which is okay. This was illustrated by Tom Varnestrand, and it's really sweet. The art is awesome. Really fits the story of the card here. Super cool. Art's really fun to look at. As I guess that's all I have to say about it. All right. I'm not gonna have any chance of getting this name right, but this is Marton Stromgald. Marton Stromgald is a 1/1 rare legendary creature that costs 2 and 2 red mana. If Marton Stromgald attacks, all other attacking creatures get +*/+* until end of turn, where star is equal to the number of other attacking creatures. If Marton blocks, all other blocking creatures get +*/+ until end of turn, where star is equal to the number of other blocking creatures. If you have 3 creatures in play and all 3 of those creatures are attacking, then both of those creatures get +2/+2 until end of turn, because they each get +1/+1 for each other creature other than themselves. Your Marton Stromgald will still be a 1/1. He doesn't get that benefit, but they will both be 2/2s, because he does count as another attacking creature for the purposes of that, but he doesn't get the bonus himself. Hopefully that makes sense. This card is fucking sick as hell. Yeah, this is really, really interesting and cool, and really gives some much needed oomph to aggressive red decks specifically. Obviously you wouldn't need to be only red, but it is much easier to be playing more red, as this has 2 red pips in the cost. I like this. It's not super powerful, because at any point this thing can get blown up for 1. So if they have any spell, like the 3 mana instant fucking deal 1, just ends this dude's career. And I like that, actually. I think that makes it more balanced. This, I think, is a really cool card. I think even today you could build a commander deck around this. You're not going to be the strongest deck. It's probably like a bracket 2, maybe a bracket 3. But I think you could build a really cool deck with this. I really like this. I think it's really interesting. I think it would be really fun, even in limited and kitchen table-y stuff. Super cool. You know what? I don't think I've mentioned this, but I think this is the first set to use monocolor legends, which is a very impressive. Credit where credit is due, right? Like, I've been ragging on the set a lot. That's actually a really cool concept to be like, okay, but legends could be monocolor, right? Because they didn't start that way. I love this card. I think this card is really cool, really interesting. It's not like super strong, but I do think it is powerful enough, and I think it's really appealing for the strength. Very cool for like mid-level and like kitchen table players, and I think it's decent enough in limited. The nice thing about this is that you probably want a bunch of creatures on the field before this comes down, so you can probably already fish out what level of removal they're running or what they have access to. Like, if they're smart, they'll hold it back. But if you get on the front foot and are like forcing them to answer your other creatures before this comes down, you can fairly reasonably clear the path to make it safe to cast and get Stromgald here, like, doing its thing. It's certainly not the easiest thing to do, but it's definitely possible. I think this card's great. Fantastic. Probably one of the funnest rares in this set, for sure. Definitely one of the funnest rares we've talked about. Very cool. Yeah, I have nothing but praise for Marton Stromgald. This is just a really cool card. It was illustrated by Mark Poole, and continuing with the praise, big Mark Poole fan, love this card. Kind of goofy. The armor's a little different, like that. The horse is ridiculous looking, which is funny to me, and you know, the mountains and the trees and the reflections, they all look really nice. It's just the art is really cool. It's a good card all the way around. I really like this one. Let's move on to Melee. Melee is an uncommon, and it is an instant that costs 4 and a red mana. So an instant that costs 5. Yikes. I wonder what it does. Cast only on your turn during combat before defense is chosen. Choose how attacking creatures you control are blocked. All defense must be legal. After declaring blocking, untap any unblocked attacking creatures. Treat those creatures as though they had not attacked. So this is like, what, 5 mana false orders? It's just banding on an instant, kind of. I guess not really banding, because you're choosing the blockers, not. But effectively, it's the same, because like while with banding you choose how the damage is dealt, it's sort of kind of sits in that same wheelhouse. What a confounding card. This is not good. There's certainly places where this does some funny stuff, and it's hilarious. There's a lot of fucking words. At least this one's an uncommon, but this is a wild fucking, like, what even is going on here? The card, it's not too hard to understand. It's just so many fucking words for what is effectively not even all that strong of an effect. And 5 mana for this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous amount of mana. Like, you do, assuming there's a point where this is sick as fuck to cast, right? Which there probably are. I guess the 5 mana isn't too bad, but it does really prevent you from pressing the advantage you would get from this. It is interesting just because of how, like, batshit it has to be worded to, like, get the concept across. Anyway, yeah, Melee. Interesting enough. Fun card to read once in a while. This card is cool because I've read this card probably 20, 30 times in my life. Maybe even more than that. Every time I read this card, I have no idea what it's going to do. So, I don't know what that tells you, but Melee. Pretty interesting. Not great. Not that interesting, but it's whatever. It's not really a card worth talking about all that much. It was illustrated by Damian Willick, and the art is really cool. Shading's decent. Line work's good. It's really funny. You really do not want a guy with a sword that close to your face, and you also don't want 2 swords that close to your face. It's just not really a good situation for either you or him. Like, this is not going to work out well for one of these 2 people. Pretty stressful situation. I think the art does a good job of kind of conveying that, but the card itself is pretty baffling as far as just not being, like, a good thing to play most of the time. That's it for Melee. Alright, next we have Melting. Melting is an uncommon enchantment that costs 3 and a red mana. All snow-covered lands become non-snow-covered lands of the same type. Yeah, sure, okay. Like, yeah, makes sense to do something like this if you're going to do snow lands. 4 mana seems a bit much, but I guess you're, you know, kind of thinking, it's sort of like Armageddon. Not really at all, but, like, I guess. Melting makes sense in red from a flavor standpoint. I like the choice of making this a red enchantment. As far as stacks piece goes, this one is not too likely to be relevant. I guess there really isn't much to say about this card on its own. It doesn't fucking do anything. Melting was illustrated by Randy Galeos, and the art is really nice. Looks good. Not really anything special going on here. It's just it's just melting, right? Like, no snow in the sun, water coming down, still snow and ice where the sun hasn't reached. I think the art does a fantastic job of explaining what's going on here. Good, but yeah, there's not much to say about Melting. Then we have Meteor Shower. Meteor Shower is a common. It's a sorcery. It costs XX and red. Oh boy. The art goes hard as shit. This thing is going to be awesome. Meteor Shower does X+1 damage divided any way you choose among any number of target creatures and or players. Okay. So this is, I guess this is fixed Fireball, the other version. So So Lava Burst would be Disintegrate, right? Like the damage can't be prevented, creature can't be regenerated. Yeah, same kind of strokes, right? I think this is trying to make Fireball way less complicated to understand. I'm not going to go through the math and figure out which one of these is better in more situations. I'm leaning towards Fireball is better in more situations because this is XX, so it's 2 for each point of damage. You do get 1 point of damage for free. So I guess the interesting thing about Meteor Shower is you can cast it for just red and it'll deal a damage. That's actually kind of cool. A little versatile. I don't know if that's enough to, make up for having to put twice the mana into it. So the benefit to this over Fireball is you don't have to pay an extra mana per. Fireball gets really confusing because if you want to Fireball 5 targets, you need to put 4 mana into adding those targets. Meteor Shower, if you wanted to hit, you don't have to even think about that. It's just, if you put 4 mana into this, you deal 3 damage, and you can just, to anything, like any number of creatures or players or whatever. This is kind of neat, I guess. Fireball is really complicated. Like, it isn't, because 90% of the time the extra stuff doesn't come into play, but in those times that it does, it can be pretty complicated. For example, in Chandelar with Fireball, they had to come up with this whole fucking, like, application that helps the game understand the math and helps you input how the math has to work out. So Fireball can be kind of complicated. You can put 5 mana into this, including the red, and deal 3 damage, which isn't, like, horrible rate for limited. It's not super great, but and this scales pretty roughly. Like, having it's effectively 2 mana per damage, which is, a much worse rate than most of the other X and red spells, and a much worse rate than Lava Burst. So between the two, in most situations, you'd prefer the Lava Burst, but this does have places where it's pretty good. It's a shame it's kind of just like a worse Fireball because the art goes hard. I really enjoy the art for this. This was illustrated by Rick Emond, and fantastic. Love it. Look at this. This is just beautiful. I guess there's not too much else to say about Meteor Shower. The art goes hard as hell, and it's not a bad spell, but it's, it's worse than other spells like it, so. Next we have the Goat, a Mountain Goat. Mountain Goat is a common, hell to the yeah. It is a 1/1 creature that costs 1 red mana, and it has Mountain Walk. Fuck yeah. I love Mountain Goat. Mountain Goat is really funny. It's really cool. It's not a super strong card. It's certainly not weak. Like, if your opponent is in red, this is a 1/1 that's unblockable for 1, which is pretty good, especially in limited. The Mountain Walk only comes up if your opponent has, a mountain. If it is just a 1/1 Mountain Walker. I did a whole video on this one already if you want to hear me glaze about Mountain Goat. But it's pretty neat. It was illustrated by Cornelius Broody. The art's pretty fucking sweet. I really like it. It's well done. Unique style. All that jazz. That's all there is to say about Mountain Goat. Let's move on. Next is Mudslide. Mudslide is a rare enchantment that costs 2 and a red mana. Creatures without flying do not untap during their creature's untap phase. At the end of his or her upkeep, each player may pay an additional 2 per creature to untap a creature without flying he or she controls. Neato. If you are playing with a bunch of flyers, which you probably are fucking not since it's Ice Age and you're in red, but you never know if you got your hands on a few flyers, this can be very good. If you can make this one-sided, it is pretty solid for limited. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say on Mudslide. It's not really a card that helps you win the game, but it can slow your opponents down. It's perfectly fine if you build around it in limited, and maybe in Commander it's pretty funny if your opponents like paying mana to untap their creatures. This was illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and the art is super unsettling. Like, oh my god, mouth wide open, just esophagus full of fucking mud. Oh my god. What a way to go. Very unpleasant, but very well executed art. Alright, next we have Orcish Cannoneers, a 1/3 that costs 1 and 2 red mana. It is an uncommon. You can tap it, and Orcish Cannoneers deals 2 damage to target creature or player and 3 damage to you. Wow, so this is the exact same card as Orcish Artillery. They're even both orcs. This is like literally strictly the same card, just different names. That's fine. Orcish Cannoneers, cool. If you don't want to remake Orcish Artillery, but you want this effect in the set, which I think you do. This is a card that was underrated by a lot of people at the time, because it really doesn't read all that powerful, but this is actually super fucking good. 3 damage to you is a lot, but like dealing 2 damage to a creature, like you're hitting 90% of value pieces or anything that's going on, taking out Royal Assassins and Tims, and Hypnotic Spectre gets hit by that, right? So like there's just a bunch of stuff around at the time that gets bodied by Orcish Artillery and by extension Orcish Cannoneers. So it's actually a solid card. Yeah, I would definitely be happy to grab this in a draft if I was able to cast a card with 2 red in the cost. That is the downside to this from a limited perspective, is that this is just going to be kind of hard to cast. Other than that, this is a really solid card. Really cool to see. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier. Love the art. Very, very fun. Dan Frazier's a great artist. Yeah, good card. I'd grab it in Unlimited for sure if I could cast it. Alright, next we have Orcish Conscripts. Hell yeah, more orc support. Orcish Conscripts is a common. It is a 2/2 for 1 mana, and cannot be declared as attacking unless at least 2 other creatures are also declared as attacking. Cannot be assigned to block unless at least 2 other creatures are also assigned to block. Okay. Hell yeah. It is a 2/2 for 1, and the downside really isn't that bad. Like, if you're in the market for a 2/2 for 1, you probably have, 2 other creatures attacking, right? The only thing that kind of sucks about this is it's not a goblin. There's a lot more goblin support at the time. This would be really sick as a goblin. They did eventually make Mog Conscripts, which is similar but a little different. But this card is great. Not only is this card great, but it's original. It was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and the art, very, very funny. A little bit weird to see the old fellow kid hat from that like nobody's worn since like the 50s, maybe. I don't even know. Maybe the 80s. Whatever. I don't know if any kid ever wore a hat like that, but it's so fucking funny. And then the colander on the head, also very cool. Pick in the nose, great. Very, very funny art. I appreciate this one a lot. Orcish Conscripts is a great card. It's not all that strong per se, but it's certainly not weak. A 2/2 for 1. You need to do a little bit of work, but if you're red aggro, this is a great card to consider. Yeah, I guess that's really all there is to say about it, though. Alright, next we have Orcish Farmer. Heck yeah. Orcish Farmer is a common. It is a 2/2 orc. It costs 1 and 2 red mana, and you can tap it. Target land becomes a swamp until its controller's next untap phase. That's not particularly strong by today's standards, obviously. But at the time, this is a 2/2 for 3 mana with a potentially relevant effect. It's really, really funny against their Library of Alexandria. Of course, they can probably... You'd have to do it when they didn't have 7 cards and when they were going to be going up and to be able to... But you could fuck with it for a turn or 2 in some situations, which is pretty fucking funny. Obviously, the way to use this is to run Swamp Walkers, which is pretty good. This card, has some niche applications and a variety of things. I wouldn't laugh at you if you were running this in a commander deck for very specific reasons, right? It's pretty funny in Soul Canar. So you just truck on in. You do your 5 commander damage a turn, hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of cool. This is a really interesting card because it's something to think about. There is some, combinations and some stuff you can do, and there's some, disruption techniques. There's some furthering your own game plan. It's just fun. It's not particularly strong, but it is also 2/2 for 3. So even when the ability doesn't particularly come up all that much, it's you're not embarrassing to play, at least at the time. I like Orcish Farmer. I think this is pretty fun. This was illustrated by Dan Fraser, and I like it. It's a good pig, hilarious pig, funny orcish farmer. It's just a funny card, right? It's a different side of orcs that you don't see too often. I think that's pretty cool. All right, next we have Orcish Healer. Orcish Healer is an uncommon 1/1 creature that costs 2 red mana. It has 3 different activated abilities. You can pay 2 red mana and tap it. Target creature cannot regenerate this turn. You can pay a red and 2 black, regenerate target black or green creature, or you can pay a red and 2 green to regenerate target black or green creature. So this is really cool from a design perspective, because this is kind of fertile ground, really new, a very new concept that they were just started playing around with. And credit where credit is due, this kind of thing is awesome in this set. One, doing orcs instead of goblins, or more orcs than goblins. Very, very cool from the sake of like trying to separate this from alpha a little bit more. I appreciate that. I wonder if like some of these were originally goblins, and then when they tweaked some stuff, they're like, oh, let's make some of these goblins orcs. No idea. That's completely just a guess based on like how kind of kerfuffled the development of this set probably ended up being, just based on what they've said and what is, you know, in front of us. But this is awesome. More stuff like this would be really cool. It's not particularly strong, even in limited, and it's pretty ambitious as far as like asking you like to build around it, because it's asking you to build in 3 colors and also asking you to be able to make 2 color pips of all 3 of those colors, because you need the 2 red to be able to cast it. Now, you could, the interesting thing, I suppose, is that you could just play this in mono red. If you were using this against your friend that has a whole bunch of regenerate creatures that piss you off, you could do that, and the rest of the card doesn't mean anything. And you could also play this in either like red-black or red-green, and that would be fine, and probably easier to do than to play it in a red-green-black deck, because, again, there's so many color mana pips in these abilities, and I don't think that these abilities needed to cost this much. I'm fine with the double pips if you really want them to like fucking mean it, but like why is it 3 mana? Why the extra red? I think you could have cut 2 mana off of all of the costs and this card would still have sucked, but I like that they experimented with stuff like this, and stuff like this eventually leads us to really cool stuff. Like this kind of invokes the eventually the like Ravnica guild mages that are so popular. Obviously a little different, but like this kind of leads them down that direction, right? So I appreciate this. Very cool. Not a card worth playing, but you probably knew that. This was illustrated by Quentin Hoover, and the art is awesome. This one's really good. Very cool. Orcish Librarian. This card is a treat. Orcish Librarian is a 1/1 orc that costs 1 and a red mana. You can pay red and you can tap Orcish Librarian. Take the top 8 cards of your library. Remove 4 of them at random from the game. Put the remaining 4 on top of your library in any order. Now, this is hilarious. Obviously, this is not a good card. It kind of reads like it might be a good card, because going 8 deep is a lot. Rearranging top 4, pretty good. Play this in Commander. You will have so much fun. Just as long as you don't care about winning, this is a fantastic card. The second you care about winning, there is no reason to ever play this or activate it. But this card is a joy. The set needed more shit like this, but it's stuff like this that reminds me why I expected to really like this set a lot more than I'm actually liking it. It was illustrated by Phil Foglio, who was, of course, 100% the right person to illustrate this. Look at this. The library paste. Homie is... What a fucking joyous piece. The book in the background, Naked Lunch. The joy of knowledge, I believe, is what the book he's eating says. Oh, this is just so fun. This is just a fun card. I really appreciate this. Fantastic stuff. All right, next we have Orcish Lumberjack, a common and another reason that I do enjoy this set. I love this card. Orcish Lumberjack is a 1/1 orc that costs a single red mana. You can tap and sacrifice a forest to add 3 mana in any combination of red and or green to your mana pool. Play this ability as an interrupt. So this card is kind of cracked. I wouldn't call this like the best thing in the world or the best mana dork, but for a red mana dork, this thing fucking rails. Now, you do need to be in green to use this, so it doesn't really matter that it is a red mana dork that fucking rails, because you can play all the green mana dorks if you're playing this, because you have to sacrifice a forest to make the mana. However, this is fucking tap, turn a forest into a Black Lotus. And that's pretty fucking good. There have been times and places where this gets used a lot. It sees some level of play in CEDH, or at least it used to. I don't know if there are any lists worth running that still run this, but maybe it comes up. This is just great. It's a really good card. It's certainly not like the best mana dork. It's no Birds of Paradise, right? But sack a forest for 3, and it's not even an untapped forest. So you can tap the forest for a green, sack it for 3 red, and you have 4 mana in 1 turn off of this. So this is pretty fucking sick. I like this card a lot. I think this card is super flavorful. I think this card is fun and exciting. Sacking a forest and being able to make 4 mana off of this thing is just so fucking cool. So Orcish Lumberjack is really cool to me because it feels like a Black Lotus while being considerably worse than a Black Lotus by like a lot, but still being, pretty powerful, all things considered. I think it's super fucking awesome. I'm very jacked about this kind of card. Anyway, Orcish Lumberjack was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and the art is fantastic. All right, next we have Orcish Squatters. Funny name. This is a rare. Orcish Squatters are a 2/3 creature, costs 4 and a red, for a total of 5 mana for a 2/3 creature. If Orcish Squatters attacks and is not blocked, you may gain control of target land controlled by defending player. If you do, Orcish Squatters deals no damage in combat this turn. Lose control of that land if Orcish Squatters leaves play, or if you lose control of Orcish Squatters. Alright, so it's a 2/3 for 5 mana, and when you truck on in and are unblocked, you just steal a land. And then you can keep doing that. Okay, I kind of love this card. I kind of wish this was like 3 mana. That'd be so fucking funny. It would bad for the game though. Orcish Squatters is interesting. This is interesting. It's not the first thief thing. It's not the first when you attack you thieve in thing, but it is. This is the first time you get to take a fucking land for doing that. It's a pretty intense effect. I think it is right to make this rare, and I think it's also right to make it almost unplayable by the mana cost, because you do not want this. You do not want this unchecked in your game. I think this is a very funny joke. I don't think it's a good card, and I am glad it is not. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and the art goes pretty fucking hard. Richard Kane Ferguson does great work, highly detailed, has a very cool and interesting style. Point is I think it's really well done. I think it looks really great. I like the art a lot. Funny card, funny joke, great art. Alright, next we have Panic. Panic is a common instant that costs a single red mana. Target creature cannot block this turn. Cast only during combat before defense is chosen. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Okay, interesting. So it's a cantrip or slow trip in Ice Age, but again, we're excusing that. There's nothing wrong with that. This is pretty good, honestly, for what it is. The effect is marginal, but it replaces itself. If they have one big fucking meatball, this is really fucking good. But for a common in limited, I think this is a pretty awesome piece. Pretty cool. Nice to have. This was illustrated by Mike Kimball, and the art is okay. I don't know Mike Kimball's work too much. Not a particular fan of this one, but it's not bad. It is a little funny with the expression, rather. Like, I know it's an expression of terror, but it's just drawn in a way that's kind of funny. But the art's, I don't have any opinion on this one. So we'll just move on. To Pyroblast. Pyroblast is a common. It is an interrupt, hell yeah, that costs a red mana, and it counters target spell if it is blue or destroys target permanent if it is blue. This is an awesome card. I've mentioned how much I like these in a few different spots, I think, pretty much in every color hate card. I look at these as kind of an example of like what you should be doing in those situations. And obviously we talked about this kind of effect in detail during Hydroblast. There isn't too much to say. I guess I'll just reiterate in case you'd forgotten. This is different than Red Elemental Blast because this can target non-blue permanents. It just doesn't do anything. So if you're like trying to increase a storm count, the downside of this over Red Elemental Blast though is that cards like Deflecting Swat can... A Deflecting Swat cannot move a Red Elemental Blast off of a blue permanent to a non-blue permanent, but Pyroblast can be moved to a non-blue permanent by Deflecting Swat and then fizzled that way. So which one is better? It depends on the situation, but they are mechanically different to a pedantic degree, which I think is pretty interesting and fun. I like this card. I'm glad both of them exist because at least when I played a lot of Commander, it was kind of relevant that they both existed. This was an effect that, depending on their meta, you would want more than one copy of. Otherwise, it kind of doesn't really matter. But for Commander, it's really cool that two of these exist. Yeah, I love Pyroblast. Love Red Elemental Blast. Even love the blue ones, even though they're considerably worse. This was illustrated by Kaya Folio, and it's fantastic. Love Kaya's work. This one's great. Super cool. Love the kind of Chinese-inspired dragon in the back. And I also really like that the staff and the dragon are both like the fire is coming from the staff, but it seems like it's coming from the dragon. It's just a really cool spell. Super cool. Or it's just really cool art, rather. Pyroclasm. Oh, man. Pyroclasm. Fuck yeah. Pyroclasm is a sorcery. It's an uncommon, costs 1 and a red, and Pyroclasm deals 2 damage to each player. So Pyroclasm is fantastic. Pyroclasm is an awesome card. Super great, sees a lot of play, annoys the hell out of a lot of people because it is effectively a board wipe for 2 mana, which is a little rough. But yeah, great card. I really like it. This is awesome. If you see this, grab this for limited because it's gonna fucking own. But also you can play this in modern. So this is a card that has value. Very, very awesome card. This was illustrated by Pat Lewis. It's not my favorite. I like Pat Lewis's stuff, but this one is... It's not bad. I just think the face thing is kind of a stupid concept. But the art itself looks good. Alright, next we have Saber-Tooth Tiger. Saber-Tooth Tiger is a common. It is a 2/1 for 2 and a red mana, and it has First Strike. Hell yeah. Kind of an underrated card at the time. Not completely, but you could get Savannah Lion for 1 mana in Alpha. A 2/1 First Striker for 3... It's okay. You can't really do... If you want this effect in red, like, you can't really do better than this at the time, I don't think. Plays okay in limited, I guess. Yeah, there's not much to say about this thing. It's a bad card. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and not one of her most technically impressive arts, let's say. But this thing is goofy. The proportions are weird. It's really funny to look at, but probably one of her worst illustrations. I do really like Melissa Benson's work, and I even like this one because it makes me laugh, but the anatomy's a little wacko, little wackadoo. But anyway, yeah, that's Saber-Tooth Tiger. Not too much to say there. Alright, next we have Shatter. Shatter is a common. It's an instant that costs 1 and a red, and it just destroys target artifact. I like Shatter. Shatter's a great card. It's not busted. 2 mana to destroy an artifact. The value of it depends on what kind of artifacts are being run. I think the game's in a good spot if Shatter is something worth playing, personally. Yeah, it's just a removal spell. Solid spell. In this limited specifically, there are 45 artifacts. I didn't bother looking to see how many of those are rares and uncommons, and Alpha did not have any common artifacts, and I would not be surprised to find out Ice Age does not have any common artifacts, but I can't remember off the top of my head. And it's debatable about how many of them are even worth blowing up or running at all in a limited. So I don't know. There are some of them that are pretty good. Shatter might be nice to have sometime. But it's also not like, man, you're desperately going to want Shatter. Disenchant is a way better card in this limited or, even in the regular game because it can hit so much more. But Shatter is fine. I certainly wouldn't prioritize this card in a draft at all. But I would not be sad if it ended up in my sideboard. Shatter's a pretty cool card. Anyway, this version of Shatter was illustrated by Brian Walkowitz, and that's just the fucking Tin Man from Wizard of Oz. I fucking forgot Wizard of Oz. Yeah, that's just the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz, right? Like, I'm not the only one seeing that. Funny stuff. Love the art. Hilarious. The Tin Man thing cracks me up. Alright, next we have Stone Rain. And if somehow you have never heard of this card, Stone Rain is a common that costs 2 and a red, and it destroys target land. It's an interesting card. I really don't have much to say about this. I'm not going to talk about the nuances of land destruction. I like it. I understand that other people don't. I think most people that are interested in old school do kind of like it, or at least tolerate it. Otherwise, like, what the fuck are you doing around these old cards? Land destruction's pretty common back then. I appreciate removal, and I like I don't like sacred permanence, personally. I think you run into issues when you start doing that. So I appreciate Stone Rain and land destruction for those reasons. Anyway, the Ice Age version of Stone Rain was illustrated by Kaya Folio. I'm a huge Kaya fan, so it's quite exciting to get Stone Rain art. Very cool. Anyway, alright. Next we have Stone Spirit. Stone Spirit is an uncommon. It's a 4/3 that costs 4 and a red. Cannot be blocked by creatures with flying. Okay, so the story is it probably, from the air, it just looks like a rock, right? I think that's what they're trying to imply here. A 4/3 for 5 mana is not the worst thing in the world in this environment. And not being able to be blocked by flyers, I guess, is kind of relevant. There are quite a few flyers in blue. I think this is pretty solid and limited, honestly. I think this is a cool limited card. I think the power level's okay enough, given the, quality at the time. I like this. I think it's really cool. It's obviously not, like, playable anywhere else, right? It's not good, but perfectly fine for limited. Kind of interesting. Just an uncommon set filler. It's whatever. It's interesting enough, I suppose. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and the art's awesome. I like Jeff's work. The details are really nice. I just like this one. It's very cool. Good art. Yeah, let's move on. Next, we have Stone Hands. So, it's such a funny name. Alright, Stone Hands is a common. It's an enchant creature that costs 2 and a red. Target creature gets +0/+2. Oh boy. You can pay a red. Creature Stone Hands enchants gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So it's like, so it's 3 mana fire breathing. But you get +2 out of it. That's kind of neat. It's not good. There's like no, like when fire breathing isn't even a good card. You want to convince someone to pay 3 for it? Yeah, I don't know. This is draft chaff. I don't know what to say about it. It's an interesting concept, I guess. 3 mana is that's pretty ambitious. That's asking a lot. The +0/+2 is certainly not like nothing. But it's pretty close to nothing. I guess you could play it in limited since you don't have access to fire breathing. Other than that creature that just naturally has fire breathing. This card is way funnier than it is like good or interesting. It's just expensive fire breathing. Let's talk about the art because that's actually bringing me some joy. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier and it's really funny. The art is very cool. It's stone hands. It's a very difficult thing to draw well, and I think Frazier kicked the shit out of it here. Very funny, super cool. I don't understand what stone hands has to do with anything that's going on here. I don't understand how that equates to fire breathing. Like, the fire breathing makes sense. Okay, yeah, your attack power goes up because you're breathing fucking fire. Are you like, I guess the stone hands is like you're hitting harder because your hands are made of stone? I don't know, I don't get it. But whatever. Like, it's just draft chaff. There's no reason to even spend this much time talking about it, so let's just move on. Alright, so next we have Tor Giant, another common. This is a 3/3 that costs 3 and a red mana, and it's a vanilla creature. There's no ability, just some flavor text. Alright, yeah, so this is basically just Hill Giant from Alpha, which is a solid card, right? Like, you know, it's a vanilla, so it's not that good, but it's fine for the time. 3/3 for 4 mana is okay. You just play a couple of these in your red deck, so you have a something to curve into, I guess. Yeah, for 4 draft limited, that kind of thing, Tor Giant's fine. Anyway, whatever, yeah. Tor Giant, it was illustrated by Douglas Schuler. The art's fine. Douglas Schuler does great art. This is a Tor Giant. The mountains look great. You know, Winter Wonderland got that thing going. Alright. Instead, let's talk about Total War. Total War is a rare. It's an enchantment that costs 3 and a red mana. Whenever any player declares an attack, destroy all untapped non-wall creatures that player controls that don't attack. Do not destroy creatures the player did not control at the beginning of the turn. This is... 4 mana is a little much for this effect, I would say. Like, it's a little expensive for what you're getting out of this. But this effect definitely is valuable in specific situations. Like, for example, this really screws someone with the, what was the Prodigal Sorcerer? Like, Zurin Spellcaster or whatever. And if they have any creatures that are better for blocking, that they're holding back so that they don't die on the clapback, this fucks them over from doing that. This is actually kind of interesting and unique. This card is really interesting because it speaks well to the design goals. Like, a lot of what we've been seeing kind of feels like it goes against what they were trying to do. But Total War is... They wanted combat to feel special and interesting, and they wanted there to be, like, downsides to it and upsides to it, and they wanted it to be more strategic. And I think when you have cards like Total War, that's a step in the right direction. I think Total War is great. I think this should have cost 3 mana, personally, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe that would be too good. This was illustrated by Drew Tucker, and the art's pretty good. I don't really have any strong opinions on this one, but it's okay. Okay, next we have Vertigo. Vertigo is an uncommon instant that costs 1 red mana. Vertigo deals 2 damage to target creature with flying. That creature loses flying until end of turn. So this is actually really cool and really interesting. Because, 1, this card is slightly different Earthbind from Alpha. So I've talked about how most of these cards are just Alpha cards, but slightly different. I really like this one, because this, I think, is different in the right ways. Earthbind, for example, is an enchant creature, but you have to enchant a flying creature with it. That creature is dealt 2 damage that turn and loses flying. So you can hit a creature that is, like... You could hit a Shivan Dragon with that. It wouldn't kill the Shivan Dragon, but you could then, like, lightning bolt it that turn to kill it, or you could just let it be and it would be a 5/5 without flying, which would make it not significantly worse, but definitely worse. The point I'm making is that there are different ways to use Earthbind, all of which are pretty good. Earthbind is a fairly decent card in the right environment. Vertigo is interesting because it has some things that make it worse than Earthbind. because it only lasts for a turn, right? So if the creature isn't going to die, this is not a good use of this card, right? With that said, this is an instant, which means that you can use this as a combat trick. So before blockers, if you have a flyer and they have a flyer, you can just declare this. Even if it doesn't kill them, it lets you get in. If that's enough to win, super cool. But something really cool you can do with Vertigo that you couldn't do with Earthbind is, say they were attacking with let's say Shivan Dragon, 5/5 flyer, right? And let's say you have a Hail Giant, a 3/3 on the ground. When they declare attackers, in response to going to declare blockers, you can target the Shivan Dragon, deal 2 damage to it, make it a 5/3 on the ground, and then your Hill Giant can block it in combat and kill it. So this is really cool and interesting, and it is very similar to what I'm trying to say, what I really like about this card is that it reads very similar to the card that it is inspired by, but its use cases are radically different, depending on your definition of radically. But I think this is really cool. I think this is super cool. Anyway, Vertigo was illustrated by Drew Tucker, and the art's pretty sweet. I don't really have anything to say about this one either. It's kind of confusing, which, makes sense with the Vertigo. Like, the perspective's like, whoa, what's going on? It's all right. I don't know. I don't really have a particular opinion on this one. All right, next we have Wall of Lava. Wall of Lava is an uncommon. It's a 1/3 wall that costs 1 and 2 red mana. Since it's a wall, it can't attack, but you can pay a red mana and get +1/+1 until end of turn. And you can use that as many times as you have red mana. This is... I don't know how often you're going to convince your opponent to crash into this when you have the mana to kill their things anyway, but, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. I don't care about this. It's just a wall. I'm not a big fan of walls anyways. I guess it's interesting, but I don't think this kind of thing really makes for positive, fun gameplay, so I'm not a huge fan of it personally, but I don't know. It is what it is. Wall of Lava was illustrated by Pete Venters, and the art is fantastic, obviously. Pete Venters does great work. Fantastic art all the time. This one is no different. Very, very cool. It's lava. It's a wall. Fucking bang up job, mate. Yeah, anyway, moving on. Alright, last red card. Word of Blasting. Word of Blasting is an uncommon instant that costs 1 in a red. Bury target wall. I don't know if we've talked about this, but bury basically means destroyed, can't be regenerated. Word of Blasting deals an amount of damage equal to that wall's casting cost to the wall's controller. Alright. Your opponent plays out a wall of fire. For 2 mana, you can fucking blow it up and deal 3 damage to them, and they can't be regenerated. That's, better than Incinerate. What a good card. This is okay. This is pretty cool. Uncommon's probably fine for wall-specific destruction, and, if you're gonna do a bunch of fucking walls, you should probably have some wall-specific destruction. Things that destroy walls are always so flavorful as far as their flavor and lore, or not lore really, but their flavor. It's just really well done and funny. They're just so fucking funny, but you never see them because you never see walls, because walls are not good and they're not fun. And if they ever get good or get fun, then the wall specific destruction would come out, and I don't know. I have mixed feelings about cards like this, because I'm like, yeah, this is hilarious. I want to play this, so I want more walls around. And then, I'll, put walls in a deck and play against it and be like, you know what, I changed my fucking mind. Fuck walls. So, I don't know what to say. Word of Blasting, obviously not a good card, because no one fucking plays walls. But in this limited, decent if it ends up in your sideboard and somebody fucking collected all the walls. I guess that's really all there is to say about this one. Word of Blasting was illustrated by Ken Meyer Jr., and the art is really good. I really enjoy looking at it. I think the art's cool. I think this is, it's a fucking does a good job of explaining the mechanics of the card. Just blowing shit up. Yeah. All right. I guess that's the red cards. That's it for the red cards. Let's move on to the green cards. We're almost done with the colored cards. You've been probably investing a shitload of fucking time into watching me talk about all these stupid fucking cards. So I appreciate that. I hope you're having a good time. And argue with me in the comments if you disagree about any of this. I would be very hyped to hear your opinion. But yeah, I remember liking a lot of these cards a lot more than I think I do now, which is interesting. Anyway, let's move on to the green cards. All right, dudes. We're to the green cards. This is the last of the single colored cards. We do have the multicolored and the artifacts and the lands, and there will be a decent chunk to talk about all of those. But we're making our way through this. So I guess without further ado, let's talk about the green cards. All right. So first we have Auroch, or something like that. Aurochs. I'm not entirely sure how that's pronounced. Anyway, this is a 2/3 creature for 3 and a green. It has trample, and when attacking, Aurochs gets +1/+0 for each other Aurochs that attacks. It is an interesting design. There isn't really too much to say about it. It's a pretty unimpressive card, right? Like, you wouldn't actually play this anywhere. It's also, like, not that good in Limited. It is a common, though, so at least in Limited, you are, like, maybe possible to get a couple of these out. It is 4 mana each, though, so it's not like it's even that good to, like, get a few of these out. Now, obviously, it scales, right? So, like, it's better to have more of them out than less, but at 4 mana a pop, that's going to be hard to do. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there isn't too much to talk about with this card. We're starting off with a pretty simple card that's not that good. This was illustrated by Ken Meyer Jr., and it says that it was misprinted here. The misprint, as far as I can tell, and maybe I'm just fucking blind, but as far as I can tell, the misprint is that there is no comma after his name. So his name is spelled correctly, they're just missing the comma. But let's move on. Alright, we're keeping it simple. Next we have Balduvian Bears. Balduvian Bears is a common. It's a 2/2 for 1 and a green mana. This card is a functional reprint of Grizzly Bear. And I know I've given a lot of slack to Ice Age for how many of their cards are just derivative of something else. But this kind of stuff doesn't bother me. I said, like, with, like, the Shatter reprints, those don't really bother me. Balduvian Bears, like, the vanilla creatures or the French vanilla creatures that are pretty decent to the game engine and kind of, like, I don't want to say necessary, but they just fill a nice role. Stuff like this, like Grizzly Bear and Grey Ogre, and, like, if you want to flavor it up a little differently and make the same card, I don't see what the big deal is with that. But with, like, cases like Balduvian Bears, I just kind of like this. Like, it's just a 2/2 for 2, whatever. It's nice to have something like this in the set. But yeah, Balduvian Bears. It's a common. This is a pretty good card. In Limited, I would be really happy to see these. These would definitely do a little bit early in the game, and even later in the game, it's not too much investment for what you're getting. Obviously, a 2/2 isn't major, right? But it's not the worst thing. Sometimes just having extra bodies is pretty decent, and this is about as efficient as you can get for a body. So, it's a pretty solid card. Balduvian Bears was illustrated by Quentin Hoover. Really like the art. Very fantastic. Yeah, I don't know. It's really funny. It's well done. It's surprisingly detailed. Overall, it's just yeah, I don't know. It's Balduvian Bears, baby. I like it. Oh man, this card looks like it's going to require some thinking. This is Blizzard. Blizzard costs green. It's an enchantment, and it's a rare. It has a cumulative upkeep of 2, which is a fucking lot. You cannot cast Blizzard if you control no snow-covered lands. Creatures with flying do not untap during their controller's untap phase. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright, this is a bad card. 2 mana creatures with flying don't untap during their control. Okay, so it's not so bad, but you are not upkeeping this. This is crazy, because, like, I was reading this like it was fucking Necropotence. It's just like, alright, there's, like, fucking 5 layers of downside. What are we getting? But instead of, pay a life, draw a card, do this until the end of fucking time, It's creatures without flying do not untap during their controller's untap phase. Yeah. Hell yeah. What an effect. So 2 mana creatures with flying do not untap during their controller's untap phase is actually pretty good. Especially in green, especially in a limited if you're against blue because they have a fuckload of flyers. So, like, I would maybe play this in limited, but, like, do not ever, like, cumulative upkeep cost this. Like, maybe once, twice you're paying 4 mana, so you would have paid 6 mana for this effect over the course of 2 turns. Preventing their creatures from untapping can certainly be powerful. This is really funny. This card is, again, it's not bad, right? Like, the effect is pretty okay. 2 mana for it, whatever, right? Like, you play this near the end of a game, you fuck them over for 1 turn, swing in and win, right? You can there is places where this card can help you win a game. But it is, what a fucking read. This card is, this card tricks you, right? Because this card is like, this is such a good effect, you're going to want to keep this around forever, but really you should be playing this like an instant. Like, yeah, you get maybe 1 or 2 upkeeps out of it, sure, fine, whatever. But realistically, you should not be putting this down as like, okay, this is what the game is going to be, and I'm going to keep this going. It should be, I'm going to play this when it is super going to fuck you the most. And that's what it's going to be. So the card reads really bad, because it reads with like a bunch of downsides, and then it's like, oh yeah, but you can do this one thing. And the one thing you can do is actually not that good, but it's not like... Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just talking in circles here now. But the point is this is kind of okay in limited. You could definitely... I would not willingly put this in my deck. But if you get stuck with something like this, there are situations where it might be somewhat useful. But it's fucking funny. It's such a wild card to read. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox. The art is fantastic. Really goes great. Really, yeah, that's a blizzard. That's looking at a dead person. Very cool. Very cool stuff. In serious note, the art is well done. This is unsettling and pretty cool. Well illustrated. Alright, next we have Brown Oof. Yeah. Brown Oof is a common. It is a 1/1 creature that costs 1 mana. You can pay 1 and a green and tap it to counter target artifact ability requiring an activation cost. Play this ability as an interrupt. Brown Oof is interesting. It's not particularly strong. The effect is certainly powerful in the right situations, but it is niche. Anyway, Brown Oofy is whatever, right? Like, it's an interesting idea. I really like this card because it's interesting to think about and fun. Power level is, it's whatever, right? Like, this can certainly do stuff, but I guess I don't really have too much to say about Brown Oof. It's just kind of interesting as a card. Brown Oof was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and the art's awesome. Really cool job. That's an oof. I don't know. I don't have too much to say about the art, so we'll just move right along. To Chubtoad. Yeah. Good old Chubtoad. Chubtoad is a common. It's 2 and a green for a 1/1. And Chubtoad gets +2/+2 until end of turn when blocking or blocked. Chubtoad at the door. Run away quick or you'll run no more. Traditional children's rhyme. And normally I don't talk about the art right away. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin too, but there's a human hand just hanging out like that. That is a very large frog. This is kind of interesting because it is a 3/3 for 3 during when it is getting blocked or when it is blocking. Otherwise, when it just hits in, it just does 1. This is cool. This is just a common, just a little chump guy. It's interesting. 3 mana for this is like not the worst rate, especially at the time. Like getting a 3/3 during when it's blocked or attacked is actually pretty fucking solid, and the price is not high for that. This certainly isn't a good card, but I would play this in limited. It's pretty funny. Yeah, Chubtoad. It's better than a lot of the stuff we talked about. It's just kind of funny. Then we have Direwolves. Yeah, Direwolves. This is a common. Direwolves is a 2/2 that costs 2 and a green mana, and it gains banding if you control any planes. Hell yeah. Yeah, direwolves, whatever. You know, probably kind of inspired by Timberwolves. And beyond that, it is a gray ogre that has some benefit if you happen to be in white also, which is a color that synergizes pretty good with green, even at the time. Yeah, this is fine, right? It's okay for limited. Kind of interesting. I will say I do kind of like this. Kind of fun to think about, and it softly suggests how to build a deck, which is kind of neat, kind of interesting. Overall, I think this is pretty cool. It's not great, like it's a bad card, obviously, but it is kind of interesting. I could see having fun with this. Anyway, let's just continue on. There's not too much else to say. Oh, I didn't talk about this art. This was illustrated by Ron Spencer. Direwolves, super fucking cool. You'd see this on, like, the side of a van, maybe, you know? Or on a shirt in, like, in a desert town gas station. Very cool. I like it. Alright, then we have Earthlore. Earthlore is another common. It is an enchant land, and it costs a single green mana. When Earthlore comes into play, choose target land you control. Pay 0 and tap land Earthlore enchants to give target blocking creature +1/+2 until end of turn. This is kind of Pendelhaven, but 2 cards, right? Like if you put Earthlore on a forest, you're kind of making a budget Pendelhaven. You could put it on a creature that is more than a 1/1. I think that's the restriction on Pendelhaven. It's got to be a 1/1. It's cool because it's green, it's an enchantment, and if you're playing a wider card pool and you have a Vyduran Enchantress, you can draw a card when you play this. That's pretty cool. This was illustrated by Drew Tucker, and this one's okay. Yeah, I think I would say okay. I do like looking at this, but I also don't like feel any sort of like, whoa, man, hell yeah. This one is just kind of okay. There is some interesting and whack details. Like, is that like a person or is that a doll? What is that tied to the tree up in the middle? The one from on the right side? Like, I don't know. That's kind of interesting, I guess. And then there's the shadow person back there. There's some cool and interesting things in the art. I definitely kind of like it. It's fine. Not super iconic or exciting, but not unpleasant to look at. Alright, next is Elder Druid. Elder Druid is a rare. It is a 2/2 that costs 3 and a green mana. You can pay 3 and a green, and you can tap Elder Druid. Tap or untap target artifact, creature, or land. Oh, hey, it's just Icy Manipulator. Except it's a creature, and the activation is more expensive. They printed Icy Manipulator in this, didn't they? Interesting card, though, I suppose. This card is, like, from a design standpoint, really good, because this is, like, when they talk about their design goals and stuff like that, and wanting to, like, slow the game down and make combat matter and make, like, the decisions more tactical, stuff like Elder Druid does a good job of that. If you manage to make that environment, this is an interesting piece in that environment, for sure. Super cool. It's not powerful, per se. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's flavorful. I think it's interesting. I think green caring about lands, artifacts, and creatures makes sense, right? And this is also a nice way to, like, deal with green not having much access to destroying creatures because it's green and they don't like to do that. Tapping creatures is an interesting way to do that. Illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson. The art is really fantastic. Richard Kane did a fantastic job on this one. Super cool, super iconic looking, great art. Love it. Anyway, let's move on. Alright, Essence Filter. Essence Filter is a common. It costs 1 and 2 green. Destroy all enchantments or destroy all non-white enchantments. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. I forgot about this card. This one's neat. So if you're playing a shitload of white enchantments, you can blow up all the other enchantments. Very cool. This is interesting because it provides tension, because this card will blow up your green ones, and it costs double green, so you want to be pretty heavy in green, but you only want to have white enchantments. This is kind of a cool deck building puzzle. Pretty good card in Limited. Pretty interesting card from, like, a new player perspective. Overall, just an awesome card. And even, like, for an experienced player, stuff like this is still fun. I really like this. It was illustrated by Rick Emond, and the art is also pretty fucking sweet. It's nice to look at. I like the, I think this one's watercolor, but I don't know. I'm not like an artist or anything. Art's good. Card itself is amazing. Cool to see it at common. Great card. Well, great card from that perspective. It's not all that strong. All right, Fanatical Fever. Fervor? No, Fever. Fanatical Fever. I always thought this card was Fanatical Fervor. Huh. Whoops. Okay, Fanatical Fever. You learn something new every day. This is an uncommon. It costs 2 and 2 green. It's an instant. Target creature gains trample and gets +3/+0 until end of turn. Yeah. Berserk from Alpha was just way too fucking good. People figured that shit out immediately, and suddenly you were getting turn 5, 3 giant growths, unstable mutation, and a Berserk. Or 2 holy strengths and a giant growth and a Berserk. Or some... that was what the game was for a little bit. People are like, I have figured out how to double power, and that's pretty good, and so is Trample. Yeah, Berserk was probably one of the first, like, oh no, this is a problem cards. Even in a set with, like, Black Lotus and Demonic Tutor and stuff like that. But it does make sense. Like, Berserk is so much more in your face about what it does, and it's so much more obvious how it helps you win a game because you play it and then the game's over. So, like, one thing with, like, value cards like Necropotence and Library of Alexandria was a big example of this back in the day. Like, if you, like, people would play against it and then not understand that that card is why they lost. Because that card never hits you, it never rips cards out of your hand. All it does is give the opponent a little benefit. And if you're, you know, still playing with your fucking crawl worms and stuff, sometimes it's really hard to realize, oh, I lost this game because Jackass over there saw 7 more fucking cards than I did in the 7 turns it took us to do this game. And it's just really hard to, like, understand that kind of stuff. So, like, and even cards like Demonic Tutor, which are like, well, obviously that's good. It's a little less obvious. Berserk, it's really hard not to read that card, play one game with it, and be like, holy shit, this card's great. So I'm assuming this was made in, as a fixed Berserk. At least that's what it looks like to me. It gives you trample, gives you +3. No longer, we're not doubling it. And then just to be extra safe, they added 3 to the fucking mana cost. As it stands, +3 and trample for 4 mana is pretty okay in limited specifically. In this card pool, yeah, sure, this is okay. This is something fine you could be doing. There are some creatures that would love to be fervored for a bit. And the plus thing is it doesn't even blow up your creature, right? So, like, you don't have to use it. Like, Berserk is kind of like, you can use Berserk specifically early game on their creature to, like, blows up something super valuable as, like, a niche use case of the card. Or you can, like, hit them in the fucking dome for 10 million. And those are kind of, like, the 2 options you really have. If you have the 4 mana and they're nowhere near dying, you can still just be like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna get the fever. Yeah. Interesting. This card is overcosted. It's not all that good, but it's not that... Yeah, it kind of is that overcosted. The trample is nice. It's pretty good. At least in limited. It was illustrated by Julie Barrow. The art is very funny to me. I'm not a super big fan of it, actually, but it's hilarious. This card is just fixed Berserk, but, like, we really fixed it. We fixed it so good it's not getting back up. It's alright. In limited. Nowhere else is this card worth playing. But it's kind of interesting, I guess. Alright, next we have Folk of the Pines. This is a common. It is a 2/5 Holy Cowsers. Creature that costs 4 and a green for a total of 5 mana. And you can pay 1 and a green, and it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Oh wow, that's not where I was expecting this to go. So you could probably guess, because I don't remember that this card exists, that it's probably not all that great, and I have not played around with it much myself. Those things are true. It's a 2/5 for 5 mana, and you can pump it. Yeah, whatever. I guess I don't really have much to say about this one. It does feel a little weird as a green card. I don't really care about that kind of stuff. I guess we'll talk about the interesting stuff about this card. This has two illustrators. This was illustrated by Nene Thomas and Catherine Buck, which is super cool. There are a couple of cards in early Magic that have two authors. The only one I can think of off the top of my head is the Mishra's Factory. The various versions of that were illustrated by Phil and Kaya Folio, which is really cute. This is also really cool. It's kind of interesting to see two people contributing on an art piece. The art piece is fantastic. Like, the art on this is really fucking good, which is also kind of interesting because the card sucks. But yeah, I think the art's phenomenal. Really interesting. All right, Forbidden Lore. Hell yeah. This is a rare. It's an enchant land, and it costs 2 and a green. When Forbidden Lore comes into play, choose target land. Okay, so they're just saying this attaches to a land. It's a weird formatting they used in this specific time. Anyway, you can tap the land that Forbidden Lore enchants to give target creature +2/+1 until end of turn. Oh, interesting. It's reverse Pendelhaven. It's the opposite of nature's lore. It's Forbidden Lore. Ah, okay. I'm following. I'm getting the story. I'm connecting the dots. The patterns, they are there. I see them. This kind of effect, let's actually talk about this for a bit, because I haven't really talked about these tap to add power and toughness to a creature. But in like actual combat, these are really interesting, because how it shakes out is that you swing in with your attackers, and then your opponent chooses blockers, and then you can activate this by tapping the land before damage happens. The point is this kind of thing is pretty interesting and does add dynamic gameplay. I like this card. I really like this card, especially with their stated design goals. I think this is the kind of thing that they needed to focus on. I don't know that it needed to be 3 mana, though. I think I would have made it 2. But, oh, it's a rare, too. It's a rare. I forgot it was a rare. Okay, sure, fine, I guess. Whatever. If you don't want this to be powerful and not showing up all the time, that's fine, I guess. I really would have made it 2 mana. Very cool, though. Illustrated by Christopher Rush. Really like the art. Super fun. Super fancy. It's a nice card. Nice card to look at. And it honestly does not play too bad in Limited. This would be not a bad card to get. It's obviously nowhere near the best rare you could grab. But you could do much worse for sure. Alright. And then we have Forgotten Lore. Didn't we just do this? No, that was Forbidden Lore and Nature's Lore. Alright, these naming conventions got me messed up. But anyway, here we are with Forgotten Lore. Forgotten Lore costs green. It's an uncommon. Target opponent chooses target card in your graveyard. You may pay green to have that opponent choose a new target that he or she has not already chosen. Put the last target card into your hand. Oh, yeah. Forgotten Lore. Kind of an interesting card. Arguably powerful, arguably strong. Regrowth is a very powerful card. It's less powerful these days. People are a little cooler on it than maybe they should be. I don't know, like, depends. But at the time, Regrowth, very powerful. You can do some pretty interesting things with Regrowth. Forgotten Lore is a cheaper Regrowth exactly when you have 1 card in your graveyard. Or 2 cards that do the exact same thing. And then it's way worse. The more cards in your graveyard, the way worse this card gets. So this card is not technically good. You don't really see this too often, obviously. It's cheaper than shit they printed at once. This is almost good. Let's say that. This is almost good. So in Limited, I actually kind of like this Forgotten Lore, and I do like this design because, like, in the world where Regrowth is too good, this is kind of an interesting way to, like, not soil it, because there are some instances where this is better than Regrowth, right? Like, or at least it feels like there's less of them than you would think, probably, but this kind of, like, tantalizes you to be like, oh, maybe you play this over Regrowth. Then you try it for a while and you're like, yeah, I'm going back to Regrowth. But I think it's kind of neat, and I do think this is an interesting design in a way to, like, try to fix a card. I don't know that Regrowth was ever the problem, but, you know. Yeah, interesting card. It is not good. illustrated by Harold McNeil, and the art on this one is okay. Yeah, actually, I kind of like it. The book is nice. And still not a huge fan of his style, but this one's not terrible. Foxfire. Foxfire is a common. It's an instant. It costs 2 and a green mana. Untap target attacking creature. That creature neither receives nor deals damage in combat this turn. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. That's actually pretty cool. 3 mana is too much for this effect. If this was 2, this would be probably bomb-ass diggity. At 3, it's okay in limited, specifically. Like, it's a common, you'll see copies of this. If you're in green and there's not a better card to grab, these are definitely worth playing against most decks. A lot of this is going to be creature combat, and it's going to be fucking slow creature combat, so you might as well contribute to that and dig on into the Ice Age. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a fog. Fog effects are cool, interesting, kind of good for the game. I never fucking play them. Even when they're, like, good. Well, I'll play them when they're good, but I'm not a big fog person myself. But I do think they're kind of interesting for the game. I've looked at this art a lot, and I've always been like, wow, crazy. This is the first time I'm realizing it, but what would you call it? Pixelization? What's the censoring where it just, like, is pixels? I never realized that the art style here is just like pixelization. I thought it was just a nonsensical pattern, but where the beams from the moon go, like, you can see the colors she used just being... Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, but I never noticed that about that before. I just thought it was just a pattern. That's kind of neat. This art is really fucking interesting because there's very little like it. Most magic art doesn't have like patterns or anything like that. I do not know what to make of this art. I like it. It's interesting. I don't know what it has to do with what's going on, but it's such a weird art. You don't see art like this in Magic, and that's kind of cool. It's kind of interesting. It's definitely worth looking at. And like even to like I've looked at this art a lot. Like not really like intensely like I'm going to analyze it. Just like every time like I swipe past this card, I have to be like, wait, what's going on there? But the art is really interesting. Yeah. It was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keane. Really interesting, weird, fancy art. I have no idea what the story is between the art and the card though, but that's kind of half the fun. Anyway, yeah. Interesting art. It's just a fog that draws you a card for 3 mana, which is not the worst thing in the world, but it's certainly not the best. It's a common. It's fine enough. Let's skedaddle on. Alright, next we have Freyalise Supplicant. Freyalise Supplicant is an uncommon. It's a 1/1 creature that costs 1 and a green. And you can tap Freyalise Supplicant and sacrifice a red or white creature to have Freyalise Supplicant deal an amount of damage equal to half that creature's power, rounded down to target creature or player. Holy shit, this card is good. Fuck yeah. Alright, so you tap and sack a red or a white creature and then burn them for half their power, rounded down. Okay, so it's not that good, but it's fun and exciting at least. Hell yeah, what a card. Very cool. This kind of card really like aligns with their stated design goals, right? Because like we want the color pie to matter, right? That's something they said. That's like they want enemy colors and ally colors. So this is a green card that you can sacrifice a card from one of your allies to deal damage, which is an effect that green doesn't normally have, but red certainly does. And at the time, white has a little bit of it too. Not necessarily like I'm gonna fucking burn you per se, but there is a little bit of, most of it is like deal damage to attacking creature or blocking creature or whatever, right? But the point is that this is a card in green being supported by its 2 allies that wouldn't normally make sense as a green card, but I think does in this instance. So I think this is fantastic, right? Also, it's an interesting idea, right? It's not particularly strong. Sacking a creature to deal half the power, it's not great. The card not being all that playable aside, I think this is really interesting design space. I think this is a fun idea. I think this is another card that like gets you thinking, gets you thinking about combining different colors, and that makes you, right? And it also gets you thinking about the color pie in a way where it's like, okay, I'm going to play a green deck, and red and white seem like they would be helpful to have, which they could be. This was illustrated by Liz Danforth and Douglas Schuler. That's interesting. Maybe that was just a theme. They got artists to work together. I don't know. Liz Danforth and Douglas Schuler together does make a lot of sense, though, because their styles do seem to kind of like intersect, I guess is how I would say it. It's very cool to see them both together on a piece, and the piece fucking banger. They really brought out the best of each other. Super cool. But yeah, I really like this card. I think it's fun, interesting. Love the art on it and the artists. Overall, very cool. All right, then we have Freyalise Charm. Freyalise Charm is an uncommon. It costs 2 green mana. It is an enchantment. You can pay 2 green mana whenever an opponent successfully casts a black spell, draw a card. Use this ability only once each time a black spell is cast. Pay 2 green mana, return Freyalise Charm to owner's hand. Mostly already talked about this card when we talked about the black version, but these 2 cards are based off the cycle from Alpha. It's Death Grip and Life Lace, which is pay 2 of your color to counter a spell of the other color. This at least doesn't stop the other person from playing the game. It's just, I kind of like this because the idea of it is okay, I'm going to take advantage of you playing this color. I'm going to draw a shitload of cards off of it at a relatively fair rate, right? Like, this is no Ancestral Recall or anything like that, but it's better than Gemende Tome, assuming that they're playing black spells. So that's kind of neat. Then you can pay to prevent it from being blown up, I guess. Whatever. I don't think you should be doing that on color hate specifically, but whatever. This card doesn't actually prevent the other player from playing the game, so who gives a shit, honestly. These cards are bad for that specific reason, because they're tied to color hate specifically, and then all they do is act as a value engine, which is like, you either want that or you don't, and if you do want it, you want it regardless of what your opponent's playing. Their deck doesn't change how much you want a value engine in most situations. So, pretty funny to think about, but oh well. Anyway, that's Freyalise's Charm, illustrated by Margaret Organ Keane, and these are some creepy fucking children. I'm just gonna say that. This art brings me a weird sense of joy because I find it hilarious in a way that I do not think she intended, but maybe she did. I don't know. But anyways, let's move on. Alright, next we have Freyalise Winds. Freyalise Winds is a rare. It is an enchantment that costs 2 and 2 green mana. Whenever a permanent becomes tapped, put a wind counter on it. Permanents with any wind counters on them do not untap during their controller's untap phase. Instead, remove all wind counters from those permanents. Alright, so what we have here is a fairly decent, fairly costed stacks piece. Basically what it's saying is whenever you tap a permanent, they do not untap during the next untap. This is actually really interesting. So I would not be surprised to find out that this would be a frustrating card for a lot of players. A lot of players would not like playing against this. I can understand that. I like the whole stacks thing, and I think this is really interesting because it's not a hard stacks. It doesn't just, like, stuff that you just, like, cheat 2 things out, and then they're like, okay, guess you're fucked for the rest of the game. That's kind of uninteresting. Like, you know, like, fucking Mishra's Workshop turn 1 Trinisphere is a bit much. But something like this, it's not stopping you from playing, it's just slowing you down. Which is really interesting from a gameplay standpoint for a few reasons. One, a lot of people struggle with tempo in games. The fix a lot of people have to this is just to play one deck and to, like, learn the meta and to, like, figure out and learn as best they can the tempo requirements and effects of that deck. So something like this would really trip up players like that specifically, because if they've never considered, you know, my shit doesn't untap half the time, then it's gonna really fuck with their, like, game plan, and they are more susceptible to making mistakes. So that's kind of the appeal of a card like this. And if you're playing it, you likely, even if you also suck with like tempo and stuff like that, you've likely considered the implications of having this card in your deck. So, you know, any card that you are playing, you are more likely to be more familiar with. Obviously not always the case, but because of that and because of how this card interacts, I actually think this is super fucking interesting. I also really appreciate that they did not put cumulative upkeep on this. I don't understand why they didn't put cumulative upkeep on this. Well, I guess the reason is because they also really like this and they wanted this effect to stick around. Like, again, you can argue whether you like stacks pieces or not. As far as stacks pieces go, this still lets the other person play the game to some degree, so I like this one. I think this is really, really cool. So anyway, for me personally, it's stuff like this that has made this set feel more cold in a positive way. Well, positive might be the wrong word there, but in a way that is immersive. And I really appreciate that. Stuff like this is super cool. Love it. This one was illustrated by Mark Teeden. Fantastic work. Big fan of Teeden stuff. This one is just whatever, right? Like, there's nothing in it. It's just blank snow and stuff like that. There's a lot of details for it being an image that is, like, effectively nothing in it. And I don't mean that negatively. I'm not trying, like, there's no characters, there's no story. It's just looking at some ice and some wind. Perfectly great for the card. Awesome art. Not really anything to, like, point out or go, hey, that's really fucking cool. But it's nice to look at. Yeah, I like this card. Super cool rare. All right, then we have Fyndhorn Brownie. Fyndhorn Brownie. It's now an oof. It was a brownie. Didn't really matter at the time. Kind of interesting now. This is a common. It is a 1/1 that costs 2 and a green, and you can pay 2 and a green and tap Fyndhorn Brownie to untap target creature. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. 3 mana to do that, not really worth it. Yeah, as far as a common goes, this is fine. This is kind of interesting. It does follow the design goals of, like, trying to make combat more interesting, and this is definitely a way to do it. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and the art's really cool. Very Winter Wonderland thing, you know, they got that going on. Very funny looking guy, kind of a humorous card. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I like looking at it, but let's move on. All right, Fyndhorn Elder is a 1/1. It is an elf creature, obviously. You can pay 2 and a green to summon this, and you can pay you can tap to add 2 green mana to your mana pool. So this is Llanowar Elves, or rather Fyndhorn Elves, which I'm assuming we'll talk about soon. This is really cool, and this is very interesting. Alpha gave you 3 goblins and some goblin support, and it gave you 2 merfolk and some merfolk support, and I think 2 zombies and some zombie support. It would eventually be 3, but Scavenging Ghoul was a ghoul at the time and wasn't affected by Zombie Master, I believe. Anyway, point is it gave you this sense of, like, tribal gameplay and stuff, but not really enough support to, like, really do much with it. It was kind of enough support because there was no rule of 4 at the time, right? So you could build a deck that was just, like, Goblin Lords and Goblins, Goblin Raiders, and that could be your deck. So there was enough support because you just needed 1 piece, and everyone got at least 1 piece, except for elves. Elves didn't get anything for quite a while, actually, even after this, where it was like, this cares about being an elf. All elves really had is that it was, you know, mana abilities or stuff like that. And this doesn't solve we don't have anything that specifically calls out elves, but it does help the tribe be, you know, you're going to play more elves if you're playing this, right? I also think it's a pretty cool expression of flavor. If not every tribe specifically has to call out the tribe, right? Like, if you can get a tribe where you just naturally want to play all the cards together because they all do a similar thing, I think that's also really cool. And I think that's really great minding space. And if elves always stayed that, which to some degree they did. They do have some stuff that calls out elves, but most of it's stuff like tap and add a mana for every elf you have, or something like that, which is different and kind of stays with the same thing. So I think that's really cool that elves kind of diverged and went into a different direction than a lot of the other tribes of, you still play and care about having a lot of these, but it's really not because they're elves, it's because of what they do. I think that's kind of cool. Fyndhorn Elder is interesting from that perspective. Like I said, not really a good card per se. It's definitely not a bad card. It would be pretty solid in limited. Too slow for like real formats, but whatever. Something you could easily run in a commander deck. It would definitely not be the most optimal card, but it's like your 20th best elf. It's probably okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't really have anything else to say about it. It's an uncommon. You wouldn't see too many of these, but I would definitely, like, if I was in green and for a limited, I would 100% grab this. This thing is pretty sweet. It was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and he did a fantastic job on this. Super awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much to say about the art, but I like it. I think it's good. I really appreciate Christopher Rush's work. Oh, hey, it's Fyndhorn Elves. Yeah. Just literally Llanowar Elves. I like this. It's really nice that it exists for Commander specifically. But also, it's cool if you're more of a Vorthos player, because it gives you, if you want to do green, but it's winter for your theme, for whatever reason, right? Like, there's no wrong way to play this fucking game, so, like, however you want to do it is fine. And just having, like, these elves, but there's snow, that's kind of cool, too. If you want fucking 8 elves in your tournament list, also pretty cool. Or even 5, right? Whatever. Yeah, Fyndhorn Elves is interesting. Fyndhorn Elves is pretty cool. Not the last time they would do this specifically with Llanowar Elves, despite that they have no issue reprinting Llanowar Elves, but they also made Elvish Mystic, which, again, is pretty much the same exact card, just different names. Having a mana dork where there is multiple versions of the same card, totally fine with. This is another one that's so, like, nutsy boltsy and kind of, like, just really fun, and, like, it's really hard to imagine Magic without, like, some level of this going on. At least for me. Making the same mana dork and then making a couple that are exactly the same but with a different name. I actually think doing that a little bit actually kind of helps the experience. I think going too far with it is not something you want to be doing, but I don't think they did that. And I think even at the time, Fyndhorn Elves is fine and pretty interesting. I like this card. I think this card's interesting. I think this card is cool. Part of that is my bias, other than, like, Necropotence and some of the really famous ones. This is one of the, like, Ice Age cards that I would see a lot, because I've played this card quite a few times in certain commander decks, right? So I have a fondness for this card outside of this set, and that might be preventing me from being all super mad that it's just an alpha card. I don't know. It's hard, because I don't have a problem with, like, them redoing cards and stuff like that. I think my main issue with this is just that they're like, yeah, we wanted to, like, slow the game down and we wanted to fix it, right? That's kind of the impression, and then it's just like, okay, they're the same cards but less interesting and not as good. And, like, sure, you did, like, fix some problems, but those problems were fixed by the alpha cards just not being printed again. You didn't really do anything that you said you wanted to. In my opinion. That might be harsh, and again, I'm probably missing some context here, but that's just, I guess, my kind of feeling on all of this. And it sours up a few cards, but it's not souring Fyndhorn Elves. I'm very happy this card exists. So they get a pass on Fyndhorn Elves. Fyndhorn Elves is a common, which, hell yeah. But again, it's just a replacement for Llanowar Elves, so it would make sense as a common. Anyway, Fyndhorn Elves was illustrated by Justin Hampton, and I like this work a lot. I've been pretty critical, well, not too critical, I suppose, but he's definitely one of my lesser favorite of the Magic artists, but I do like this one a lot. Very cool art, very interesting, kind of funny. Alright, Fyndhorn Pollen. This is a rare. It's an enchantment. It costs 2 and a green. Oh, look, it has a cumulative upkeep of 1. All creatures get -1/-0. 1 and green. All creatures get -1/-0 until end of turn. Oh, cool. So it's useless. This is awful. Like, if you don't want green creatures to, or if you don't want green cards to kill creatures, I get that. I understand that. What the fuck is this card? This card is bad. Just lowering the power so that they can't kill you, but you can't remove their things, means that all this does is, like, halt the game, but, like, in the worst way. So, like, if you play this, you're just wasting all your resources, not making any, like, improvements to the game state, right? Like, you're not building up your board. If you're keeping this going, eventually that's going to add up. You're going to be able to do this less and less, And at the end of it, all you will have done is slowed the game down and allowed you to draw more cards, but you spent all your mana, like, keeping this going, which was doing literally nothing. This is a bad card. It's not fun to play with. It's not really fun to play against. All it really does is make you sit there and watch your opponent slowly lose the game. They could have lost a lot faster. I don't know. I guess you know what they say. Every card is somebody's favorite card, but this one just feels really shit. I do really like the art, though. It was illustrated by Phil Foglio, one of my favorite artists in early Magic, or of all time, actually. At least as far as Magic artists go. And awesome. Love it. Not one of his best works, but it is one of his more serious works, and it's nice to see that kind of thing happen once in a while. I prefer his goofiness. That's what I appreciate about it, but it is nice to see, oh, I'm going to do something a little more serious now. It's very cool. I like that kind of stuff. But yeah, Fyndhorn Pollen. It's a rare. Probably one of the more bad rares to open. Do your best not to play this card. Hell yeah. Giant Growth. Giant Growth is a common. It's an instant. We all know it. We all love it. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn for the low cost of 1 green mana. Probably one of the most perfectly designed Magic cards of all time. It doesn't have, like, the pizzazz of Lightning Bolt, Dark Ritual, or Ancestral Recall, but it's cool. It's interesting. It enhances creature combat, which is one of the cooler parts of the, like, mechanics of Magic. Really liking creature combat and things that make that more appealing. Awesome. Great designs. But this card's fantastic. I love it. Great. Had no problems seeing it here. It's been said before, but it is a little weird to have a Dragonfly on the Ice Age specific set, but the art is very nice. This was done by Alan Williams. Super great. Super cool art. Fantastic card. Well designed. I got nothing else to say about it. I guess super awesome in Limited. This Giant Growth is a fucking banger in Limited. But yeah, that's Giant Growth. Great card. We'll move on. Okay. Next we have Gorilla Pack. Gorilla Pack is a common. It is a 3/3 creature that costs 2 and a green, which is kind of above rate. That's actually pretty good. Gorilla Pack cannot attack if defending player controls no forest. Bury Gorilla Pack if you control no forests. Holy shit, it's Forest Home. Okay, that's why it's a 3/3 for 3, because it has Forest Home. Forest Home is an obsolete term. It existed for, I think, like, a core set and, like, some things around it. Like, it was not very long. It might be 2 core sets, but it was not very long that Island Home was a keyword. Or land home, I guess. All cards that have a land home keyword on them are island home, because I think it's like, if you look it up, it's like 96% of all cards with that subset of keywords or subset of mechanics, like 98% of them are island, just because that's where the story makes the most sense. This is fucking funny. And if your opponent is playing forests, this is pretty good. This is not Forest Walk, though, so keep that in mind. This can be blocked even if they have a forest, so, like, don't get too cocky with this. There's a lot of setup for a lot of hoping for a 3/3 for 3, which, to be fair, way above rate at the time. Crazy. Put it in your sideboard, and if the other person is in enough green that you'll see a forest, fucking go ahead and toss her in, but otherwise, it's not really worth playing this card ever. It was illustrated by Anthony S. Waters, and it did great. Fantastic art. Like this one a lot. But yeah, let's move on. To Hot Springs. Yeah, Hot Springs is a rare. Ooh. It's an enchant land, costs 1 and a green. When Hot Springs comes into play, choose target land you control. And then you can tap the land that Hot Springs enchants to prevent 1 damage to any creature or player. Hell yeah, you could turn your land into Oasis, kinda. Very funny. It's alright. I guess preventing 1 damage can be pretty decent, actually, in specific situations, and it is a fun and interesting way to make combat more interesting and have more things to consider. Because I think that's really what they were wanting to do, to have more abilities that actually interacted with the combat phase or things that would go around during the combat phase. And preventing 1 damage, it makes blocking more interesting, and there's more things to consider. Yeah, cool, interesting. This is 2 mana for this is really bad. You wouldn't actually play this anywhere. But for the design goals and what they're attempting to do, I like this. I think it's pretty cool. It was illustrated by Nicola Leonard, and the art's really nice. It's a very nice piece of art to look at. Just kind of a landscape piece, right? There's not really anything going on, just looking at a hot spring. But it's beautiful and well done. All right, next we have Hurricane. Hurricane is an uncommon. It's originally from Alpha, but it's here too. It is a sorcery. It costs X and a green, and Hurricane deals X damage to each creature with flying and each player. It makes sense for them to put this in here. They seem to be pretty annoyed with flying. Cool card, interesting card. I like this card a lot. It's green burn, which is kind of funny. People that are newer to the game look at this and are like, holy shit, green burn? They don't do green burn very often, but it's really funny when they do. Anyway, this version of Hurricane was illustrated by Cornelius Broody, and amazing. I love this art so much. The water is really well done. There's just such a depth and complexity to it. The ship is really cool. You got the spray of the ocean mist. The sky is beautiful. This is just a fantastic piece. I really like it. Holy shit, it's Fungusaur. Just kidding. This is Jotl Worm. Jotl Worm is an uncommon. It is a 6/6 for 5 and a green. Not bad, not bad. For each blocking creature assigned to Jotl Worm beyond the first, Jotl Worm gets -2, -1 until end of turn. There's the downside. This is really funny because it's like reverse Rampage. From a top-down design, this is actually really cool. It's just a big, slow, but very strong, terrifying creature. Maybe not even that slow. But the story is that you have to surround it and deal with it as a group, and it gets a lot easier to do that. You could say that about anything, so how flavorful or whatever, I don't know, sure, but the story is there. It's pretty cool. If you're swinging into an empty board, this thing fucking rocks. But if they got 2 creatures, it's maybe it's okay, maybe not. Fine and limited. If you can get your hands on, if you can draft every scrap of removal you get your hands on, you can do a kind of control and use this as your beater. And in that situation, pretty okay. Let's talk about the art, because the art is hilarious. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin. I really like the art. I think it's good. He wholesale ripped Fungusaur, who was also illustrated by Daniel Gellin. Look at these 2 cards next to each other. It's the same dude in both cards. And it's so funny. But yeah, that's Jotl Worm. Interesting card. Not good by any means, but it certainly can win you limited games maybe sometimes, if you're lucky. Okay, so we have Juniper Order Druid. Juniper Order Druid is a common. It is a 1/1 that costs 2 and a green, and you can tap it to untap target land. Play this ability as an interrupt. Oh, it's Ley Druid. It's the exact same card as Ley Druid. All right, cool. Good card. It's okay in limited and stuff like that. It's fine. Get an extra mana. It effectively is a mana dork, tap to add a mana. This kind of thing gets really fucking good when you have lands that do really heinous shit or lands that make ass loads of mana. That's when stuff like this really gets unlocked. There's not much of that in this set. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about it. It's just Ley Druid. It's fine enough. It was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges. The art is really awesome. Super cool. Like it. The sky is very beautiful. I think that's my favorite part with the birds in the background, but it's a very cool art. Love it. Hell yeah. Lhurgoyf, the OG, the start of a dynasty. Lhurgoyf is a rare. Makes sense. It costs 2 and 2 green mana, and its power and toughness are star and 1+ star. Lhurgoyf has power equal to the total number of creatures in all graveyards, and the toughness equal to 1 plus the total number of creatures in all graveyards. Anyway, Lhurgoyf is the first of the Lhurgoyfs. It's a whole group of cards. Obviously, the most popular one these days is probably Tarmogoyf. It's the best. Saw fuckloads of tournament and play. I think it still sees some. I think it's like can show up. It's definitely not as good as it used to be, but that card, it can be pretty efficient. This one can also be pretty efficient, especially when cards like Tarmogoyf do not exist. This becomes a lot better. This thing is sick. This also gives a lot of context to discarding your own shit, right? Anything that says discard a card to like do something. Well, now once you start double dipping on that value by then also getting a bigger Lhurgoyf, that stuff becomes a little bit more powerful. This is really cool. If you don't like graveyard strategies, you probably don't like stuff like this because it's the start of a slippery slope, but I mean, not even. The slope started in alpha. Who am I kidding? This is, yeah, it's just fucking cool. Lhurgoyf itself, awesome. Started a whole group of cards that are awesome, fun to play. Fantastic. Love it a lot. Illustrated by Pete Venters, classic, great artist, and this is fantastic, super cool, very unsettling, little messed up. Lhurgoyf, baby, very cool. All right, next we have Lure. Lure is an uncommon, costs 1, 2 green mana, and all creatures able to block target creature must do so. Lure does not prevent a creature from blocking more than one creature if blocker has that ability. If blocker is forced to block more creatures than it is allowed to, defender chooses which of these creatures to block, but must block as many creatures as allowed. Hell yeah, Lure. All creatures able to block enchanted creature do so. So, Lure is a cool card. I am a little cool on it compared to, like, I assume most of you, based on the comments in my videos, I would assume that the average viewer has a slightly higher opinion of Lure than I do. I do think this card is useful, and I do think it can see play and be really valuable. Usually what you do with Lure is do like Thicket Basilisk. You swing in, all of their creatures have to block it. They all block it. They all die. You probably lose the Basilisk, but like whatever, you don't care. And you swing in with your other stuff and win. Lure is really cool because part of the problem with the game is that it becomes unfavorable to attack and to blockers, and then the game slows down. Lure is one of the few cards that actually does anything about that. That isn't just, I'm going to win the game with a fireball or a combo. So Lure is very cool from that regard. But it is a good card. I don't like paying 3 mana for anything, right? And 3 mana for this is really hard. It is a cool card, though, and a good effect. And the art is phenomenal. This was illustrated by Phil Foglio. Love it. Very funny. Not really magic themed per se, right? I mean, obviously the goblin or whatever creature that particular thing happens to be with the skull fez. But the fishhook is a little bit stretching it. Still, it's funny. Very cool. I like the art. Brings me joy. Alright, next we have Maddening Wind. Maddening Wind is an uncommon. It's a enchant creature. Costs 2 and a green. It has cumulative upkeep green. Hell yeah. And during target creature's controller's upkeep, that's a mouthful, Maddening Wind deals 2 damage to that player. In limited, not something I'd be excited to play, but I might throw it down just to get like a couple damage in. 2 damage is like twice as much as 1, right? So that is worth considering. Like on turn 1, this is way better. Turn 2, this is still pretty much better because 2 turns of this and then you let it go, paying 4 mana. That's at 4 damage. So it's actually okay. I've walked myself around and it's okay-ish. I don't like it, but it's okay-ish. I still probably wouldn't play it. The art was done by Damon Willick, and this illustration is great. Fantastic. Super funny. Feels right in line with the flavor, right? Like the story, the flavor, all of it ties together really well. I am not going to call this above rate. I cannot call this above rate. I can't even call this at rate, but it is not as bad as it appears. It's still pretty bad, though. Alright, next we have Nature's Lore, a sorcery. It's an uncommon, costs 1 and a green. Search your library for any forest and put it directly into play. This does not count towards your 1 land per turn limit. Reshuffle your library afterwards. Nature's Lore is cool. This is really, really innovative for this card pool, I'm going to say. Because this is a great card. There's not a whole lot of stuff like this before this. And it's just at, like, the correct rate, in my opinion, on the first try. Point is Nature's Lore is great. I like it. I think it's a cool card. I think it's a fun card. It's fairly powerful. In this limited, it's fine. It's whatever. I would definitely play it if I had a copy of it. Anyway, Nature's Lore was illustrated by Rick Emond, and the art's really cool. I like it. Super cool, very interesting. What I think the story this is trying to tell is that this traveler or whatever is observing life as it is recorded by this spider web, which I don't know how you get more Nature's Lore than that. Very cool concept. Just because you can, like, look and see, like, oh, it ate that bug, and there it's like, and look, there's raindrops, or like whatever's going on with the web. You can kind of like make some assumptions about what's happened around it recently, right? That's a really cool concept. Super cool. This art is fantastic, but it's probably like the most big brain art I've ever seen. Like, how do you draw Nature's Lore? This is like awesome. Super cool. All right, then we have Pale Bears, which is a rare. Pale Bears is a 2/2 for 2 and a green mana, and it has Island Walk. Hell yeah. First off, the story on this card is super awesome. Love it. Pale Bears, great. I don't hate Island Walk. I think this is especially funny, and I especially like Island Walk on green because it's the enemy color, so it does feel like there would be some level of motivation to, like, stick it to them, you know? I like Pale Bears. Like, it's still good even if they, like, aren't in blue. It's not great, but it's a 2/2 for 3. Like, you could do a lot worse than that. Yeah, Pale Bears is fine. Kind of interesting. Really baffling as a rare, but whatever. Pale Bears was illustrated by Anthony S. Water, and love it. Great work. There's something about doing polar bears in art that's just so funny to me, because, like, everything's just white. I think this one's great. Fantastic. And obviously there are more colors in the painting than just white, but hyperbole. Anyway, awesome card. Weird that it's a fucking rare, but whatever. It's a cool card. Pygmy Allosaurus, hell yeah. Another rare, another 2/2 creature for 2 and a green, so we got ourselves another green gray ogre. This one has Swamp Walk. Also cool. They're clearly doing the enemy colors things here. I like that design space. I think that's cool. I don't understand why you made these rare, and I don't understand why an Allosaurus has advantage running through a swamp. The story on Pale Bears is definitely way better than Pygmy Allosaurus, but this card is equally satisfying mechanically and pretty interesting, and also dinosaurs are cool, so it's hard to knock it too much, because I do think this card is fucking sweet. This one was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and love Anson's work. Always a fan of seeing an Anson piece, and this one is pretty sick. It's so funny. It's so ridiculous, and I appreciate that. But let's move on. Alright, next we have Pike Knight. Pike Knight is a 1/1 common creature that costs 2 and a green, and you draw a card at the beginning of the upkeep of the turn after Pike Knight comes into play. This is interesting, definitely worth playing in limited, but it's not all that good. But it is at least fun and exciting. This at least is cool gameplay, right? Because you draw a card and you're like, oh, and there's a little bit of anticipation. Again, the tracking of this is pretty brutal, and if there's a lot going on, you'll forget, and then you get fucked out of a card. And there's an argument to say don't play these slow trips if you are, you know, predisposition to forgetting upkeep triggers. Like, if you miss every Mishra trigger you've ever had, maybe don't draft the slow trips. But yeah, this is interesting and not really derivative of alpha, so that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna knock this too hard. I like this. I would play this in limited. Illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr. The art's pretty cool. Definitely not one of my favorite Edward P. Beard Jr. pieces, but certainly not bad. It's very cool, and it's a good mix of greens and blues. I like it a lot. All right, next we have Regeneration. This is a common, it is an enchant creature, costs 1 and a green, and when regeneration comes into play, choose target creature. Again, this just means attached to that creature. And then you can pay a green to regenerate the creature that this card is attached to. Very cool. A card's just ripped straight from Alpha, but that's okay. It's also really good in Limited, specifically, especially with how rough removal is. And you can put this on a creature that is not designed around having regeneration, and then it becomes a real pain in the ass. Definitely better in Limited, where, you know, you have a limited card pool. Illustrated by Justin Hampton, and this one's okay. I don't particularly care about it that much. I think he did fantastic on the background specifically. The nature, the grass, the leaves, going from the detailed ivory leaves to the kind of fading out of and less detailed leaves of whatever tree that is behind it. Very cool. Very cool. All right, next we have Rime Dryad, I think. Anyway, Rime Dryad. This is a 1/2 creature. It's a common. Costs a single green mana. That's not bad. Snow-covered forest walk. Oh. It is snow-covered forest walk, so keep in mind that means that they have to have a snow forest, specifically. Meaning that outside of Ice Age or a, like, it's a snow cube, this does fucking nothing. But in the cases where it does nothing, they considered that and made it a 1/2. That's fucking sweet, actually. A 1/2 for 1, like, you know, it's not like, holy fuck, we're breaking the game now, boys. But it's definitely, you know, if you're gonna get a 1/1 that does fucking nothing 90% of the time, having it be a 1/2 is pretty big. That being said, I actually like this card. I think this card is pretty sweet in the environment that it was designed around. It's also just, what is it, Shenandoah Dryads from Alpha? There's a Dryad, there's a 1/1 Forest Walker in Alpha, so obviously this is taking inspiration from that, but they gave it snow covered. Very cool. This one at least serves the purpose of, this kind of effect is probably interesting in this environment, but snow covered forest walking, so this is like bad in most places all the time. Not really anything special to say about it, but it is kind of interesting. It was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and I love the art on this. I love the art on this a lot. I think it's well done. I think it's very, very, very cool. That is a frosty bitch. And the details are just amazing. I love it. Super fantastic. Really cool to look at. Alright, next up is Ritual of Subdual, which is a rare. It is an enchantment. It costs 4 and 2 green mana for a total of 6. That's kind of a lot. Cumulative upkeep of 2. Alright, that's rough. All mana-producing lands produce colorless mana instead of their normal mana. So this is really interesting. In some ways, this is more oppressive than, like, Blood Moon, but not in all cases, obviously. So let's just compare those two cards. So, for one, Ritual of Subdual costs a lot more mana. Too much mana to be, like, a really playable card. And 2, it hits all lands that produce mana, whereas Blood Moon hits all non-basics. This also doesn't shut off abilities, so that's an important note, right? So, like, if you drop this, they can still activate their Strip Mine. They can still activate their library. But your City of Brass is much worse. I guess it's also interesting to note this doesn't change the amount of mana. The obvious situation where this is better than Blood Moon is this hits basics. So, like, if your goal is to just completely screw them out of making colors, this is a little bit better than Blood Moon. That alone is probably not worth, you know, being twice as costly and having cumulative upkeep 2, which is pretty brutal. However, I like cumulative upkeep on these kind of things, right? Like, I like Blood Moon. I think it's a cool card. It would probably be a more fair and maybe slightly less hated card if it had some sort of, like, this goes away after a while. You would have to be playing something really weird to make this work, which I guess is pretty cool, right? Like, that part of the design is cool. But like I said, I like the design. I think I would have costed it less, and I don't hate the cumulative upkeep, but I probably would have done 1 or maybe specifically green. That would have been funny. It's a cool idea, though. I like it. This was illustrated by Justin Hampton, and I like this one. I don't have anything interesting to say about this art, but it's fine. Then we have Scaled Worm. Scaled Worm is a common. It is a 7/6, holy shit, that costs 7 and a green. Yeah, this is it's a vanilla. This is just Crawlworm +1. And it's fantastic. It's a great card. Love it. Very cool. The game needed more stuff like this. Okay, so this costs 2 more than Crawlworm, but it is slightly easier to cast because you only need 1 green. And it is 1 power bigger and 2 toughness bigger. So I guess it's not quite Crawlworm, but obviously very much inspired by it, with a couple changes. Interestingly enough, this trades with a Crawlworm. Not favorably, but it does. I like this card. The game needed more of this shit, man. I like this one. It was illustrated by Daniel Gellin. Love Gellin's work. Does a lot of great pieces. Yeah, I don't know. I really like looking at this one. This one's really fun. Cool card to play with. Alright, next we have Shambling Strider. It's a common. It's a 5/5, and it costs 4 and 2 green mana. For a green and a red, you have +1/-1 until end of turn. Ooh. Ooh, that's interesting. It's not good, but it's interesting. I also like this card's ability because this is a good time to bring up, like, innovation and reiterating on ideas. I've been pretty, like, all these cards are the same card through a lot of this. And to some degree, I feel that way, right? I may have been hamming some of it up just for the joke, maybe a little too much, maybe not enough. But there is a genuine kind of annoyance with this set, right? But then there's stuff like this, right? You could look at this and you could say, oh, yeah, same kind of thing, right? Like fire breathing, frozen shade, they do this thing all the time, right? But this is really cool. This is an interesting space, right? Because basically what it's saying is you can do this up to 4 times. And it leaves some avenues to break it. None of them I think are particularly strong, but it's interesting to think about. Overall, this is a pretty cool card. It does suck though, right? Like you wouldn't actually play this anywhere, but I like it. It's interesting. It's really cool to look at and think about. It wouldn't be bad in limited, 5/5 for 6, and like if the ability comes up, cool. If it doesn't, you're still pretty on rate for the time. At least you're fine until their Scaled Worm comes down, right? But yeah, whatever. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler. Interesting card, cool card. I really like this art. It's kind of feels not magic-y, which is not like in a bad way. It just Douglas Schuler does a lot of cards, and his art style doesn't change too much. This one feels interesting to me because I would not look at this and say it's a wild departure from his style, but I think the outcome is kind of different than what usually he does. I like it. I think it's really cool. All right, next we have Snowblind. And if you live anywhere where you have seen a large amount of snow or another large white surface and somewhere with the sun, Snowblind is not fun. Alright, but to the card itself. It's a rare, it's an enchant creature, and it costs 3 and a green. Target creature gets -*/-*. When that creature attacks, star is equal to the number of snow-covered lands defending player controls. At other times, star is equal to the number of snow-covered lands its controller controls. If this reduces the creature's toughness to less than 1, that creature's toughness is 1. Alright, so this one might seem like a unique design because it is covered in a bunch of nonsense. But this takes the mechanic from Gaia's Liege, where its power and toughness are equal to the number of forests that it controls, and then its power and toughness are equal to the number of forests the defending player controls when it is attacking. We kind of rip that mechanic wholesale, which is fine. That's a mechanic I kind of like and would like to see more of. And then they kind of just reverse the polarity of it by adding the minus. So instead of being benefited by the number of forests, it's now snow-covered lands. In Limited specifically, I still do not think this is good or worth fucking around with. I appreciate that it's kind of interesting. I do think that it is overly complicated in a way that is unappealing. So yeah, just overall kind of a bad and disappointing card, but it's interesting and they kind of tried, right? It is inspired by something, but this is also different enough that I would say, who cares? It's just kind of bad. It's interesting, though. I do think it's interesting. It was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and I like it. Big fan of Douglas's work. Snowblind. Yeah, it's like a dude can't see in the snow. All right. Stampede. Stampede is a rare. It is an instant that costs 1 and 2 green mana. Attacking creatures get +1/+0 and gain trample until end of turn. But yeah, I like the card. It synergizes well. As a green deck, you're probably going to have a bunch of creatures out, right? And giving them +1 and trample is pretty nice. This is great. It's another example of they wanted combat to matter, and putting stuff like this in is super cool. Putting this at rare, I think, is a little rough. Like, I think you want more access to this in the set. Obviously, they weren't really thinking of limited. So, I don't know. I think you would want to do this at uncommon. Maybe even common, but I think uncommon's the sweet spot for something like this. But this is really cool. I'm glad they put a card like this in here. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about Stampede. It's really cool. The flavor's amazing. I should mention that. Really interesting flavor. Anyway, Stampede was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges. Big fan of Jeff A. Menges. This is a great one. Very cool. Love the art. Not too much to say about it. I guess the face on this third one, the one furthest away from my picture here, is really funny. I think that face is hilarious. Actually, looking at them, they're all really funny. Yeah, I like this one. But let's move on. All right, Stunted Growth, another rare. Sorcery, this one costs 3 and 2 green mana. Target player chooses 3 cards from his or her hand and puts them on top of his or her library in any order. If that player does not have enough cards in hand, his or her entire hand is put on top of his or her library in any order. So it's like kind of Mind Twist, sorta, in green. Hell yeah. They're like, man, we love Mind Twist so much, but how do we fix Mind Twist? I know. I figured it out, dude. 5 mana, green spell. You hit someone with this, depending on what's in their hand, this does literally nothing. Like, maybe they're like, okay, well, I was going to play this card next turn, and then I was going to play this card, and then the next turn after that, I was going to play this card. And so they just put them in the order that way, and, like, literally nothing happened to them. Other than that they didn't get... It did blank 3 of their draws in that scenario, but, like, they still, like, got their things back, so you're not even, like, ripping them in a brutal way, which is kind of, if people are really sour to this experience, but you do kind of like it, this is kind of an interesting way to, like, still maintain some power level in it, but maybe soften it up for the normies, or however you want to say that. I actually think that's kind of interesting. I've talked myself into really liking Stunted Growth. Hey, this is just Ancestral Recall in reverse. I've talked myself into loving this card, though. I wish it was 1 mana. That's what the game needed. Stunted Growth was illustrated by Nene Thomas. Fantastic art. This one is really cool. I really like the black and just the kind of light outlines of everything. It's super cool. The owl is cool. The juxtaposition of the sun or moon, sun, whatever. Orange ball in the sky. I like this. This is very pretty. Really cool to look at. Whole card, 10 out of 10. Doesn't do anything. It's the funniest card to never do anything except for pyramids. And probably a couple others. It's not that funny, but it's pretty funny. That's not even the funniest card that does nothing in this set, because Snowfall is in this set. Yeah. Look at this thing. Oh my god. Tarpan is a common, so that's one of the joys of this set, is you'll probably see a few of these. It's a 1 mana 1/1. It's a horse now, but they called it a summon Tarpan for some reason. And if Tarpan is put into the graveyard from play, gain 1 life. Boom. What a fucking card. Such a value engine. I like this card. It's fun. It's, it's just a low mana draft chaff garbage, but it's really fun. Really cool if you just want to look at a funny horse picture. Yeah, it's a 1 mana 1/1. Gain 1 life is not the most useless thing we've seen on one of these, so there you go. I got nothing else to say about it. It was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keane. The art's really funny. I like it. I like the it's an interesting style choice. Yeah, I guess I don't know. Again, not much of an art person, but I do like the art of these cards. Let's move on. Yes. Thermokarst. The 7th best Stone Rain. Thank God they printed this bad boy. So this is an uncommon. It is a sorcery. It costs 1 and 2 green mana. Destroy target land. If that land is a snow-covered land, gain 1 life. Oh, excellent. Snow-covered hate. This will convince people not to play snow lands. Yeah. Thermokarst is probably the 7th best Stone Rain. It might be lower than that. I'm probably forgetting a couple. Value over replacement on this effect is, there's enough of these that at this point you almost have enough to, like, singleton run only Stone Rains in your 40 card deck. Oh, they keep printing different versions of these. It's so funny. I like the cards, honestly. I'm a big proponent of land destruction. I think it can get over the top, but there's so many things in this game that can. I think a little bit of it is pretty cool, and I think it's adds fun and dynamicism to the game. But everyone has different, has different tastes for this sort of thing, and I can respect that. Strong card, definitely worth playing in this. Especially if they're trying to play 2 colors. You could really fuck someone up trying to play 2 colors in limited when their draw didn't go well. Give it a couple turns. If you see a weak spot, bam, they might be out. Or maybe you misinterpreted the situation and they run over you. Both things have happened to me. But the point is that it's a good card, right? It's just a Stone Rain. The downside is, or the snow punish on this is laughable. It's like the most non-thing that it could possibly be. But whatever, right? Like, the card is Stone Rain. Like, do you even give a shit about the life? No, of course you don't. This was illustrated by Ken Meyer Jr., and the art is great. Super fantastic. Okay, next we have Thought Leech. Thought Leech is an enchantment, it is an uncommon, and it costs 2 green mana. Whenever an island controlled by target opponent becomes tapped, gain 1 life. I don't know, it's a non-offensive card that doesn't really do anything, so there's not really anything to say about it, I guess. It's fine, it's not a good card, but, like, whatever, right? Like, just put it in if you have cards that you can sideboard out of your deck that aren't doing you any favors against a blue player, and maybe it'll do something. Against someone who's mono blue, like, this can add up. Like, I don't want to say this is like nothing, because you can gain considerable amounts of life from this kind of thing. Like, just for an example, if they manage 4 islands by turn 4 and you drop this turn 2, like, turn 4, if they tap out, that's 4 life. Like, this can do some stuff. I think it's perfectly fine to side in limited, especially against a mono blue deck. Would probably do enough to, like, wall them. Unless they can mill you somehow. But yeah, so, like, I don't want it to sound like this is awful and can't do anything ever, but, like, this is not a good card. It can make a lot of life in certain very niche situations. Perfectly fine in limited. Throw it in against the mostly blue deck. It might do something. Illustrated by Mark Teeden, and horrifying art, but I mean that, like, in a good way. Very cool. Well done. That is definitely looking like something that's leeching thoughts. Also does not look like a pleasant experience. But the art is pretty cool. Anyway, let's move on. To Tinderwall. I love this card. Tinderwall is a common. Hell yeah, it is. Tinderwall is a 0/3 creature that costs 1 green mana. You can sacrifice Tinderwall to add 2 red mana to your mana pool. Play this ability as an interrupt. Or you can pay a red and sacrifice Tinderwall to have it deal 2 damage to target creature it blocks. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Tinderwall is great. See some play in some CEDH lists. This is fast mana. Not only is this fast mana, but this is like fast mana. This you can play and then immediately sack it for the 2 red mana. So if you're storming off, awesome. Doing something like that, super cool. This is really cool. This is really cool, very interesting. It does only give you the mana once, whereas, you know, like Atlanta War. So this is not strictly better, right? This is not, I like this design specifically. One, it's a wall. I think that's really interesting. I think that's really cool. I think this is a great use of Defender. Give it 0/3, make it a wall. You can, like, use this in the way it was probably intended, and it's actually pretty good. It's not great. Like, I wonder how many people have been that run Tinderwall have ever actually sacrificed Tinderwall and paid a red to deal 2 damage. I like Tinderwall. Tinderwall's cool. I actually don't know if it's still good enough to see play, but probably in some lists. It's definitely niche. This isn't a card that like everybody would want to play. And in Commander, you need to be in red and green to play it. In Limited, I really like this. I think it's really interesting and cool. Color fixing is a premium in Limited, and this does fix you red. In this Limited, you can play a mostly green deck with 2 red pips if you have like 3 copies of Tinderwall. It's not the most consistent thing to be relying exactly on that, but you fucking could. So anyways, the point is the card is just really fucking interesting. I really like this card because it's good. So like it's playable as a consideration. It's interesting. It functions differently than a lot of cards that do something similar. Classic card, great card. And also probably one of the most original ideas in this whole set. This doesn't, like, this one is one of the few I can point to and say, like, I don't know where you got this idea. But I love it. So, like, this is obviously a top-down design, but no shade on that. It's great. Love it. Tinderwall is awesome. It's probably one of my favorite Ice Age cards. Next is Touch of Vitae. Whatever that is. This is an uncommon instant that costs 2 and a green. Target creature may untap 1 additional time this turn. That creature may attack or use abilities that require tap as part of the activation cost this turn. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Yo, that's sick. Target creature may untap... Okay, hell yeah. So this is Instill Energy, but instead of being an enchant, it's a cantrip instant. But yeah, as a play it fair card, this is kind of cool. Get out your, like, fucking Scaled Worm. Like, granted, this is hard to do with your big things because you have to, like, play your Scaled Worm 3 lands after curve. I don't know if that's actually happening. But your middle big things. Toss this on your finisher and finish it before they can untap. Very cool. I like it. Super cool card. Great for the Limited environment and otherwise pretty interesting. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about it. Touch of Vitae was illustrated by Alan Williams. The art is interesting, right? Like, it's like magic ward and some magical stuff going on, but it's a hand because of touch. I don't know. It's fine. I don't really have any feelings about this one either way. Trailblazer is a rare. It is an instant, and it costs 2 and 2 green mana for a total of 4. Target creature cannot be blocked this turn. Oh, sweet. So this is just another finisher. This functions really well with Scaled Worm specifically because you can cast this the turn that it can attack, which is not the turn that you cast it. So assuming the Scaled Worm survives, Trailblazer, bada bing, bada boom. At that point in the game that you're casting that shit, 8 might be enough to finish it. And if it's not, it's pretty fucking close. Trailblazer is pretty fucking cool. I like it. Good card for the Limited environment. Kind of interesting. 4 mana seems high for this anywhere outside of Limited. And it is. But I like this, and specifically like Limited. Yeah, okay. I guess it's a simple card. There's not too much to say about it. This was illustrated by Julie Barrow, and I like this art. I don't know. It's just fun, right? Like, it tells a little bit of a story, right? She's an old lady, fancy, you know, cares about her appearance clearly. Has some wealth, maybe not a lot, but enough for some nice things, and focus, determined. There's just a lot of really cool little quirks and details with the art. Tells the story. I like it. It's very cool. Let's move on. All right. Venomous Breath. Venomous Breath is an uncommon, it is an instant, and it costs 3 and a green. At end of combat, destroy all creatures blocking or blocked by target creature this turn. Oh, very cool. So it's the, not Death Touch, but the Thicket Basilisk effects. Very cool to see this here on a combat trick. Love it. 4 mana might be a bit rough for this, but I like the idea. I think this is really cool. It's probably acceptable in limited. 4 mana is a bit high for removal, but the tempo swings can be really nice. Especially if you hit a decent chunk of creatures with this. It's very cool. Very nuts and boltsy kind of design. This is another one inspired in part by alpha stuff, but like whatever. It's also like the cards that it's inspired by are entirely different types. So I think this is cool. This is innovative and interesting. So I guess interesting for limited, a little overcosted, but you take what you can get. Outside of limited, you'd never play it. No point to really talk about it. It is interesting from a game design standpoint, but yeah, there's not really much going on here. The card was illustrated by Alan Williams, and pretty fucking cool, pretty interesting. It's got a snake on it. All right, next we have Wall of Pine Needles. This one feels like it's depicting my culture. Grow up in the North Woods. A lot of pine trees. Those needles fucking hurt. They're not too bad when they're honestly not too bad when they're on the tree. What you can't do is walk barefoot underneath one. That's where it's fucking awful. Especially after they've dried and died. All right. I always get a little excited when I see this card. I'm going to get back on track. This is a 3/3 wall. It's an uncommon. It costs 3 and a green for a total of 4 mana, and it has pay a green regenerate. So this is very much like Wall of Brambles, but a little bit different. Costs 1 more and it has 1 more power. I really like this card because I grew up around pine trees, and this is just really fucking funny to me. Like, I feel that, like, it can suck getting whacked with them. I've been in situations where that's happened, but they're way worse on the ground. Either way, that's not important. This is funny, and I really, like, personally appreciate it just because of personal life experiences. It's so dramatic. Yeah, I really like the art. I'm going to talk about that first, because fuck it. The rest of the card is just whatever. I like the art. It was illustrated by Brian Schnotty. Fantastic work. This is so fucking funny. This is amazing. Back to the card itself. This is a wall with regenerate, which is really fucking annoying to deal with. So, all things being equal in the draft, you would prefer to have this than your opponent. So I would take them. A 3/3 is also pretty massive. This is actually pretty jacked for the stats. Like, it is a wall, and they tend to, jack walls a little bit more because they can't attack. But 3/3 regenerator for 4 that can only block, not bad. Not bad, honestly. This art is so funny to me. I can't get past that. Otherwise, it's a wall. It's a wall of brambles. Yeah. Interesting in a limited environment. I think less is more with this kind of stuff, but they want combat to matter. This is one way of doing it. Overall, great card flavor-wise, but let's move on. All right. Next, we have Whiteout. Whiteout is an uncommon instant that costs 1 and a green. All creatures with flying lose flying until end of turn, of course. If Whiteout is in your graveyard, you may sacrifice a snow-covered land to return Whiteout to your hand. Oh, hell yeah. That's neat. Hey, it's buyback. Holy shit. It's like the buyback mechanic before buyback or flashback. This is repeatable looping. All creatures lose flying until end of turn. That's so funny because 2 mana spell, sack a land to return this, just the alarm bell's going, but it's just everything can't fly. We're gonna duke this out on the ground, like Whippoorwill intended. This is a funny card. I like this because this is like, this feels powerful, but in the end, it like doesn't do anything. But it is so funny to me. The whole like sack of snow land buyback is just so great. It's even better than buyback because you can do it later. Whiteout was illustrated by Nene Thomas. Fantastic work. Fucking love this one. This is so cool. Beautiful snow owl, the blustery snow, birch trees, and the snow on it. Like, so much is said with so little color, right? Like, I don't know. I appreciate it. It's kind of capturing into the part of winter and the part of snow that, like, people are like, yeah, it is magical. There's definitely parts about it that are very beautiful, and this card kind of captures that. All right, next we got a rare, Wittigo. Hell yeah. Wittigo is a 0/0 creature that costs 3 and 3 green mana. When Wittigo comes into play, put 6 +1/+1 counters on it. During your upkeep, put a +1/+1 counter on Wittigo if it has blocked or been blocked since your last upkeep. Otherwise, remove a +1/+1 counter from Wittigo. Ignore this effect if there are no counters left on Wittigo. Yeah, but it's in the graveyard. There's no counters left on Wittigo, right? What do you mean? Ignore this effect. Oh man. Right? Like it's in the it's a 0/0. Even at rules at the time, it's in the graveyard. I laughed at that. However, at the time, it actually is relevant because if you put like a holy strength or something on this, or an unholy strength, after all the counters were gone, it would still be alive. So now, because of how they've eroded it, it would like, if it was blocked, it would get a +1/+1 now. However, back then, it wouldn't. That's kind of interesting. Otherwise, if we're going to talk about the creature itself, this is just really bad because your opponent has like 100%. Okay, not 100%. If you have a lure, perfect. And this is a great card to combo with lure because if you don't have a lure, this card is terrible. It's the worst card ever. To ever get your opponent to block or be blocked by this, you have to like have a card that says they have to. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. The art is pretty cool. Probably, if I'm being realistic, I think this might be my least favorite Melissa piece. It's not terrible. It's funny because it looks like this Wittigo is like has its nails done. It's got makeup on. It's very fierce. And that's really funny to me. Yeah, that's all I got. It's really funny to me. I don't particularly care about this art either way, though. Wild Growth is a common. It's an enchant land, costs a single green mana, and Wild Growth adds green to your mana pool whenever target land is tapped for mana. Wild Growth is a very strong card. It often doesn't look that way, but Wild Growth is actually really, really strong. Super cool card. Perfectly fine to see it in here. This is a card that I'm perfectly happy that there are enough cards out that this thing is dirt cheap. Love it. This one has a new art from the old one, like all these cards did. That's another cool thing about the just straight up reprints is that we get cool new art for some of the other old and iconic cards. So this version was illustrated by Mike Rabe, and it's really cool. Well done. But I guess that's really all I have to say. Wild Growth, great card, love it, super good, interesting, fun. Alright, next we have Woolly Mammoths. Woolly Mammoths is a common. It is a 3/2 that costs 1 and 2 green mana, and gains trample as long as you control any snow-covered lands. Neato. Very much neato. So, super cool card. One, if you are currently working on building an elephant/mammoth deck, this is an excellent piece, because you have Elephant Graveyard from Arabian Nights, so you can regenerate all these bad boys. And you have War Elephant also from Arabian Nights. And then you have, of course, War Mammoth from Alpha. Filling out that deck, making Elephant Graveyard a worthwhile card to be running. Hell yeah. Love to see it. In limited, perfectly fine. So you get your hands on this, just to focus Snowlands a little bit more, right? This is actually pretty cool. I would be happy to play a couple of Snowlands in my deck to try to turn on my Woolly Mammoth. Great job there. That, I think, is a good use case of it. Super cool. Yeah, cool card. I like this one a lot. 3/2 for 3 mana. Very kind of hyper efficient at the time. Very cool. You'll love to see it. Illustrated by Dan Frazier. The art is also really awesome. Like it very much. It's just so funny, but also well done. Cool to look at. All right, we also have Woolly Spider. Good old Woolly Spider. Woolly Spider is a common. It is a 2/3. It costs 1 and 2 green mana, and it can block creatures with flying, so it has reach, but they didn't have the keyword at the time. If Woolly Spider is assigned to block a creature with flying, Woolly Spider gets +0/+2 until end of turn. Ah, interesting. Interesting. So Giant Spider costs 4 and was a 2/4, and it could block creatures with flying. This is a 2/3 that gets +2 when it blocks a creature with flying. So it is effectively a 2/5 when blocking a flying creature. Otherwise, it's a 2/3. And this is a mana cheaper. Pretty cool. I mean, again, it's just a homage to another card, kind of a different design approach. There's not too much difference here between this and Giant Spider. The effective difference is that this costs a mana less. However, they did make it cost 2 colored instead of 1. So it costs less, but it's harder to cast at that mana cost. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's just a Giant Spider. It's cool. It's on theme. It fits the set. I like it. Woolly Spider was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and the art's really cool. I like it a lot. It's just a cute little spider guy. I don't know what to say. I like the art a lot. All right. So I'm pretty sure this is the last green card that we have to talk about. I've been wrong before, so don't hold your breath or anything, but this is Yavimaya Nats. Yavimaya Nats is an uncommon 0/1 that costs 2 and a green. It has flying, and you can pay a green to regenerate. So this is Will-O-the-Wisp, except Will-O-the-Wisp is so annoying, they're like, it's gotta come down on turn 2 or 3, man. You gotta stop playing this. First thing you do, going crazy. This might highlight just how annoying regenerate on a flyer that costs 1 mana can be, because they tripled the cost. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think. Like, Will-O-the-Wisp is pretty good at low power, limited style games. Yeah, so this is pretty decent in limited, right? In stuff like that. 3 mana for this is that's rough, especially off the back of Will-O-the-Wisp. Like, why do I have to pay 3 mana? They're the one with Dark Ritual. So I could see being frustrated by this as a player at the time. Like, what the fuck, man? This ain't fair. It's an interesting card. It is kind of just Will-O-the-Wisp, except more expensive, which is also really funny in its own right. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and fantastic art. And that's all I was right, that's all the green cards. So we are done with the green cards. I had a lot more fun with the green cards than I had with the black and the blue cards, and I think I had quite a bit of fun with the red cards too. This set is front-loaded in the card file with miserable and not interesting or not fun, but the back half has been pretty cool. I'm very excited to talk about the multicolored cards, because there's quite a few of them that I think are really interesting. Some of which I think are even playable, and 1 or 2 that are really good. Very cool, very cool. I'm super excited to talk about the multicolored cards. So I guess without further ado, I say that like this video isn't continuing. I'm just wasting your time. Let's talk about the multicolored cards. Okay, next we have the multicolored cards. And the nice thing about these is we can't point to any of them and say, hey, they ripped this from Alpha, right? Because Alpha didn't have multicolored cards. So let's take a look at what we got for multicolored cards in Ice Age. So to start off, we have Altar of Bone. Altar of Bone is a rare. It is a sorcery. It costs a white mana and a green mana, so 2 mana total. Sacrifice a creature to look through your library for a creature card. Put that card into your hand, after showing it to all other players. Reshuffle your library afterwards. Altar of Bone is a really awesome card. Well, depending on what you mean by awesome. It's not particularly strong these days. There's tons of tutors that are better than this by quite a lot. But it is pretty strong. It's 2 mana to go get a creature. You do need to sacrifice a creature, but 2 mana for a tutor is perfectly fair in my opinion. I really like Altar of Bone. I think this is a great card. I think it's fun. I think it's playable. I think it gives consistency to creatures, which is kind of something that you want to be doing right now, especially if you want people to play more creatures. This is an awesome card. I'm a big fan of Altar of Bone. Yeah, I guess I don't have too much else to say about Altar of Bone. I like it. It's a really cool card, but it's a simple card that's, it's a tutor. It's awesome. It is underrated in Commander, in my opinion. It was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and the art is pretty sweet. It's very cool. I like it. It's kind of funny because it kind of looks like an organ to me, where the bones are the keys, and the skull is the pedals at the bottom. Like, it's meant to be an altar, right? And it does look like an altar, but I always see bone organ when I look at this art. All right, next we have Centaur Archer. Centaur Archer is an uncommon. It is a 3/2 creature that costs 1, a red, and a green, so 3 mana total. And you can tap it to deal 1 damage to target creature with flying. So this card is actually pretty awesome. It's pretty solid and limited specifically. A 3/2 for 3 mana on its own is actually kind of above rate at the time. Now, granted, it's 2 colors, so it's obviously harder to cast. I still think this is actually pretty good at the time. I always feel weird when I say this is pretty good, because like if you look at cards today, it's obviously not. But I think with the card pool at the time, this is actually, like, you would look at this and say it sucks. I think it's actually pretty strong for the time. It was also illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and the art is pretty cool. Pretty funny, pretty awesome. Always cool to see a centaur. You don't actually see all that many centaurs in Magic. I guess I don't really have anything else to say about it. It's a 3/2 that taps to deal damage to a flyer. I guess I didn't talk about that. Dealing 1 to a flyer is pretty good, assuming the flyer has 1. Or you have a 1/1 flyer, right? Like, you could combine a 1/1 and this to deal with a Hypnotic Spectre, which would be pretty good. Lot of setup, so it's not that good. But the dealing 1 to a flying creature can definitely come up. Okay, then we have Chromatic Armor. Chromatic Armor is a rare, costs 1, a white, and a blue, for a total of 3 mana, and it's an enchant creature. How quaint. When Chromatic Armor comes into play, put a slight counter on it and choose a color. Any damage dealt to target creature by a source of that color is reduced to 0. X, put a slight counter on Chromatic Armor and change the color that it protects against. X is equal to the number of slight counters on Chromatic Armor. Okay, at least that's interesting. The card sucks, but let's talk about it. It's basically a ward, like a white ward or a blue ward or a black ward, whatever, but it costs 3 mana and you get to pick. There's also Prismatic Ward, which I think is in this set. Fuck, those white cards were so long ago. The difference between Prismatic Ward and Chromatic Armor is that you can change the color that it is. However, every time you do that, it costs an extra mana. So say you picked blue and then they, for whatever reason, and then they lightning bolted your thing. You could, in response to the lightning bolt, pay 1 and turn this to red. But then if they went to terror it, you would have to pay 2 to change it to black, and so on and so forth. The card sucks. It's not a good card. It's interesting, though. I really appreciate that it's interesting. I like that there's stuff to think about here. It's not the worst thing in the world, and it's fun to do at a low power level, I would say. Yeah, fuck. I got nothing else to say about Chromatic Armor. It was illustrated by Mark Poole. Love Mark Poole's work. This one's pretty cool. Hardly my favorite. This is just a pretty forgettable card overall, so let's just move on and maybe forget about it. Okay, next we have Diabolic Vision. Ooh, spooky. Diabolic Vision is an uncommon sorcery that costs a blue and a black. Look at the top 5 cards of your library and put 1 of them into your hand. Put the remaining 4 on top of your library in any order. Very neat. So, this card kind of is not, like, actually worth it. I really like this card. I think this card is really cool. I think that it's maybe worth considering running a copy of 2 if you're doing some combo degeneracy, right? But tutors exist and there are way better cards, like even in this set to do that. So, right, like Demonic Consultation came out at the same time. So like, why are you messing around with this? I guess this does actually rock pretty hard with Demonic Consultation because you can kind of test the waters to see if it's worth exiling 4 of the top 6, right? Which lowers the risk a little bit. So that's kind of neat. It does pretty much immediately get overshadowed because in Alliances, Limduel's Vault comes out, which is just this, but you can keep doing it. But I really like Diabolic Vision. I think this card is really interesting. I think this card is cool. And I think this card is probably a little underrated. I like it in Commander. It's definitely not, like, optimal, but I think it's pretty fun there. It was illustrated by Anthony S. Waters, and I really, really like the art for this one. I think it's so cool. I'm a big fan of it. Stalker in the Night kind of stuff. But anyway, then we have Earthlink. Earthlink is a rare. It is an enchantment. It costs 3, a black, a red, and a green. So 6 mana. During your upkeep, pay 2 or bury Earthlink. When a creature is put into the graveyard from play, that creature's controller sacrifices a land. Ignore this effect if that player controls no lands. Oh, hell yeah. So this is really interesting. It's not particularly strong because at the end of the day, it's 6 mana and a bunch of other setup to just blow up your opponent's lands. And blowing up lands is good, right? Like, if they can't cast things, then they can't, do things. But by the time this comes down, they've already, like, done things. It's just, I think it takes too long to get out. You have to be playing 3 colors, which is pretty hard to do. Although, to be fair, the color fixing in this set is much better than any of the sets we've talked about, just because of how much of it there is. It's not particularly strong. Well, I guess the Pain lands are. Point is if you're going to do it anywhere, you could probably do it here. I don't know that it would be worth it, but I would certainly love to try. Earthlink is interesting. I like it because it says destroy lands, and I'm a big fan of that, but it's not particularly strong. I just appreciate how interesting this is and how different it is than the stuff that came before it. Very cool. Very interesting space to try to mine. It was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and the art is awesome. Super cool. I don't have too much to say about it, but it's nice. Then we have Elemental Augury. Yeah. Elemental Augury is a rare. It is an enchantment, and it costs a blue, a black, and a red. You can pay 3 mana and look at the top 3 cards of target player's library. Put them on top of that player's library in any order. I kind of have mixed feelings on this. One, this is not particularly strong. However, if you get this down and have 3 extra mana per turn, you can effectively make it so your opponent draws the worst of 3 cards every turn for the rest of the game. You could slam this down, look at the top 3, and they got like a land and like a fucking 18 million mana thing that they have no chance of casting, and something else. And you can just tuck that land and tuck that thing under the big thing. They draw the big thing, you do it again, then you tuck the worst, and you keep doing that. Sounds like a really fun time for everyone involved. So, basically, this, in the right circumstances, has the potential to lock your opponent out of the game. Otherwise, it doesn't really do much. It is neat because you can, like, for 3 mana, you can draw the best card, right? So you can bury 1 or 2 cards forever. I don't know that I see it doing much to help you actually win, unless you use it on your opponent and just make it so they never draw that Necropotence. I like this one. I think it's really cool. It was illustrated by Anthony S. Waters. Fantastic work, Anthony. Very funny thing. I don't know what the art has to do with what's going on. Like, what does this have to do with anything? But whatever, right? Like, it's still cool art. Alright, then we have Essence Vortex. Essence Vortex is an uncommon, it's an instant, and it costs a white, a blue, and a black. Bury target creature. That creature's controller may counter the spell by paying the creature's toughness in life. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Okay, so it sucks. There are instances, right? So it's 3 mana. You'd probably want to use this on their big thing anyway. So there is definitely a time and a place where either outcome is kind of okay with you. So this card isn't like useless. So this is good against like Timmy cards, right? So like if they play a fucking Force of Nature and you're like, okay, well, you can keep your Force of Nature, but you're taking another 8 from it. Whatever. Right? That's actually pretty decent. That's 8 damage for 3 mana. Depending on what else you're doing, you could easily turn that into a win. But if it's like a Hypnotic Spectre, if you Essence Vortex it, you did 2 damage to them because they're not giving that up. Maybe I'm just unlucky, but pretty much every time I've ever had the opportunity to cast this card, it has not gone out how I would have liked it to go out. So maybe I'm just soured on it from personal experience, but I'm not a fan of this card. Of course, maybe that's just a skill issue. I don't know. Like I said, there's definitely value to be had by something like this. I just think it's a little too niche. If you're going to play it anywhere, Limited is probably the place where you're most likely to get some value out of it. But even then, I haven't had much luck. It was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keane, and the art is pretty okay. It's pretty cool. It's a little, what words can I even say on YouTube, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's a naked woman. But it's an artful naked woman. Let's move on. It's just mediocre removal. That costs 3 mana in 2 different colors. You could do a lot better, even in this set. Alright, so then we have Fiery Justice. Fiery Justice deals 5 damage divided any way you choose among any number of target creatures and or players. Target opponent gains 5 life. See, even this is way better than Essence Vortex, and your opponent is gaining 5 life from it. But you can hit 5 1/1s. You can hit 2 2/2s and a 1/1. You can hit a 3/3 and a 2/2. Fiery Justice is pretty awesome, and it's fucking disgusting in Limited. This is so good. You deal with utility creatures. You can, worst case scenario, you can put 5 into one thing. And if you have a 2/2 blocker, that deals with 7, which is pretty much anything you're going to see in Limited. Fiery Justice is fantastic. It might look a little scuffed because of the life that it gains them, but fucking Swords to Plowshare gains them life too, and that's one of the best cards in the game. Fiery Justice is amazing. This card is really good. The opponent that gains life isn't necessarily the one that lost the creatures. So this is kind of funny in Commander because you can use it as a political piece, right? You can say someone gets whacked really low and you can give somebody 5 while you're blowing things up to kind of stabilize, right? If that's the thing you want to do. The 5 life is not super likely to be super relevant in most situations, which is why it's not that big of a deal. I really like Fiery Justice. I think the card's awesome. I think it's funny in Commander. I don't think it's good there, but I think it's funny. I really appreciate the design of this card. This one's really interesting. I think they really knocked this out of the park. Fiery Justice, awesome. Illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and the art goes pretty fucking hard. Cool. Justice is blind. Fire. It's on fire. Yeah, it's fantastic. Love it. Big fan. Fire Covenant. And this is another thing that is way fucking better to do than Essence Vortex. Fire Covenant is an insane card. This is an uncommon. Hell yeah. So, Fire Covenant is an instant that costs 1, a black, and a red. Fire Covenant deals X damage divided any way you choose among any number of target creatures, where X is equal to the amount of life you pay. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Yeah, that's right. You can pay any amount of life into this to deal damage. That's fucking insane. In Commander, this is kind of interesting because you have 40 life. It's a really good card. I think this... I don't know if this still sees play in CEDH, but it did for a while at least. But yeah, banger of a fucking card. But in 1v1, this card is fucking nutso. You can blow up their whole fucking board. Yeah, it's gonna cost you some pretty high amounts of life, but how many good fucking creatures that they're never gonna attack with in a lot of formats are just 1/1s or 2/2s, right? Like, this card is so insane. I'm a big fan of this card. I think it's awesome. Super fun. Not something you want to see constantly everywhere, but it's also does have a cost, right? Like, it gives you great removal. Like, you can literally blow up a whole board, but it is going to cost you a decent chunk of life. Fire Covenant is great. I'm a big fan of this card. I think it's well designed. I think it's interesting. I think it's powerful. I don't think it's too powerful because you do have to pay the life, but it is a very strong card. Fire Covenant was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and the art goes so fucking hard. This is so cool. Just an elder, old, tired dragon, wisdom and annoyance in his eyes. It's very cool. This is a fun, awesome piece. I'm a big fan of it. Alright, multicolored cards have been pretty cool so far. Next we have Flooded Woodlands. This is a rare. It's an enchantment. It costs 2, a blue, and a black. No green creatures can attack unless its controller sacrifices a land whenever that creature attacks. Ah, cool. Color hate. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of lame. It's kind of a lame design. I think the color hate stuff starting to feel like a cop-out, if you get what I mean. I do like some of it, but it kind of feels like a crutch they're leaning on when they don't, like... Because this is just, oh, well, what are the enemy colors of blue and black? We'll really fuck with them, right? I guess this is an interesting way to fuck with green specifically because of what green is. I don't know. I guess my problem with this is that it either doesn't really do anything, or it's too much effort to get going, or whatever, or it just, like, locks out some poor dude trying to play some green creatures. Feel like that experience, this is pretty cool. If you think that's a little much, probably think this is a little much. It was illustrated by Kaya Folio, and the art's really cool. So it's got that going for it. Yeah, I like it. It's a nice piece. Kind of a disappointing gold card, but I guess it's fine. All right, next we have Fumarole? I have no idea. I've never heard that, if that's a real word. This is an uncommon. It's a sorcery that costs 3 and a black and a red. Pay 3 life to destroy target creature and target land. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Okay, so it's 5 mana and pay 3 life to hit a creature and a land. Yeah, that's kind of an okay rate. This is pretty good in limited, for sure. If you're black-red, I would definitely consider grabbing this if you see it. I guess the one downside to this is that by the time you can play this, the land is probably not super relevant, but it might be. Like, if they might have a pretty high end that they're trying to go for. Yeah, I wouldn't say this card's lights out or anything like that, but if you hit a really valuable creature, and if they do have a valuable land and you hit that too, that's going to be pretty rough for them. Really awesome. Not like anything exciting to think about. It's just a removal spell, and it's kind of an interesting take at it. Kind of an interesting take. It's not that interesting of a take at a removal spell. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. I think this is about the rate you would want if you were going to do this kind of thing. I think it's pretty well done. Yeah, managed to ramble about this one for longer than we needed to. This was illustrated by Drew Tucker. And the art is pretty awesome. I'm actually a big fan of this one. I think it's really cool. Then we have Ghostly Flame. Ghostly Flame is a rare. It's an enchantment. It costs a black and a red. Both black and red permanents and spells are considered colorless sources of damage. Hell yeah. This is awesome. This is super cool. This is probably one of the best we're gonna fix magic. Here's how we do it. Things that they did in this entire set. Depending on how well you know Magic, this might seem kind of weird, but the main reason this would exist is for the Circle of Protections. And that's the main reason. The other stuff like that. But red and black specifically, at the time, had 0 ways of interacting with enchantments. Red got Anarchy in this set, but other than that, there really wasn't a way that they could deal with this. I guess black could discard it before it comes down, but once a Circle of Protection against that color came down, it's pretty much lights out. So what Ghostly Flame allows you to do is get past that. If you play this, then your lightning bolts can't be Circle of Protected anymore, and neither can your goblins or your Bog Wraith or more likely your Hypnotic Spectre, right? Whatever source you're using to get your damage through, this allows you to do it. Yeah, I guess that's really all it does, though. This was illustrated by Randy Gallegos, and big fan. I love the art. Super cool. All right, next we have Giant Trapdoor Spider. This is an uncommon 2/3 creature that costs 1, a red, and a green, for a total of 3 mana. You can pay 1, a red, and a green, and tap Giant Trapdoor Spider, and remove from the game target creature which doesn't have flying and is attacking you, and Giant Trapdoor Spider. This card is so fucking cool. The ability is really interesting from a flavor standpoint, right? Because that's what Trapdoor Spiders do. The attacker runs in and this thing just swoops in, grabs it up. So the story is awesome. Mechanically, this card is super interesting. It's very strong. In fact, it might be the strongest creature in this set. 2/3 for 3, that's not a bad rate. And 2/3 is, in some instances, better than a 3/2 because it survives 2/2s and stuff like that. I would say in most situations you would prefer it, the 3/2 to a 2/3, but there are some situations, depending on how fast your deck is and what else is going on around it. But either way, being a 2/3 is also pretty rock steady for being 3 mana, right? Because it does mean you trade with 2/2s, which are also most of the time 3 mana. The card is just really efficient. It makes it really hard for your opponent to attack into this if they have anything that's more valuable than this, because you're just going to take it, or remove it rather. This card is so good. I'm a big fan of it. I think it's really cool. I think it's fun. I think it's interesting. I wish more power of this set was nested into things like this than it was in, say, Necropotence and just all that bullshit. Anyway, Giant Trapdoor Spider was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and I love the art. It's fantastic. This is so cool. The spider kind of looks a little cute in that's a giant fucking spider way. I think the boot's a nice touch. And yeah, I don't know. I really like it. I think it's fantastic. All right, Glaciers. Glaciers is a rare. It is an enchantment that costs 2 and a white and a blue. During your upkeep, pay white and blue or destroy glaciers. All mountains become plains. It's conversion. It's conversion, except now you can play blue. All mountains become plains. I mean, it's flavorful, I guess. Feels like it would take more than a turn, though, right? This is funny. I like this from a story aspect. It's flavorful because, glaciers do just flatten land. At least it's a rare. I don't know. It's conversion. Like, this is... If you go against a mono red deck and you got this, yeah, fucking let that shit rip. They're gonna fucking hate it. Wonderful. Glaciers was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and the art is awesome. It's very cool looking. The card is hilarious to me. It's just conversion. It's literally the exact same card. Oh, so fantastic. Love it. Alright, next we have Hymn of Rebirth. Hymn of Rebirth is an uncommon sorcery. It costs 3, a white, and a green, for a total of 5 mana. Take target creature from any graveyard and put it directly into play under your control as though it were just summoned. Sweet, so this is Resurrection, but it costs an extra mana. Well, not true, because Resurrection only is your graveyard. You could get this from either player's graveyard. So you pay 1 extra mana for the privilege of it, but otherwise... This is pretty good. It is pretty much just an alpha card, right? So it's not as cool or interesting as some of the other stuff we talked about, but I do kind of like this. It is interesting to put this in white-green. I don't hate it at all, or think it's necessarily wrong, but it is kind of interesting. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and I really like this art. It's very kind of abstract, I guess, is the word I would use. Not quite like the abstract style. Maybe. I don't know enough about art to tell you what qualifies as what style, but it has an abstract kind of feel to it. I don't know. I like it. It's interesting and different than a lot of stuff in Magic's art, so I really appreciate that. Let's move on to Keldoran Frostbeast, an uncommon 2/4 creature that costs 3, a white, and a green. So 5 mana for a 2/4. At end of combat, destroy all creatures blocking or blocked by Keldoran Frostbeast. Okay, so we got better Thicket Basilisk. This hits walls, which is cool. It's nice to have a third card that does this kind of thing at this point in the game. But again, this one is really obviously inspired by Alpha, so there isn't too much to say about it here. Keldoran Frostbeast was illustrated by Mark Bull, and it's awesome. Very cool. I don't really have, like, anything to say about it, but I like it. Alright, next we have this card. I have no idea how this is supposed to be pronounced, so I'm just going to call it Mariki Re-Barret. Mariki Re-Barret is a rare 1/1 creature that costs a white, a blue, and a black mana. It's a legend. That's pretty neat. Mariki Re-Barret does not untap during your untap phase. Tap, gain control of target creature. Lose control of that creature if you lose control of Merrick Re-Barret. If Merrick Re-Barret leaves play or becomes untapped, bury the creature. So this is actually really cool and pretty interesting. There are definitely cards before this that tap to steal a creature. The major thing that makes this interesting is that it's cheap, it comes down early, but it does not untap on its own. So if you want to repeatedly use it, you have to figure something out. I really appreciate stuff like that. Those are cool restrictions that make for interesting gameplay. If you figure out how to do this a couple of times, it's going to be pretty hard for the other person to win, but it's not immediate lights out. I think this card's super interesting and super fun. It is a little iterative, but not necessarily in a bad way. People still play this in Commander once in a while. Not very often, obviously, but you do see it. This was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and fantastic work. Love the art. I'm a big fan of Heather's stuff, and this one's pretty sweet. Okay, so next we have Monsoon. Monsoon is a rare enchantment that costs 2, a red, and a green. Whenever any island is untapped at the end of its controller's turn, tap it. Monsoon deals 1 damage to that player. Okay, yeah, so it's color hate again. Again, the enemy color of both green and red, blue, so fuck that guy, right? Yeah, it's alright. I've talked about this kind of card before, so we'll just kind of skip over all that. It's whatever. I got nothing for this one. Monsoon was illustrated by Nene Thomas, and the art is pretty banger. It's very nice. I like it a lot. It's cool to look at. There's something, not peaceful isn't the right word, but soothing about a storm, right? And yeah, I think this image is, obviously it's a very violent storm, not something you'd want to be into, but the art of it is very nice. All right, then we got Mountain Titan. What a big boy. This is a rare, and oh, he's a 2/2. He's not that big of a boy. Mountain Titan is a 2/2 creature that costs 2, a black, and a red. You can pay 1 and 2 red mana. For the rest of the turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Mountain Titan whenever you successfully cast a black spell. Oh, that's kind of sick. I really like that. That's really interesting. This is like Storm before, it went off the rails immediately. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Kind of has some like Soul Canar vibes to it, but a little bit different. This is way better, but I like this. I like that you have to pay 3 mana into this before you can do this. That's really cool. I think that's a great start when you're going to like mess with something like this, because this is kind of playing with fire. I also really appreciate that you pay your red mana to activate this, so assuming you have a couple of mountains and a few swamps, you can use most of your red stuff to activate this so that you can actually use your black mana for your black spells. There's no black mana in the activation of this, which I think is kind of cool. I think you tweaked the balance knobs enough with this that you didn't need to add black mana to this cost, and I really appreciate that they didn't. I think this is really fucking interesting. And like with Dark Ritual in the set at common, you can probably get some crazy chains. Also with Necropotence. Yeah, this is pretty sick. I guess he is a big boy, right? Mountain Titan was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and it's awesome. The art is really well done. But I don't really have anything of note to say about this particular piece, so I guess we'll move on. But I do think it's well executed. All right, Reclamation. Reclamation is a rare. It's an enchantment. It costs 2, a white and a green. And this one is no black creatures can attack unless its controller sacrifices a land whenever that creature attacks. Yeah. Fuck the dude playing with black creatures. Color hate, we're back here. Same thing. The black is the color that is the enemy of green and white, so I guess I don't have much to say about this one either. Anyway, this was illustrated by Damon Willick. Very, very beautiful art. Very cool. I could see this hanging above a couch in a cottage. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, I guess we'll move on. Oh yeah, Skeleton Ship is in this set. I forgot that Skeleton Ship was here. Hell yeah. Anyway, Skeleton Ship is a rare 0/3 creature that costs 3, a black and a blue. It's a legendary creature. If at any time you control no islands, bury Skeleton Ship. So you need an island so the boat can float. Makes sense. And you can tap this to put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. That is kind of fucking zonko huge. This is banger in limited. If you can get this going, a 1/1 counter or a -1/-1 counter is so powerful because it stays. And if a creature's, native toughness goes below 0 or at 0 even, then the creature just goes to the graveyard. I don't know. Every game I've ever played with or against Skeleton Ship has been an absolute pleasure. Except for the ones that weren't. But those ones were not the fault of Skeleton Ship. Unless they were. Anyway, Skeleton Ship was illustrated by Amy Weber and Tom Warnerstrand. Hell yeah. I really like this art. It's so well done. It's so cool. The skeleton riding the sea turtle with the sword. There's 2 skeletons riding flying turtles. It's amazing. This art is so fantastic. This piece brings me great joy. Such a cool card. Alright, then we have Spectral Shield, which is an uncommon enchant creature that costs 1, a white, and a blue. Target creature gets +0/+2. That creature cannot be the target of further spells. Okay, that's interesting. So it's is not Shroud, because this can be targeted by activated abilities. By today's standards, this card sucks. Probably sucks back then too. 3 mana for this effect just is too much. Yeah, I don't know. I think even in limited, this is not really something you would want to trust. Maybe if you're desperate for whatever reason, like you have a very specific game piece you want to protect. It's kind of a cool idea though. Anyway, Spectral Shield was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keene, and this one is really interesting artistically. Super cool piece. I kind of like it. I kind of don't. I kind of appreciate that this is on a card that you don't see all the time, but I also kind of do want to see it more often. I don't know. It's cool. It's interesting. It makes me think, so I appreciate it. Good art overall. The card itself is kind of bad, but it's fine, and I do think there are instances where it's pretty interesting, in limited specifically, but other than that, obviously just play better cards. Or don't play with bad cards. You're allowed to do that. I do it sometimes. It's really fun. Alright, then we have Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit is a rare creature. It's a 3/3. Costs 3, a white, a blue, and a green. So 6 mana total for a 3/3. It's pretty hard to cast. It has flying, and you can tap it to deal 2 damage to target creature. Okay, that's pretty interesting. So it's a 3/3 flyer for 6, and you can tap it to deal 2 damage to a creature, specifically. Tap to deal 2 damage is really big. It is a lot bigger than 1. It's twice as big, in fact. That's really good. If they can't answer this is pretty much GG, so it is really good, specifically in limited. I would not play this in a real format. You are just asking to eat removal. 6 mana for something that does nothing for at least a turn is just, you can't do that. I guess the real problem with this is just the color cost. If you end up with a bunch of the 2-color lands, then I would definitely consider this. but it's going to be really hard to get out, so it's probably going to come out a little too late to do anything valuable. This was illustrated by Pete Venters, and fantastic art. The art is super fucking sick on this. I'm a big Pete Venters fan, obviously, but this one is amazing. Super cool. Yeah, interesting card. Not the strongest card we've talked about, but certainly not the weakest either. Alright, next we have Stormbind. And spoilers, I'm a big fan of Stormbind. Stormbind is a rare. It costs 1, a red, and a green. It is an enchantment, and you can pay 2 and discard a card at random from your hand to have Stormbind deal 2 damage to target creature or player. Now, that might sound really bad if you have looked at a card that's been printed in the last 5 years, or 10 years, or 15 years. And yeah, you're right. However, at the time, card quality is kind of bad, right? Like, you saw some of those things that we were looking at. There's just a bunch of uncastable garbage. Even as 2 damage for 2 mana and a random bad card that you didn't cast because you couldn't. It's kind of not bad. This is kind of like a banger, specifically in limited. Once you get to like coherent deck lists and stuff, I think this falls off real hard, but there's a case that this would be still pretty fine in very specific niche things. The fact that it can go face is awesome, because this is a good finisher once you start filling up with lands that you don't really need anymore. This is really good in an aggro deck. Yeah, I guess that's really all I have to say. It's such a cool card. I love it so much. Stormbind was illustrated by Nene Thomas and Philip Mosnes. And fantastic art. The art is so fucking cool on this. It's regal, it's Winter Wonderland, so it fits the set. Yeah, I don't know. It's really cool. It's nice to see. Yeah, that's all I got for this one. Awesome card. And with that, we have hit the last of the multicolored cards. So our last card is an uncommon, Wings of a Steer. It is an enchant creature that costs a white and a blue. Target creature gains flying and first strike and gets +1/+0. Yo, that's actually sick. You get 3 things for the price of 2 mana and a single card. That's like really fucking stacked. This is actually really good. +1/+0 is also really good with first strike, because your defense doesn't matter if you kill whatever you're attacking before they have a chance to deal their damage to you. Yeah, I like this. I think it's great in limited, but this is pretty cool for what it is. I really like this. This was a cool multicolor card to end on. I'm very happy about this. It's certainly not the most powerful thing, but 2 mana for those features, awesome. I guess that's it. Wings of a Steer, illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and this one is pretty cool. It's kind of nice. I know I've been all like, ooh, Winter Wonderland, that's really cool. But this one is kind of not necessarily themed that way. It could certainly be cold out, and it could certainly be snow on the ground. We don't know. Hard to tell from the picture. But it doesn't, like, scream that vibe. And I think that's nice. Kind of weird to praise cards for doing the complete opposite thing as other cards, but, you know, it takes all kinds, right? And I do think stuff like this helps with the set. But, yeah. That's it for the multicolored cards in Legends. I am much happier about this set than I was starting through. I definitely feel like we've gotten through a bulk of the just not fun or not interesting cards to think about or talk about. The multicolored cards were awesome. There could have been more of them, but only if they would have put less colored cards in. I couldn't, if they had added more cards to this set, I'd go insane. But a lot of fun. There were a couple color hate ones that kind of suck, but honestly, not as many as I was expecting. There's some really cool and interesting cards, specifically in the multicolored cards in this set, and I think they are some of the best cards in the set, from a this is fun or this is exciting kind of, or there's a reasonable chance this is balanced and this isn't all anyone plays that's trying to win. And I think the multicolored cards hit that more perfect than pretty much anything else. Although, to be fair, there's less of them, so they had less chances of fucking it up, but I think they did great with the multicolored cards specifically. Not perfect. I definitely had some issues with it, but whatever. Issues is just a strong word, because I'm just looking back at things that happened 30 years ago, so It's like, oh, they should have did this. It's just really fucking stupid, but it is fun to look at these cards and talk about them. All right, that's it for the multicolored cards, which means next we have the artifacts, and then the lands, which a lot of them are cycles. So thank fuck for that. All right, I'll see you on the artifact side. Oh, okay, so we are almost all the way through this set. We are done with all the colored cards, and what a large pile of colored cards there are for this set, but don't worry, we still have, I think it's like 45 artifacts, it's somewhere around there, and then there's quite a few lands, so we are far from done. Artifacts for Magic are really interesting for a few reasons. One, it's very, very cool to have a card type that just anyone can play without really worrying about it. Which anyone can do because it doesn't take a particular color of mana to cast artifacts in most situations. There are some exceptions. But yeah, artifacts, really cool, really interesting, good for the game in my opinion. So I guess let's get started and see how Ice Age decided to handle artifacts. First we have Adhikar Sentinel. Adhikar Sentinel is an uncommon 3/3 that costs 5 mana. And you can pay 1 to give it +0/+1 until end of turn. So this is a 3/3 that costs 5 mana. It is a little underrated, although artifacts usually are because you don't have to pay a specific color. So when things are colorless, generally they tend to be more expensive. Not always the case. Otherwise, this card is fine-ish. If you are like specifically in limited, outside of limited, this is garbage. Cards like this can be nice in specifically higher color decks because you can just cast them, and in that case it's pretty decent. The pumping toughness is absolutely nothing. It doesn't, like, yeah, it might do something in the game, but it's not going to do anything in the game. Overall, this card is pretty mediocre, pretty bad start to the artifacts if you are concerned with power pieces. From a limited perspective, cards like this are kind of interesting. Overall, not the best card, and certainly not the best artifact. And there's also really nothing interesting to say about it. It just pumps toughness, so it's not like there's even any cool strategies we can really talk about. This one was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and the art is really nice. I like the art a lot. Aegis of the Meek. Dun dun dun. Aegis of the Meek is a rare. It costs 3 mana, and you can pay 1 mana and tap it. Target 1/1 creature gets +1/+2 until end of turn. So there's a green card that does something pretty similar to this. This, interestingly, is exactly Pendelhaven. Pendelhaven gives a 1/1 creature +1/+2. So that's kind of interesting. I don't hate this kind of design, or to make Pendelhaven something that more colors can access other than just the green decks. So that's fine. Pendelhaven is like a way better card, but Aegis of the Meek is kind of interesting, at least. It can definitely be annoying when this comes down, but there's also way better things to be doing. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much to say about this, too. As far as, like, rare artifacts go, this one is not too particularly impressive. Aegis of the Meek was illustrated by Alan Williams, and the art is really nice. I like the art on it. This kind of styling specifically goes really well on artifact cards with the border, in my opinion. I think this card is awesome. Aesthetically, power-wise, not so much. And it is also not really interesting gameplay, but it does lean into their whole, we want combat to matter, and we want the, like, creature exchanges to have some level of skill and planning, and cards like this do, in some ways, kind of help with that plan. So, I do think it's a cool idea to do something like this, but it is a pretty boring card. Oh yeah, I forget this set has an anti-card. Alright, this is an anti-card, so buckle up, this one's pretty funny. Amulet of Quaz is a rare artifact that costs 6 mana. Remove Amulet of Quaz from your deck before playing if you are not playing for anti. Pay 0 and tap. Sacrifice Amulet of Quaz. Flip a coin. Target opponent calls heads or tails while coin is in the air. If the flip ends up in your favor, that opponent loses the game. Otherwise, you lose the game. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to prevent this loss of life. Use this ability only during your upkeep. The opponent may ante an additional card to counter this effect. What a wild ride. Yeah, so for 6 mana, you can play this and then immediately sacrifice it to flip a coin, and the winner of the coin flip wins the entire game. And then when you go to activate it, they can instead ante an additional card so that you don't get to ante it. This is interesting. Kind of feels similar to Bronze Tablet in some ways, except Bronze Tablet just steals a card, whereas this just ends the game. This is probably a better design space. This is a really interesting design space because the goal of this card is just to like not play the game, right? Like you take the game and all of its intricacies and all of the possible decision points and all of the possible ways of doing good or bad, and you throw all that in the trash and you flip a coin. So I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like designs like these because, again, it just feels like, well, if we don't want to play the game, we don't have to play the game. We could just not, like, bypass the game to figure out a way to play the game without playing the game. There is something to be said about this being funny and kind of interesting and kind of a fun thing to play around with a few times. Like, I doubt this card was designed with them expecting it to, like, see a lot of play. They probably just thought it would be something funny and fun for some people to mess with once in a while. Because, like, one, it's an anti-card, and that audience is already incredibly niche. I don't know enough about the anti-group at the time to know if this was, like, something that, if that audience even existed, if this was something that they were excited about. I don't know anything about whether this, like, actually saw any sort of play of any kind, or if people actually thought this was fun or interesting or cool. I could certainly see it. Like, a couple of games, this would be kind of interesting. It is... right? Like, there's a reason people high roll, right? It's not, like, the smartest thing to be doing, but there is an appeal to it. This card kind of feels like it scratches that appeal to a smaller degree, but, well, maybe not. Like, depending on what cards you guys are playing with. If you were to play a game of anti-magic, including, like, Power 9 these days, this would be high rolling. This would exactly be high rolling. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of interesting as, like, a gimmick, but it's not really, like, this is not an interesting game piece. It's just interesting that this is a game piece, if that makes sense. But, yeah. Amulet of Claws. Funny card. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and the art is probably the best part about it. The Amulet of Claws. Look at that bad boy. What a valuable piece of jewelry. The art is the best part. That's so funny. Dan Frazier knocked this out of the park. I like that this guy is, like, looking at it, like, in his bathroom. Something. Very funny. But yeah, not a great card, but it is an interesting and funny one. Okay, so next we have Arkham Slay. It's a Winter Wonderland, so why not? This is an uncommon artifact. It costs 1 mana. You can pay 2 and tap it. Attacking this turn does not cause target creature to tap. You cannot use this ability if defending player controls no snow-covered lands. Oh, okay, so it sucks. Kind of an interesting card. So this is pay 2, tap, and make one of your creatures unblockable. 3 mana over the course of, like, several turns, or rather 2 mana to use this and then 1 mana to set up, is actually pretty on rate. You could, there's cards like Invisibility, which is mostly unblockable, and the rate about that is usually around 2 mana. So this is pretty on rate from that aspect, and actually a pretty decent card. Really, the only thing that kind of makes this suck is that if they don't have snow-covered lands, it doesn't do anything. So, again, the value of this will depend entirely on how many snow-covered lands your opponent has. Assuming you guys are playing some sort of limited where everybody just has as many snow lands as they want, then maybe this is good until you run up against the player that decided not to play Snowlands. Now, if every player has to play Snowlands, this is kind of okay. In a limited, like, this is pretty decent. There's so many degrees of, like, just different shit that has to happen for this to ever come up. It's pretty hilarious. If this is good in a game, it's actually pretty good. And I do think that this is a really cool piece specifically for limited environments. I think like designing some cards around that kind of do this sort of thing exactly are actually really good for limited. I said exactly there, but I mean without the snowland. Not exactly this, but making a creature unblockable and requiring a resource and like continual resource investment. It gives your opponent something to blow up. It I don't know. I think it's very cool and adds to the gameplay for the average game. But yeah, I don't know. I guess there isn't much to say about this one. It was illustrated by Tom Varnestrand. I really like the art. I really like Tom's work. This one's pretty great. I really appreciate whatever fucking horned beast it is that is pulling the sleigh. That's really fucking funny. Yeah, I don't know. There isn't much to say about it. It's just a card that for, 1 mana you can put on the field, and then you can tap it and pay 2 to make something unblockable, assuming they have a snow-covered land. Yeah, definitely has some value. It's certainly not great. Man, I tell you, that Arkham sure had a bunch of fucking gizmos. Anyways, Arkham's Weather Vane is an uncommon that costs 2 mana, and you can pay 2 mana and tap it. Target snow-covered land becomes a non-snow-covered land of the same type. Mark the changed land with a counter. Or pay 2, tap target non-snow-covered basic land becomes a snow-covered basic land of the same type. Mark the changed land with a counter. Okay, so you can pay 2, put this down, pay 2 more, tap it, and it turns a land into a snow land. Well, that solves the problem I had with the last one. You should just run copies of just Arkham stuff, the Sleigh and the Weather Vane. That's all you need to win games. And I guess maybe a creature. Maybe there's Arkham's Juggernaut. That would be useful. This is... I don't know. This is funny in Commander if you want to, like, do something stupid there, right? You could maybe get away. Like, people are going to look at you like, what are you doing? And this definitely serves some niche purpose specifically in this limited environment. But if you ever run into a situation where you need to be running Arkham's Weather Vane in order to get the value you need, you are in for a bad time, and that is probably not happening. But it is an interesting card. I guess the set kind of needed a card like this, right? Like, if you're gonna do all this and you think Snowland, even if it ends up that Snowlands are a failure, but, like, you tried it, right? So, kind of makes sense to have a card like this. Yeah, the card's bad, but it is interesting. I guess I don't have too much else to say about it, but it is kind of neat to see something like this. It was, again, like the other one, illustrated by Tom Varnestrand, and once again, he did great. Solid piece of work. I like the, Mox Ruby and the Weather Vane. I think that's a fantastic touch. I guess that's all there is on Arkham's Weather Vane. Let's see what else Arkham has. Obviously, I look over all these cards at the beginning, right? But with a big set like this, there's just so much stuff that's just fucking in one ear and out the other. You can read through all of them 100 times and you're still not going to remember shit like Arkham's fucking whistle. Alright, so more Arkham stuff. Let's see what this one does. This one is an uncommon that costs 3 mana. And then you can pay another 3 mana and tap this. And that's a lot of words. Target non-wall creature must attack. At end of turn, destroy that creature if it could not attack. Use this ability only during the creature's controller's turn before the attack. The creature's controller may counter this effect by paying X, where X is equal to the creature's casting cost. Arkham's Whistle does not affect creatures brought under their controller's control this turn. Okay, so that's a mouthful. So you can pay 3 to put this out and pay another 3 and tap this to have a creature attack. So, Siren Song, I think, is the alpha card this is the most similar to. It's obviously quite different, but it's the same effect. And, yeah, okay. They can counter it by paying X, where X is equal to the casting cost. This is a great card to give you and your opponent alternative ways to spend your mana if neither one of you are particularly interested in winning the game. Which, that's always cool. You like to see that. Pretty dumb card, pretty bad card. Kind of interesting. In limited, like, you could definitely win a game off of this, but, like, I don't know. If I use this to any sort of positive effect, I would be talking about nothing else for months. Yeah. Probably the worst of the Arkham spells just because it costs the most, and the ability is interesting and certainly can bring you an advantage, but this card is bad. It's kind of interesting, but it's bad. So this one was illustrated by Quentin Hoover. The art is really cool. I do like that whistle. It's really cute. Very detailed and interesting. Yeah, I guess that's all I got on Arkham's Whistle. All right, Barbed Sextant. This one's pretty easy. This is a common, thank God for that. Costs 1 mana, and then you can pay another mana and tap it to sacrifice Barbed Sextant to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So, I'm actually a big fan of this card. I think this card was probably undervalued. To be fair, at the time it was pretty bad, just because, people could buy Moxen. So, when Sol Ring's an uncommon in the core set, Barb Sextant looks a little less good. If you have very rough color requirements for whatever reason, generally it's better just to build a deck that doesn't have those, but, greedy mana bases exist for a reason. And this is a card that can support kind of a greedy base. Obviously, it's not super great, but it's not bad. It is not fast mana, and it's not even net positive mana, but it is pretty solid filtering, and it replaces itself, so if you need these effects, I think this is really good. It probably shines even more in Limited, just because every other card is really bad. Yeah, Barb Sextant, interesting card, kind of good, not, it's no Sol Ring, right? Like, when I say this is good, I don't mean this is actually good. I just mean that this is actually okay. It's pretty solid. I think it was underrated at the time and probably still underrated now. But it's definitely, we do have a lot of better options these days. This was illustrated by Amy Weber, and I really like it. It does look like a Barbed Sextant, which, to be fair, doesn't look like the most useful tool in the world. Sextants are nice, obviously, if you have need for one, but putting barbs on it seems questionable. Unless you're tired of it disappearing, I suppose. Baton of Morale. A lot of wild artifact names in this set that I really appreciate. The Baton of Morale costs 2 mana. It is an uncommon. You can pay 2. Target creature gains banding until end of turn. I want to be mad at this, but that is a good effect for a Baton of Morale. So the fact that this is just Helm of Chetsuk, whatever, right? It's just Helm of Chetsuk. I guess it's not, because the Helm of Chetsuk is a mono artifact, right? I think it's a mono artifact. Anyways, you can activate, you can give the whole, all the boys can get banding with this. At 2 mana per, there's no limit. Bring them all in. Band them. I don't know. Banding's okay. It's definitely not worth dumping 2 mana per without even including the 2 mana to get this on the field. This card's bad. It's bad. It's kind of funny. It was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and the art is really good. Very classic Douglas Schuler look. I like the gold handle. But yeah, overall, interesting, cool design, but pretty subpar card. So, let's move on. To the Celestial Sword! Yes! Alright, this is a rare. Costs 6 mana. Man, this thing is either going to be so cool or bad as hell. Alright, so you can, once you paid your 6 mana and got your Celestial Sword, you can pay 3 mana and tap it. Target creature you control gets +3/+3 until end of turn. And end of turn, bury that creature. The Celestial Sword. Why would you put such a cool name on this garbage? It's the Celestial Sword. Yeah, this is probably not something worth playing. I mean, I guess 3 is a pretty big number, right? 3 is a bigger number than 2, so if that comes up, that's pretty good. I got nothing to say about it. This one's kind of a disappointment. It was illustrated by Amy Weber, and the art goes so fucking hard, which just makes it even more disappointing that the card kind of sucks and is way expensive. What a joke of a card. The art does go really hard, though. But let's move on. Celestial Sword is just stupid. The Crown of the Ages. All right, I'm not getting my hopes up again. That last one had a fucking sick name, so let's just temper our expectations here. Crown of the Ages, 2 mana. It's an artifact. You can pay 4 mana and tap it. Not a good sign. Switch target enchantment from one creature to another. Uh-oh. The enchantment's new target must be legal. The controller of the enchantment does not treat the enchantment as though it was... Oh, it's just rules text. All it does is force swap an enchantment. An aura. Specifically an aura. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. This is definitely... You can tell at this time they were designing cards because they're like, huh, that's kind of neat. I wonder what they could do with that. And then they just send it off. They were just making cards that they thought were interesting. And to hell with how good they were. And I can respect that, for sure. Crown of Ages is definitely feels like more of that thought process. So I can see where this kind of thing comes from, but like, this is not a good thing to be doing. As a gamer, as a game designer, I think it's fine. It's okay to have game pieces that do anything as long as some of them do. The card name is so cool, the art goes so fucking hard, and the ability just doesn't really do anything. I don't even understand what the story here is, but whatever. It's just a piece of cardboard. This one was illustrated by Dan Frazier, and it's pretty cool. The art goes really fucking hard. I do really like the Crown of the Ages. That's a sick fucking crown. Very magical. But that's all there is on Crown of the Ages, so let's move on. Desporic Scepter. Man, do I love a scepter. Let's see what this bad boy does. It's a rare, hell yeah. 1 mana. It's broken. Bury target permanent you own. I really like this card. So, one might ask yourself, why would I bury a target I own? Like, if you want to lose the game, you could cast a Lich and then use this to bury the Lich and lose the game immediately. That's something you could do with this. That's pretty cool. I don't think this is necessarily good. I don't think it's awful. I think there are situations where this can be really interesting, and there's probably ways to break it that I'm not thinking about. But I actually do like this card. I think this is a really interesting card. One, because it is fairly powerful in what its ability does, but it is, of course, tempered by the fact that you can't do it to your opponent. But yeah, this one's super interesting. I guess I don't have anything else to say about it because it's such a weird and confusing card. But I do really appreciate cards like this. I think this is a great design. Just because it's a card you'd look at and you'd be like, well, why would I even want to do that? And I think that's magic. I think that's a lot of the fun of the card game. So, the art also goes hard as fuck. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas. Love the art. So cool. That is a very detailed scepter that is super cool and just lying in the blood pool. Very neat. Very good. The giant fist on the top of it, too, looks pretty painful. It's a hell of a whacking stick. I'll just say that. It's a hell of a whacking stick. Anyways, then we have Elkin Bottle. Elkin Bottle is a rare, costs 3 mana. You can pay 3 and tap this. Take the top card from your library and place it face up in front of you. You may play that card as though it were in your hand. If you do not play it by your next upkeep, remove it from the game. Oh, hey, holy shit, I forgot about this. Yeah, fucking Impulse Draw, all the way back in Ice Age. That's actually really, really cool. Oh, I figured it out. This is JM Day Tome. This is fixed JM Day Tome. Yeah, I don't know. This is interesting because it has such a tension on it. Because Impulse Draw stuff is usually better for aggro and aggressive decks. Generally, control lists or lists that are just planning on staring at you for 50 to 100 turns don't, like... Because what if I need it on a different turn, right? So this is actually, like, a meaningful nerf to JM Day Tome specifically in, like, the decks that it would, like, be run in. I like the design. I think it's really fucking cool and interesting. But it does kind of feel like they made JM Day Tome that you could only use that turn and then cut off a mana on the cost to activate and the cost to play the card. Anyway, it is an interesting card, but let's talk about the art. This was illustrated by Quentin Hoover, and this is a Klein Bottle. It's a type of topology, I think, is the science it uses. I don't know. It's basically like a fucking glass tube that you actually can't get into. It's science complicated. I don't know. I spent 20 minutes on Google trying to figure out what the fuck those things were even called, because I recognized the shape, but I couldn't remember that it was called a Klein bottle. Very interesting. Super cool. Oh, and look at that. The name is, I forget what it's called when you jumble up the words. Whatever. Fucking, the name is the thing. Yeah. Klein bottle. Elkin bottle. Super neat stuff. Fancy stuff, you fucking nerds. Let's move on. Alright. Fyndhorn Bow. Fyndhorn Bow is next. This is a uncommon 2-mana artifact. You can pay 3 and tap it. Target creature gains first strike until end of turn. Yeah, I don't know. This is okay. Kind of drafty, but like in draft it's pretty okay. The story of it's really cool. First strike is often used to describe like lancers, like knights and stuff like that, but it is also often used to describe archers when they aren't using reach. Because if you guys attack each other and they have a bow, the arrow can probably hit you before you get there with the sword. It's generally how that works. In simplest terms, of course. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much to say about it. It's kind of interesting, kind of cool. It's a neat design space. It's a really fucking expensive for what it does, but, you know, whatever. You'll have that. There's just nothing to say about this one. Illustrated by Rob Alexander. The art is okay. I'm not a huge fan of it. This card is pretty unmemorable, so I think we're just going to move on. To the best card in the game, Goblin Lyre. That's like the instrument. He's not, like, he might be a liar. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, Goblin Lyre. It's a rare. It's an artifact. Costs 3 mana to cast, and then you can pay 0 and sacrifice Goblin Lyre. Flip a coin. Target opponent calls heads or tails while coin is in the air. If the flip ends up in your favor, Goblin Lyre deals X damage to that opponent, where X is equal to the number of creatures you control. Otherwise, Goblin Lyre deals X damage to you, where X is equal to the number of creatures your opponent controls. Goblin Lyre, 3 mana, you put it down, and then you flip a coin. Either your creatures bang up on him, or his creatures bang up on you. 50-50 chance. This is a competitive staple, obviously. I like this card. This card is funny. This card is fun to read. This card is fun to look at. I don't know that anyone has ever casted it, but I bet you it was a fun time. This kind of thing like feels like it would be at home in an unset, specifically, just because it's ridiculous and stupid and hilarious. But they weren't doing unsets yet, so gotta put it somewhere. Might as well put it in the Ice Age block. That's all I got on this one. It was illustrated by Mike Kimball, and the art is fantastic. Super fucking cool. Rock star fucking goblin. It brings me joy. The art is the best part of this card. Alright, next we got Hemonite Talisman. This is an uncommon artifact. It costs 2 mana to cast. You can pay 3 mana, untap target permanent, use this ability only when a red spell is successfully cast, and only once for each red spell. Ah, yes. These. The Talisman cycle. So there's one of these for each color. But yeah, whenever you cast a red spell, you may pay 3. If you do, untap target permanent. Potentially super busted sounding, right? That sounds super fucking broken. Paying 3, I think they fixed it. I think they made this not breakable in any way by making it pay 3. This is the type of card that ends up not doing anything. I don't know that anyone ever played these. People probably messed with them back in the day and tried them, but the thing is like, you read this, and you're like, okay, so I could like do some loop and stuff. Looping is going to be really hard because you got to generate infinite mana to do that. And if you're doing that, why are you bothering, right? These are not good, but they are really interesting to think about. So I really like these. I think they're super cool. This one was illustrated by Alan Williams, and the art's okay. I don't remember all the arts off the top of my head, so it's hard to say whether this is my least favorite or not, but it's definitely not up there. It's fine. I don't hate it. I think it's pretty solidly, I don't know. It's way better art than I could do, and I don't hate it. I just also don't love it, if that makes sense. But that is Hemonite Talisman. Oh, hey. Ice Cauldron, hell yeah. So I have done a video on Ice Cauldron already, which, you know, you can watch that if you want to. This is a pretty complicated card, kind of, just in the way that it's written out. But I guess let's get into it. It is a rare. It costs 4 mana. You can pay X and tap it. Put a charge counter on Ice Cauldron and put a spell card face up on Ice Cauldron. Note the type and amount of mana used to pay this activation cost. Use this ability only if there are no charge counters on Ice Cauldron. You may play that spell card as though it were in your hand. Tap, remove a charge counter from Ice Cauldron to add mana of the type and amount last used to put a charge counter on Ice Cauldron to your mana pool. This mana is usable only to cast the spell on top of Ice Cauldron. Alright, so that's kind of a lot of text. The basic premise of this card is that you tap it and put a charge counter on it and exile a card as you do that. And then you can tap it, remove the counter, and cast that spell. And if you had added any mana, you add that mana at the time that you tap this to cast that spell. Now, this card is interesting for a lot of reasons, honestly. But there are some quirks with this card. One, the second ability is a mana ability. It's tap and remove a charge counter to add mana of the type and amount that you had put into this, right? Technically, you can always cast the spell. You don't need to tap this and remove the charge counter. That's just a mana ability that adds the mana. You can play the spell whenever, but you can't use the first ability if there's a charge counter on the spell. So if you do cast it without tapping and adding the mana, then you would have to tap it, add the mana, get mana burned by that at the time. Now it just would float away, and then you could use it to put another spell. There are some interesting and unique quirks with this spell, and there are a few different ways to use it in the wider card pool that are sort of interesting. I don't think any of them are good enough, efficient enough, or interesting enough to discuss. It's not like this is a meta card, or this is even a combo card in established combos. There is just some interesting rules interactions that don't play nice with all 18 bajillion fucking cards in Magic. But I'm going to mostly just talk about this as Limited is concerned. I actually think this is fairly decent in Limited. I think the best use case for something like this would be a Lava Burst. That is the fireball in this set. Yeah, so I think the best case with this would be to like hit your opponent with a massive fireball over 2 turns, right? So if you get this down, like turn 4, whatever, you get to around 7-8 mana, you tap out, and then the next turn you tap out again with a fireball that'll be like around 16 damage. Assuming you were able to get 5-4 damage in the first couple turns, that's actually a pretty consistent, well, that's actually a pretty fast deck. Let's not say consistent, because it needs specific pieces and like how you're going to search them. But I do think that there are a few pieces that this would be a interesting and playable combo-esque style deck in this specific Limited, which I think is pretty interesting. That's like the best case to do with it. You could also like, it doesn't have to be a fireball. Any like, you kind of want to get a lot of bang for your buck, right? So the bigger the thing is, the better for you. But also the worse, because then, you know, you can't be doing anything else. It's interesting, and I don't think this is good, especially in a set with like Disenchant running around and stuff like that. I would say it's interesting, and it's definitely fun. I would certainly try to build that deck in a Limited of this. And I think if you are going to design a cube around the best hits of this set, I think you should add, I think this is a card worth considering for that. It's not particularly strong, but if you put the support pieces in, I think it could be, especially with just that card pool. Anyway, Ice Cauldron is super interesting. Very cool design. There are cool and interesting things to do with it. None of them are like the most efficient thing, but most playstyles end up not making it to the tournament, right? And for like regular LGS or kitchen table play, you might have been able to get something going with this at the time, but I would say at best it was kind of cool and mediocre. At least that's what my experience has been with it, and what I've heard from people in the comments, because I did do a video entirely on this card. Most people kind of felt the same way about this one. But there were a lot of, those comments were cool, because I did learn a couple of neat tricks that you could do with this card that I didn't think of at the time. There's definitely there's definitely many things to consider about this card. So that alone is really high praise. You can't say that about every card. And it manages to do so without like breaking any formats, which is really admirable. Doesn't thread the needle of being like playable most of the time, but it gets close enough, in my opinion. Super cool card. I like this card a lot. It's really interesting, but it is not particularly strong. I guess if you want to know more, you can watch that video I have on it. I do not think I'm going to take the time to link it, though, so you're going to have to find it yourself. Sorry. This is a long video. It's going to be impossible to, like, put those tags. Oh, from banger to banger. Icy Manipulator. Classic card. Boogeyman of the old days. Icy Manipulator is an uncommon, costs 4 mana, and you can pay 1 and tap it. Tap target artifact, creature, or land. This can be very, very oppressive. This can be very, very annoying to deal with, and this can really shut you down. The thing about it is its versatility, too. So, if you know this card somewhat, you probably know it best with, like, Howling Mine or Winter Orb. So, with Howling Mine, you would tap it so that your opponent didn't get the benefit and you would, and with Winter Orb you would tap it so that you don't get the downside and they get the downside. So they would work oppositely, but you could do either interaction with this card. Those are probably the two most like well-known ways of using this card, but there's so many things you can do with this. This can be a pretty expensive Rashadan port, right? Which is a pretty good card. You can hit their lands. That's really good. Especially when they started making lands that are really good. Tapping artifacts, you know, we talked about that with the Howling Mine, stuff like that. Creatures is also huge, though, right? At this time, and in most games, like, there are a lot of alternate win cons in Magic, and there are different ways to approach the game, but at this point, 99% of them were creature damage. Maybe Mill had a larger chunk than I'm thinking, but the point is that against any deck that's trying to hit you with a creature, this can blank out a creature every turn. Less good against the wide aggro decks, obviously, but I don't know, maybe you can tap one of their lands down. This card isn't, like, especially good by today's standards or anything like that. This is obviously a product of its time. But for the time, this thing is fucking sick. And I think this was probably a really hyped card out of Ice Age, because Icy Manipulator wasn't in Revised. So it got removed from Revised and then put in here. Yeah, I don't know. I like Icy Manipulator. I think it's a really interesting card. Yeah, Icy Manipulator is really sweet. It's a classic. I like the card a lot. It was illustrated by Amy Weber. The art is really cool. I do prefer I'm pretty sure it's Schuler. I think Schuler did the original Icy Manipulator. I prefer that one. But this one is really cool. Amy has a very eclectic kind of pile shit in some of her images, especially the ones that are like artifacts focused style stuff. And I think there's a charm to that. I do really appreciate her artistic style, and I think this is really cool. It's a really fun like rendition of a weird gadget, I guess. Yeah, I'm trailing off here. Icy Manipulator is pretty cool. Let's move on. I really don't have much else to say about it. All right, next we have Infinite Hourglass. Infinite Hourglass is a rare. It costs 4 mana. During your upkeep, put a time counter on Infinite Hourglass. During any upkeep, any player may pay 3 to remove a time counter from Infinite Hourglass. All creatures get +1/+0 for each time counter on Infinite Hourglass. That's pretty cool. This is a really fun card. This is a card that it's hard to call, like, good, right? Like, it's obviously not, like, competitively good. But this is really fucking fun. Cards like this are really cool because it adds some level of... it adds decision points, right? And it doesn't, like... This affects both players, so that automatically kind of makes it a bad card, because any card that, like, gives both players an advantage, you had to spend the mana, and they didn't, so, like, if they like they are in more of a position to benefit from it just because they have more resources than you would at the time, unless you had done something else to like get a shitload of resources. Infinite Hourglass, beyond that, is just really fun and kind of interesting, and you can build your deck around this, sort of, right? Because like all creatures get +1/+0. Oh, so if you play more creatures, then you get more benefit out of this than your opponent would. So you put this in a super creature heavy artifact-y style deck, and it's interesting. During any upkeep, any player may pay 3 to remove a time counter is neat because that means that it can tax your opponent, or it can, you know, give all creatures +1/+1. Or +1/+0 rather. Usually, well, I say often, and it's in my opinion true, that cards that give anything that gives your opponent a choice is always going to be the suboptimal choice for you, right? Like that's just something that makes sense. If you're both playing the game and you both understand all the rules and everything like that, and they're like, if the only information unavailable to you is hidden information and you kind of can intuit everything else, cards like cards that let your opponent choose will always give you the worst option. So you have to weigh that against, like, okay, well, how bad are either option for me? Are they both things that I want, right? Like how so the more versatile a card like that is, where both the options get kind of spread out, is actually worse, because then there are less situations where either option is kind of okay for you. I think Infinite Hourglass is something you would have to build with the intention of knowing I might not get like any benefit from this. I might not get the +1/+1 counters, right? However, both benefits of these, if you build your deck right, both benefits of this are really good, right? Like if your opponent is spending 3 mana at the beginning of every upkeep to deal with this, that's perfectly fine. They're not casting like removal spells or like getting rid of your, like, that's fine. So just the way, I'm having trouble explaining this, but the way that this card ends up working out is that it's if you build your deck around this right and just have more cheaper creatures than your opponent, this is going to be a boon. It's actually really pretty solid when you're playing really bad cards, mind you. Yeah, I don't know. I really like this. I think it's fun. I think it's interesting. And another thing that doesn't come up much when you're talking about negative costed choices, like where your opponent gets the choice, is that those choices can be stressful. And you could think of it like cognitive load, right? So if you're adding a decision point, especially one that you don't really have to make, right? Because if you're going to play this card, you probably are, like, there are going to be situations where maybe it's smart for you to pay the 3, but your entire game plan is centered around making sure that doesn't happen by playing a bunch of cheap creatures and trying to, like, get in steadily and harder. And in that instance, it actually scales your cheap, shitty creatures really well with the game, right? Because if you're the Keldon Soldier, the Banalish Hero, if that's a 1/1 all game, by turn like 5, it's kind of starting to suck. Like the banding is kind of useful for like blocking and stuff like this, but you can't really attack with it anymore. It's not helping you get the game over. This gives context to stuff like that in a way that I think is pretty interesting. So I do actually think, and I think it's a small benefit of this card, but I do think there is something to be said about the cognitive load that you would be putting on your opponent while they consider whether it's better to spend that 3 mana advancing their game plan, or whether it's better to trip you up. How often that will actually matter is very little. But I think it's worth mentioning that there is a benefit to forcing decisions upon your opponent, because there's only so many decisions you can make in a short amount of time before it starts affecting your... you just get fatigued. Decision fatigue. They have a word for it. This is a real thing. There is a little something to be said about that, but that's not like the reason you would play this. I just think it's a neat kind of maybe a benefit. But again, that depends, right? Because every opponent is going to have a different level of cognitive fatigue anyway, so it's not really something you can plan around. But it is interesting from a gameplay, fun game standpoint. So I do really like this card. It's kind of neat. It is not strong, though. Anyway, Infinite Hourglass was illustrated by Harold McNeil, and I don't really like this one. It's fine. It's okay. His particular stylings are just not really my thing. A lot of it just looks like you wiped a greasy rag across a canvas. Maybe that is what it is, and maybe that's art. I don't know, but that's what it looks like to me, and I'm not impressed, and I don't particularly care. He does have some pieces that I think are really interesting, but I'm just not a huge fan of his style. It's the boy, Jester's Cap. So if you are not particularly familiar with old Magic, like if you weren't playing at the time, or you don't have a historical interest in these events and like what was transpiring, you've probably never heard of this card. If you've never heard of this card, not surprised. But this card is fucking kind of wild. So let's get into it. Jester's Cap is a rare. Costs 4 mana. You can tap it and pay 2 and sacrifice a Jester's Cap to look through target player's library and remove any 3 of those cards from the game. Reshuffle that library after. Yeah. Hell yeah. So, Jester's Cap is interesting because as a card, it ended up not being all that particularly impressive. Like, from like a... it did see some tournament play. It wasn't, like, awful at the time, but it fell off much harder than most things do. Yeah, it's interesting. This just, like... If there are 3 cards in your opponent's deck that if they disappear, that deck doesn't work anymore, this thing is just fucking sick. That's just not true of most decks, though, because, you have to randomly draw your cards. And so stuff like this gets more interesting. The thing that's interesting about this is that this was during a restricted list and a lot of Power 9. So there were a lot of one-of copies that were, like, valuable, right? So you could, like, get a Time Twister and a Time Walk off of this. Or, like, a Demonic Tutor, right? Like, just every color had some restricted spells that if they had them, they were probably playing them just because, like, they aren't all that build-aroundy. They're really fucking good. They usually are in your favor when you play them. So, in those instances, and because of that, Jester's Cap's actually pretty interesting in the time period. There was definitely something you can do, but it was pretty overhyped, from what I understand. I'm really excited to talk about the art, but I'm doing my best to hold off until I've said everything else I have to say. This is the first time where they were like, yeah, you can go into your opponent's deck, search through it, and fucking take something. That was wild and is kind of invasive, not in a bad way. Like, it's a fucking game. I think when people talk about stuff like, oh, these are invasive or bad effects, it's like, come on, guys, they're cards. But the words do describe that it is kind of a thing. I just don't think it's serious in a card game, right? So, like, I don't think Jester's Cap is a problematic, if you will. But I do think that this effect is... There is emotional, like, this dude's going through my deck. He's looking through my cards. And he's taken 3 things. And that stings, right? This is just so cool because it's really exciting. It's really evocative. It's really, like, you can imagine doing so many powerful things with this, right? Like, you fucking crack a pack on your way home from school one day, and you're looking at this, and you're just imagining every card that has ever fucked you over. Every card that has ever been like, God, I hate this fucking game. And you could just rip it out of their deck before they ever have a chance to see it. Jester's Cap managed to captivate a level of, like, I don't even know how you would describe this, but it's kind of beautiful. Just the, like, this card feels like it gives you so much agency, and also feels like it takes away so much agency from their opponent. But realistically, like, like, as you go through games and stuff like that, this card doesn't really do much. Even if you do go and rip 3 cards from it, it's not like you're guaranteed to win. And depending on how, like, either those cards were, like, really cracked, like, restricted cards that are really sacky that, like, only come up some of the time, well, the deck can win without them because it's done it. Like, it's really hard to build around casting your single copy of Time Walk every game. Jester's Cap, I think, was one of the early spoiled cards, too. And this card was mad hype. I probably should have ran through the duelist before I before I sat down to talk about this stuff. It would have given me a bit more to remember. But I do think this card was wildly popular and wildly hyped, and for good reason. It's really exciting. It's really interesting. It is not all that effective of a game piece, all things considered, but you can imagine it being. It's really fun. It's really cool. And it's really exciting the first few times you pop one, right? Like there's something to be said about a card that like lets you do something you haven't done before. Those are really exciting the first few times you play them, especially if you're like pretty into the game. Yeah, let's talk about this art. Dan Frazier, what? I fucking love this shit. This is amazing. This is so funny. This such iconic art. You see this shit over all the time. People love this card. People love this art, and I don't blame them. It's fantastic. This is so funny. And the fact that it's in muted pale blues and whites and not other bright colors is very funny. It's a winter wonderland. Even the Jester is dressed up for it. But yeah, this card is awesome. Probably one of the biggest hits of in the whole set. Like, it's interesting. It's new. Like, this is not something that has been done before, really. It's just... This is really fucking cool. This is another one of those cards that this set just needed more of. This was a slam dunk. Great card. Alright, then we have Jester's Mask. Jester's Mask is also rare. This one costs 5 mana. It comes into play tapped. You pay 1 and tap and sacrifice Jester's Mask to look through target opponent's hand and library. Give that player a new hand of as many cards as he or she had before. Reshuffle the remaining cards afterwards. So this card is pay 5, comes into play tapped, pay 1 and tap it, give your opponent the shittiest possible hand out of their collection of cards. Which is really funny. This is really funny. By the time you get to like... play this, most players have like maybe 2 cards in hand, and also most people aren't really playing with like decks that are like have a plan. They're just playing with random cards. When your opponent's just playing with random cards, it's really hard to craft a hand that's worse than like what they would have already had. And if that's just the game, this kind of does nothing. Now, like, if you're playing, like, super combo, whatever, this kind of effect would be really powerful, but you would never, like, the hoops you would have to jump through to do this when there are cards that you could just be, like, that have just won you the game by that point, this is not good. For this to, like, be good, it would have to be priced at a level where it would just be bullshit, right? But it's really fucking funny, and it's pretty hilarious in casual games. I definitely wouldn't recommend running this. Even in limited, I don't think you're gonna have the fucking leeway to mess around with this. This is probably really funny in Commander. I say that a lot, but I've never considered this in Commander, and thinking about it, you could, it's probably not good in, like, Wild Commander, but if you play with a group of drinking buddies, you can probably imagine how funny this could be. Yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting. The effect itself isn't good. There's a reason. There's many reasons you hear about Jester's Cap way more than Jester's Mask. And among those reasons is the art. Like, Dan Frazier did this one too, and it's certainly fine. You might even like it better. But I do think that Jester's Cap is generally viewed as a better and more interesting and funny piece of art. Because of all that, I personally have never really heard too much about this card. I hear about Jester's Cap all the time. No one ever mentions this, other than I have seen some old posts and stuff where, like, yeah, this one sucks. So I think that was kind of the takeaway at the time. But maybe, but like I said, I don't actually have much data on, like, how people thought about this particular card, or if they even did. I've certainly given it more time than it necessarily needs, so let's move on. Oh, baby, another banger. Jeweled Amulet. Jeweled Amulet is an uncommon. Hell yeah. It costs 0, and you can pay 1 and put a charge counter on Jeweled Amulet. Note what type of mana was used to pay this activation cost. Use this ability only if there are no charge counters on Jeweled Amulet. And then you can tap, remove the charge counter from Jeweled Amulet to add 1 mana of the type last used to put a charge counter on Jeweled Amulet to your mana pool. Play this ability as an interrupt. So, this is a card that I think is terribly underrated. It's certainly not super strong, but it is much stronger than you might think. This basically effectively acts as a Mox every other turn, kind of. So you play it and you have to charge it. It's free, but it does put you a mana behind. When you activate it, it puts you a mana up. This actually sees some niche play in like CEDH and stuff like that. It is significantly weaker than a Moxen, obviously, but you could say that for most cards in the game, so I don't know what exactly we're talking about when we say that. Obviously, this one is especially comparable to a Mox because it costs 0 and taps for a colored mana. But this is a pretty solid card. At the time, I can see it being undervalued, especially since the Moxen were still things that, like, you might actually see in a deck. It's not just some, oh man, these old cards. They were just like, yeah, fucking Terry has one. I can see it being underrated at the time, and even not being all that particularly good if you had enough money. But I think this is really good. I think it's underplayed in Commander if you want this kind of thing. Yeah, I do think Jewel Amulet is really interesting, and it's probably a better card than you think it is when you first read it. It's certainly not like the best thing, but this is pretty solid. I've had good success with it. I've run this thing in Commander decks for years. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. I guess let's move on to the art. This was illustrated by Dan Frazier. Worthy to note here that Dan also did all of the Moxen. I think that's really cool that they got Frazier to illustrate this one, and he did a great job. It's very, very cool. I like the background. It's a little bit different. The hand being there is interesting. It's certainly not bad. I do think it would have been a little bit cooler if it was just like the Moxen, where it was, just the item on a weird background. I think that would be cool, but I don't hate it. The hand is well detailed. Maybe he was just trying to flex his hand drawing skills. Maybe he had just taken like a class or something. I don't know, but I do really like the art. Ah, yes, we're back to the cycle, the one that I actually remember. Lapis Lazuli Talisman. Interesting card. So this one costs 2 mana, it's an artifact, and you can pay 3 and untap target permanent, but you can only use this ability when a blue spell is successfully cast, and only once for each blue spell cast. So this is obviously incredibly build-aroundy. You can imagine it being powerful and going off the rails, but it very often does not. Not really a critical combo piece because there are a lot of guardrails on this. I guess one thing I didn't mention when talking about the red one is that these are kind of like the Lucky Charms from Alpha. They're different by quite a bit, but they are 5 artifacts that each care about a color permanent getting cast, and you gain a benefit when that does. So with the Alpha ones, you could pay 1 to gain a life whenever in this case, it would be blue spell was cast. Crystal Rod, I believe, was the blue one. These seem like they glanced over at those and kind of got this idea, sort of. The idea itself is different, but the execution is similar, so I assume there was inspiration. These are bad. As I've said, we won't talk about them anymore. I did think of some new things to say. This was the one that tantalized me the most at various points, because I was like, oh man, if I could just figure this one out. Because it feels like once you figure this out, it's so powerful. But there really isn't too much there. But I don't know. Maybe I just haven't figured it out. This one was illustrated by Amy Weber. I like this art a lot. Amy Weber's art here is kind of inspired by what Dan Frazier did with the Moxen, and I really do like it. I think it's really good. This is very cool, and such a ridiculous piece of jewelry in such a funny way. Yeah, I guess that's really all I have to say on this one. We'll move on. Or will we? Now we're talking about the green one. Malachite. God, is that how you pronounce Malachite? I'm gonna look like an idiot. Malachite Talisman. I don't care. I always look like an idiot. Malachite Talisman is the same one, except it's a green spell. Pay 3, untap target permanent, only use this ability when they cast a green spell. Uncommon, which makes sense, the other ones were. But we're just going to talk about the art because there really isn't too much else worth saying about these anymore. This one was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and it's fantastic. I'm a big Christopher Rush fan, obviously, who isn't? And again, the art here is still inspired by, like, the Moxen Cycle and the Lucky Charms. Very, very cool. I really like the kind of, like, I don't know. This one's just cool. It's got bones. It's got feathers. It's the green one. I think it's well done. I like it. It's very interesting to look. It's very interesting to look at. The white one is called Nasir. I don't know what type of material this is. I have never heard of it. Anyways, this is the white one. It's also an uncommon. It was illustrated by Mark Teeden. The art's fine. I do kind of don't like that this one isn't in the same styles as the other. That would have been cool. These cards all suck and it doesn't matter, so it doesn't matter. And I do like this art. I think it's cool. I do wish it was more in the style of the other ones, though. Yeah, don't know. The art's okay. Just doesn't really fit the vibe that the other ones have, which is a little bit of a bummer, but it's not the end of the world by any means. Oh boy. Naked Singularity. So, this card's a trip. Naked Singularity is a rare. Costs 5 mana. Cumulative upkeep of 3. Instead of their normal mana, plains produce red, islands produce green, swamps produce white, mountains produce blue, and forests produce black. Dun dun dun. This is the best I'm gonna hose everyone who's not 5-color nonsense in the game. But wait a second, you might be asking, doesn't this just feel like, what was it, Reality Shift? I think is the name of it, the blue one. 3 blue mana does this for every color that's not blue. And yes, they are, in many ways, the exact same card. This is fucking funny as hell. Not a good card by any means. This card is like the epitome of I like to annoy my friends while playing Commander. Like, that's the kind of, like, what you would use. Like, what else would you do with this? It's 5 fucking mana and does nothing and has a cumulative upkeep. Like, yeah, it does shut off their mana, I guess. But not really, right? Like, just play Blood Moon. I don't know. It's really funny. It's so hilarious. But because it's not good, you can pick it up cheap and throw it into your commander deck to piss off all your friends if that's what you want to do. Keep in mind, though, it has to go in a 5-color deck because of because Commander's nonsensical color identity rules that is not a card's color, and so butts up into the rules in very awkward situations in certain instances. Arguably, this is one of those. We won't get into color identity. I feel many ways about it. But the point is that you do need to be 5-color to run this in Commander. But yeah, anyways, really fucking funny, cool joke card. Not really like a tournament consideration, obviously, but it's really funny, and I'm really happy it exists. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden. Really great work. Super funny. I don't know how you're supposed to draw a naked singularity, but this appears to be a pretty good way. Does not look pleasant. Anyway, then we have Onyx Talisman, which I think is the last of the talismans we're going to talk about. This one does the same thing that the other ones do. Whenever a black spell is successfully cast, you can pay 3 to untap a permanent, but only once per successfully cast black spell. Yeah. This one was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and I really like this art. It's super cool, but I don't have much to say about it. Pentagram of the Ages. This is a rare. It costs 4 mana. You can pay 4 and tap it. Prevent all damage dealt to you from one source. Pentagram of the Ages does not prevent the same source damaging you again later this turn. Yeah! Pay 4 and then pay another 4 and do what a Circle of Protection does. That's also in this set. But this one is all the Circle of Protections. Yeah. It's not that good of a card. It's frustrating to play against if you can't like out this thing, but it is it's not a good card. I don't even have anything to really say about it. It's not good. It's not really that interesting either. I really like this art though, so let's talk about that. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and the art is amazing. I really like this piece of art. I don't know what it is about it, but like every time when I see this card, I see the art and I'm like, oh, I love this card. It's good. And then I read it and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. I go through that experience pretty much every time I see the card. Because it's forgettable, right? Because I forget what it does immediately. But I really like the art. I don't know what that says about the card or anything, but I really like the art. So Douglas Schuler did a great job, but I don't have anything to say about this card. All right, next up for a little bit of brutalism. This one is pretty nice. Pit Trap, cost 2. It's an uncommon. You can pay 2 and tap and sacrifice Pit Trap to bury target creature without flying that is attacking you. Well, the story and the flavor there is amazing. That's a pretty solid card in like limited and stuff like that. Like removal is hard to find. This is removal. I would be very happy to have this. And it's not even like, realistically, it's not even terrible, right? Like it's would be laughable to be resorting to playing this in like some sort of tournament, but as far as like I don't have access to better removal pieces, it's a removal piece, right? So specifically in limited, I think this is seriously worth considering unless there's like something really good in the pack for you. And the best part about this, like this is actually a good limited design because anyone can play this, right? It's very cool. I like this. I don't know if the non-flying is I don't know if that decision, like if they built this card around they didn't want this to hit flying, or if that it's non-flying because it's a pit trap, and that's what makes sense. So I don't know if, like, I don't know what the design intentionality was with this one. All of this is moot because it's not like they were really designing for limited at the time, but it is cool to see, like, nuts and boltsy kind of style pieces that are, well, just kind of good in a limited environment. It's cool to see some of that here. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and the art is, it goes hard. Like, this is fucked up. Like, I get a little pit in my stomach when I look at this one, you know? It's like, oh wait, never mind. I'm fine. So it's well done from that aspect. Very cool. This is a really cool card. I'm very happy to talk about this card. Pit Trap is pretty awesome. If you're into draft chaff, that is. Alright, then we have Runed Arch. Runed Arch is a rare, costs 3 mana, comes into play tapped. You can pay X and tap, sacrifice Runed Arch. X target creatures with power no greater than 2 cannot be blocked this turn. Other effects may later be used to increase a creature's power beyond 2. They sure did like that last sentence a lot back at this time. They really got to make sure you understand that that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to make them unblockable and then pump. This is kind of interesting because it hits potentially all of your creatures. Depending on when in the game, this might just be game without any sort of pumping and stuff like that. I don't know. This is okay. It's kind of interesting. I think it would be hard to build around this in a limited, which is like the only place it would be decent, but maybe it's easier than I'm thinking. I don't know. I certainly wouldn't like first pick this or anything like that, but if I ended up on it, it might not be the worst thing. Anyway, it was illustrated by Phil Foglio. Big Phil Foglio fan, like his work a lot. This one is just kind of okay. It's certainly not bad, but I'm not in love with it or anything. The Shield of the Ages. Finally. A powerful artifact to go with our Pentagram of Ages and our Celestial Sword. This is an uncommon artifact, costs 2 mana, and you can pay 2 to prevent 1 damage to you. Yeah, actually, that's okay. That's not terrible. Not the worst card I've read today. It is pretty bad. Anyway, Shield of the Ages kind of makes sense what it does. It's not particularly strong, but it's, you know, the rate's fair. Let's say that. The rate is fair. We'll say that, which is, you know, that's what every card gamer wants to hear about their cards. Illustrated by Anson Maddox. I like this art. It's certainly not my favorite. I do really like the, I don't even know what kind of style of, it's not chainmail, but whatever that scale. It's probably just a type of scale, I guess, thinking about it. I don't know. I like the look of it. I think it's really cool. Pretty decent art. The card is, you know, not awful. It doesn't do something that's good, and the cost that you pay for it to do that thing that's not all that good is pretty fair and reasonable. And those are not things that make for a strong card. So Skull Catapult. I love this card. I don't fucking care what it does. They could say fucking tap, lose the fucking game, and I'd play this bad boy. Skull Catapult is an uncommon. It costs 4 mana. You can pay 1 and tap it. Sacrifice a creature to have Skull Catapult deal 2 damage to target creature or player. Now we're fucking gaming, boys. Look at this thing. The story on this is funny as hell. The story on this is really funny. In a very morbid, dark way, of course, right? But they're cardboard. It's imagination. It's a funny in that environment. Hilarious. The card itself is actually pretty decent. In limited specifically, right? Like, removal is hard. Dealing 2 damage to things can be tricky. You do have to sack a creature. This does take a lot, and generally when you are like behind, it's pretty hard to set that up. So this does have like, it's not like this is super good when you're behind. Like this can help you win, but it's going to be hard for something like this to help prevent you from losing, if that makes sense. I still love this card. It's hilarious, it's fun, and I think it's good enough in some situations. Certainly an awesome commander card, although you definitely have way better options if you want this effect in commander. Are they as funny as Skull Catapult? I would argue no, but, you know, if we're being serious, it's not that particularly strong of a card. In Limited, I do think it is pretty interesting. I think there are a lot of creatures that you would want to blow up and be willing to trade a creature for. And also, it's really funny. Did I mention that it's funny? It really is. Okay, so like I keep making jokes, but I do think it's not terrible in Limited. It just is going to be really awful if you start on the back foot. Other than that, probably not playable unless you just really think it's funny, which I wouldn't blame you for because I think it's really funny. This was illustrated by Brian Wackwitz, and it's really funny, dude. This is great. The beam of light coming down the snowy, blistery day. It's funny. It's good. I like it. Great card. Terrible card. Let's move on to the Snow Fortress. Snow Fortress is a rare, costs 5 mana, and you will not believe this, but it counts as a wall. It's a 0/4, and you can pay 1 to give it +1/+0 until end of turn. You can pay 1 to give it +0/+1 until end of turn. You can pay 3, and Snow Fortress deals 1 damage to target creature without flying that is attacking you. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. A card like this, you want to just base level, right? And base level, this is a 0/4 wall for 5 mana. Like, you're just paying too much up front for modality that doesn't fucking matter. The +1/+0 is already of questionable value on a wall, right? Like, that has been an effect on walls since the beginning, and it was even +1/+1. So it was just one effect. So this looks modular, but it just split one effect, and instead of paying a single colored mana for it, it's a single colorless mana for half of it. And then paying 3 to have it deal damage to a target creature without flying that is attacking you is kind of pretty interesting and is flavorful, right? Like, you're up in the fucking castle on the, man, I used to know what all those words were. It doesn't matter. You're up on the fucking walls throwing shit down at the people attacking into, not even into this, but just around, right? So that's really flavorful. 3 mana for 1 damage seems way too fucking much, especially on how badly rated everything else on this card is. But this card could certainly, like, maybe do something sometime. I'm gonna say it's bad even in Limited. It does have the positive qualities of being colorless. And, yeah, it has the positive qualities of being colorless and being a creature that can, like, prevent your opponent from killing you immediately. Yeah, pretty bad card. Snow Fortress was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and I like this art. It's really cool. There's nothing that, like, it's a door, right? Like, it's a door, it's some people, it's some snow. All of it goes a great way of telling the story that this card is trying to tell, but none of these are, like, particularly exciting or interesting things to look at. So the art, I'm not going to say it suffers from it. It's just, you know, it's not super exciting art, but I think it does its job well. Oh boy. All right. The boy. This is Soldevi Golem. Soldevi Golem is a rare. It's a creature that's a 5/3 for 4 mana, if that sounds familiar to you. Does not untap during your untap phase. You can pay 0, untap target creature opponent controls to untap Soldevi Golem at the end of your upkeep. Use this ability only during your upkeep. Alright, yeah. So, it should be pretty obvious, but this is Fixed Juggernaut. Juggernaut, pretty fucking good. People figured it out. Apparently a 5/3 that just fucking trucks on in for a quarter of your fucking health. Turns out it's pretty good. Juggernaut's insane. Juggernaut is Not seen too much these days because it just eats every single fucking. I mean, in old school, like it doesn't see play in other formats because they printed cards that were better than it, by like a lot of them. But like in formats where it is still like a house, you don't see it as often as you might think because it just eats every piece of removal. Any disenchantments, they go to Juggernaut. Any lightning bolt takes it out. This card is kind of interesting. It's just Juggernaut. It's Alpha Juggernaut, but they thought Juggernaut was too strong, and I definitely see where they're coming from with that. Maybe they're right. I don't know. I don't like it. I think Juggernaut's fine, and I think you guys are going about this wrong. But this ability is interesting. I think it's kind of a cool way, and it's not like debilitating. This is still playable, like in the same environments that Juggernaut would be. It's obviously not as good, but still pretty close. Soldevi Golem is kind of cool. I like it because I like Juggernaut. I think it's awesome. But it is like a worse Juggernaut. And Juggernaut's not good enough anymore. So, yeah. I think this is pretty fucking sick in this limited specifically, though, because there's no Juggernaut. And there's no, like, there's so little of so much else. This thing is just a fucking truck. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's all I have to say about it. It was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and the art is really good. It's really interesting. There's like story here, right? With the like it has a Turner key that it puts into it's interesting. Kind of funny. Okay, so let's talk about Soldevi Simulacrum. Soldevi Simulacrum is a 2/4 uncommon creature that costs 4 mana. Artifact creature, obviously. It has a cumulative upkeep of 1. Awesome. And then you can pay 1 to give it +1/+0 until end of turn. This is a bad card, right? Cumulative upkeep on a 2/4 for 4 mana is like, okay. It's like, when am I ever gonna fucking pump this? You can't attack the turn you play it anyway, right? So like you might as well play it on curve and fucking swing in the next turn, but you're already getting nickeled and dimed, and then like in 2 turns it's like annoying to keep this. I don't know. This is dumb. This is not fun to play with. It's not strong. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this one. I don't have much to say about it. The cumulative upkeep is just such an odd choice. But yeah, not a fan of this one. It was illustrated by Dan Frazier. The art's pretty cool. It's good. Like, I like Dan Frazier's work. I don't really have it. Actually, I do appreciate the yellow. There's not a whole lot of like yellow clothing and armor in Magic. There's some of it, but it doesn't appear all that often. And it is nice once in a while. But what's even more uncommon is dirty yellow. And so I do appreciate that aspect of this art specifically. But the card is unimpressive and not interesting, so we'll move on. Then we have Staff of the Ages. Oh god, all the other Ages cards were so fucking good. I'm almost gonna piss myself in anticipation. Let's read this card. Well, first let's say it's a rare, because of course it is. It's the Staff of Ages. It's probably one of the most powerful artifacts of all time. 3 mana to pay for it. Alright. Creatures with any landwalking ability may be blocked as though they did not have those abilities. And mic drop. Holy shit. What a fucking card. What a fucking card. How do you even get around this? You could have this down by turn 3. Creatures with any landwalking ability may be blocked as though they did not have those abilities. That would be like them not having those abilities, right? Okay, yeah, so this card kind of sucks, obviously. It's really bad. Creatures with Landwalk. Why did they keep hating on Landwalk? We already did this in Legends. They're like, yeah, the card that says Planeswalking can't be done, not good enough. So we need to make it stronger. Because this effect needs to happen, because we don't like Landwalk, but we keep printing Landwalk. It's like, I don't understand the logic of stuff like this. I guess, yeah, counterplay to the thing is always cool and interesting, but I don't know. I guess if your next door neighbor has a land walking deck, it's pretty rude to play this, honestly. I don't know that I could put this in my deck against my neighbor that has a land walking deck. That's pretty fucking douchey. So like what's the point of this? Probably not bringing it to a tournament. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like whatever. It's just a one-off kind of weird design. It's hard to criticize something for being stupid or weird. It's weird to call something like this Staff of the Ages, though. That's my problem. Like, if you want to have these weird like cards that kind of don't do anything, or like are really niche and specific against one thing that might be good but probably isn't. Sure, but like Staff of the Ages is the name goes so hard, and you put it on a card that says, "Yeah, land walking." Just pretend that never existed. It's weird. I don't even understand what the story is here. But whatever. The card is, I guess, okay-ish in weird situations. But it's an insane amount of copium had to be inhaled to even say that. Uh, illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and I like the art. It's kind of cool, kind of neat. Yeah, I don't know. Um, this art, there's something about this art that reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh art, and I'm not quite certain on it because the techniques are definitely different. Maybe it's just I don't know. If you played a lot of old Yu-Gi-Oh specifically, because I don't know what the fuck they're putting on Yu-Gi-Oh cards anymore. But if you played a lot of old Yu-Gi-Oh, maybe you see what I'm saying. Just with like I don't know. Love the art. The card is funny, but let's move on. All right, next we have Sunstone. Sunstone is an uncommon that costs 3 mana. You can pay 2 and sacrifice a snow-covered land to have all creatures deal no combat in damage this turn. Okay, so it's a repeatable fog, but you have to sacrifice specifically a snow land, pay 2 and 3 to drop it. This is one of those cards that in the right situation would be really, really fucking annoying, but it's also pretty shit. The effect itself, pretty good. Fog effects are good. They aren't used often. Like, they generally are not super competitive, but there are times and places when they are. Repeatable fogs tend to lean towards degeneracy. At least this one is capped by how many fucking snowlands you have. But if you were playing specifically a limited where everyone had all snowlands, this would be pretty fucking brutal. Otherwise, this is pretty shit. It's not really worth really talking about. The art on this is pretty fucking great. It was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and it's fantastic. I really, really love what this art is implying, because it's there's ice and stuff in the background. It's very cool. Sounds like this is just hiding in a cave in the blizzard, and yeah, I don't know. I just think it's kind of cute in a wholesome way. Super cool. Love the art. Do not like the card. I think that if this is good, it's bad for the game, and if it's not good, I mean, I guess whatever. But let's move on to a Time Bomb. Hell yeah. Time Bomb is a rare, costs 4 mana. During your upkeep, put a time counter on Time Bomb. Pay 1, tap it, sacrifice Time Bomb to have it deal X damage to each creature and player where X is the number of time counters on Time Bomb. Hell yeah. A card that can end the game. This is cool. This kind of thing is fun, especially in like slower, kind of grindier games. That being said, stuff like this also does kind of drag the game in weird ways, because once this comes down, you are pretty disincentivized to like play any creatures until he does it, but you're also kind of incentivized to flood the board to get it over with sooner. It's messy, right? But in like casually stuff, these kind of things are really fun in my opinion, and super interesting. Like the flavor and lore of it is pretty cool. Not particularly a strong card by any means, but in limited, this could at least help you get the game over with. So I'm a big fan of it there. This was illustrated by Amy Weber, and the art's fantastic. Amy does really good with art when it comes to time and skeletons. So I like this one. Very cool. Urza's Bauble. Fucking busted. It costs 0 mana. It doesn't matter what else it does. Who cares? This is an uncommon. You can tap it, sacrifice Urza's Bauble to choose a card at random from target player's hand. Look at that card. Ignore this ability if that player has no cards left in hand. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So, interestingly enough, you kind of do not care about that tap ability. I do not know that looking at a random card in your opponent's hand has ever been that valuable to any game ever. But this appears in like vintage cubes and like people play it. Why? Because it costs 0 and it replaces itself. And this turns on Tolarian Academy and anything else you would want to do with a bunch of 0 mana. This helps with your storm count, right? All kinds of stuff. This is also replaced in like Modern with like Mishra's Bauble, which is effectively the same card. Mishra's Bauble, I think, lets you look at the whole hand, if I'm remembering that right. I don't know. I don't really remember what either of these cards do, except that they cost 0 and they give you a card at the next upkeep, and Mishra's Bauble is probably like the most missed trigger in Modern. That's all I know about the cards. But Urza's Bauble, really strong card. Urza's Bauble was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and I love it. Very cool. Kind of has an alien, super fancy future technology kind of vibe that Urza stuff specific, or like Urza and Mishra stuff specifically have with the ancient artifact kind of vibe. Yeah, very cool. Love it. All right, next we have Vexing Arcanix. Vexing Arcanix costs 4 mana, and you can pay 3 and tap it. Target player names a card and then turns over the top card of his or her library. If that is the card named, put it into the player's hand. Otherwise, put it into the player's graveyard, and Vexing Arcanix deals 2 damage to that player. So, this is kind of interesting. These effects are really good. Putting something into the graveyard, depending on what you're playing and what your environment is insane. Putting cards in your hand is also insane. And knowing the top card of your library is pretty trivial today. There are lots of really good cards that do this kind of thing, just kind of either as their main thing or even just kind of auxiliarily, or even just as kind of like tertiary, I guess. I don't know. Point is there are ways to like break this. But presuming you are breaking this, it's still not really good. 4 mana and then 3 and tap. Like, I don't know. There's not too much in the ways of breaking this in Ice Age specifically. It's kind of just a fun thing to do. On the plus side of it, if you're playing with a 40-card deck, your odds of guessing the correct card are better. Maybe. But you likely are running a lot of singleton copies, so that might be a moot point. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's kind of interesting. It's not strong. It's not particularly good by any means. I don't even want to really judge this card as like limited, because this card is fine in limited if your opponent fumbles, but if they don't, like, it's not. I don't know. It is interesting. It's kind of a cool idea. It's fun. Love it as a kitchen table card, but it's not particularly strong. This was illustrated by Randy Gallegos. Fantastic work. I do like the art. I think it's really cool. I like it. I think it's well done. Okay, so next we have Vibrating Sphere. Vibrating Sphere is a rare. It costs 4 mana. During your turn, all creatures you control get +2/+0. During all other turns, all creatures you control get -2 or -0/-2. That's really cool. What a fucking card. This is awesome. Like, this is not strong. This is a pretty bad card if you want to play, like, really strong Magic. But this is super cool. This is super cool for a couple of reasons. One, this gets games over with because, you know, your creatures are bigger. Two, it asks a really interesting deck building question at the time, because this is a deck that's actually, like, super cool if you just had various versions of, like, Brassman, right? That's pretty funny. But you have to build a specific way. It can bite you in the ass. It's just really interesting. If this is a very cool example of, like, if this was like on a commander, that'd be really fun and interesting, right? I mean, these days it wouldn't even see play, but at one point it would have been really fun and interesting. So I think this is really cool. I think this is cool in, like, low power kitchen table stuff. I think you should seriously consider building a deck around this. I think it's fun. And yeah, I don't know. As far as limited goes, it really just depends on like what else you get. This potentially can be really good, or it could potentially be really bad. It's really hard to build around something in limited. You can certainly try, but at the end of the day, you are very limited in what you end up with. So I would certainly try this, but it's certainly probably not good. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and love it. I really like the art on this one. Vibrating Spear is such a cool name, and it's the art is very good. It does a good job of, it's a sphere that vibrates. How do you draw that? Anyway, I like it. All right, next we have Walking Wall. Gosh, I wonder what this card does. Walking Wall is an uncommon 0/6 artifact creature that costs 4 mana. And shockingly, it counts as a wall. It's 3 mana to give it +3/-1, so you make it a 3/5. That's not bad. And it can attack. It's fine. As far as the walls we've talked about, I kind of don't hate this one more than other ones. The modular one was kind of interesting, but it sucks. This, I like it. I think this one is kind of neat. I like that it attacks. I like it. I think it's pretty cool. It's obviously not a strong card. It's a wall, but it's one of the better walls in my opinion. At least in this set. All right, then we got Wall of Shields. Wall of Shields is an uncommon 0/4 artifact creature that costs 3 mana, and it has banding, and it counts as a wall. So it's a 0/4 wall that has banding. This is kind of interesting. So we've seen some level of walls that banned before this. Like there was Wall of Caltrops in Legends that doesn't do this exact thing, but it does kind of. Anyway, so we've seen this kind of banding, but for a defensive style creature before. Putting banding on something that can't attack is just asking for trouble, because banding becomes the most degenerate on blocking for the most part. This is kind of like, this could, pardon the pun, but this could theoretically wall a lot of players. I don't like nesting power in areas like this for various reasons. I think it's kind of interesting and kind of can be fun, but it can also be just miserable, like, depending on how things shake out. But it is kind of a cool idea. I don't know. It's not really worth this much discussion. Who cares, right? It's a wall. It is interesting. I certainly wouldn't, like, flip the table if my opponent played it or something, right? Anyway, this was illustrated by Randy Gallegos. The art's fantastic. That is a wall of shields, right? Orcs, it appears. But I don't know. Art's pretty good. Card is interesting enough and is functionally pretty good in specific situations, but it certainly can be miserable. All right, then we have War Chariot. Heck yeah. War Chariot is an uncommon artifact. It costs 3 mana, and then you can pay 3 mana and tap it. Target creature gains trample until end of turn. Pretty awesome. This is pretty good in limited. If you end up with one of the bigger creatures without trample, this can, help push you through. It's a little overcosted for the effect, especially by today's standards. Like, this is not an efficient piece, and if you really wanted this in the wider card pool, you'd pick something else probably. But it's neat. I don't hate it. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. War Chariot is interesting. It's not particularly strong, but it's pretty cool. I don't hate stuff like this. This is at least fun and is as advertised. Like, you're not going to run into a awkward situation by trying to make this work. At least not an awkward rules situation for the most part, is what I'm trying to get at. I don't know. It's fine. It's simple. It's not an offensive card to like any of my sensibilities. It's just not particularly strong. This was illustrated by Damon Willick. The art's really good. I don't know. It's really well done horses. There are a lot of not well drawn horses in Magic art, and these two are not among them. Otherwise, I like the color choices. It's cool art. I don't really have anything to say about it. All right, then we have Whalebone Glider. Hilarious. Whalebone Glider is an uncommon artifact, costs 2 mana, and you can pay 2 and tap it. Target creature with power no greater than 3 gains flying until end of turn. Other effects may later be used to increase that creature's power beyond 3. Okay, so very similar to what we've seen before. This is also really similar to the one we just looked at. Trample versus flying, it kind of depends, right? Flying is going to be better in situations where your creatures are smaller and they don't have flying. Trample is going to go through them, so it's going to remove the creature and deal less damage, whereas this is just going to bypass it and deal more damage. So whichever one is more valuable depends on the situation, obviously. This is pretty cool. I like it for the same reasons I like the other one. I think this one has more value because you can put this on a small or big creature, whereas Trample, like, once they're under 2, it's like, what's the fucking point, right? And even 3 is like, yeah, okay, this is fine. This is pretty good. Like, War Mammoth is cool, but really under 3, even 3, I'm kind of questioning the validity of it. There's a couple of other keywords that would be better at that power level. So, by that virtue, I think this one is a little bit better, but it depends on the situation, right? Overall, this is kind of cool, nuts and boltsy. I feel the same way about this one that I did with the other. It's not particularly strong, though. This was illustrated by Amy Weber, and the art is pretty okay. I'm not a particularly big fan of it, but I don't hate it either. So, we'll just move on. To Zurin Orb, which is a good one to end on, because this is a pretty interesting card. This will be our last artifact to talk about, so we'll be onto the lands right after this. Zurin Orb is an uncommon artifact. It costs 0 mana. And then you can pay 0 mana and sacrifice a land to gain 2 life. So, this looks pretty meh, right? Like, this isn't something you would look at and be like, oh man, that's really good. But unfortunately, you would be wrong. Zurin Orb was fairly brutal in various forms for various reasons. Looking at the card, the obvious first reason that this might be a problem is that it costs 0, and it is an artifact that costs 0. You can do all the cool things with that. And I think this got banned in Block Constructed? This got banned somewhere. It might have been extended at the time. I don't remember where this got banned, but this got banned. So you can do a few things with this. One, it just gives you a shitload of value to your Armageddons. That's not really what I would call ban-worthy on its own, but it is worth consideration. I guess there's also like Jokel Hops, as most people pronounce it, in this specific set. So you could cast it and then in response sack all your lands to gain a bunch of life. Probably good enough in like a limited, right? So you can do stuff like that. That is going to be a slow fucking game. The real thing at the time that made this pretty fucked, though, is Necropotence. Necropotence lets you pay 1 life to gain 1 card. So you can look at Zurin Orb as being 2 extra cards, right? So you draw a bunch of cards. If you draw more than 7 per turn, you're gonna have to ditch some things unless like you did something else stupid that you wouldn't do. But you might keep a couple of lands to play your lands. And if you start getting low, you can then start using the lands. You sacrifice your lands and then you can pay for more activations. Pretty good in that situation too. When calling this card cracked, it's a little, I'd say incorrect. It's really good in certain very weird situations. But in standard gameplay, it's kind of whatever. Although, honestly, even if you're just playing this fair without any of those other cards, this is still pretty fucking annoying. Obviously, sacking your lands is gonna harm you in the long run eventually, maybe. But there are plenty of opportunities and times until that happens for you to win the game. Like, even just playing it fair here, it's kind of rough. It's an interesting card. It's a really good card. It's no Black Lotus, right? Obviously. But Zurin Orb is much better than it looks, which I always thought was really interesting. But yeah, Zurin Orb, very cool, very interesting card. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham. I really like the art on this one. I think it's really cool. I guess that's really all I have to say on Zurin Orb and I guess the artifacts, because that's the last one. Strange that the card called Zurin Orb was the last artifact in the alphabetical list of artifacts. But it was. Kind of a mixed bag, the artifacts. Some of them are the whole, yeah, this is just an alpha card. But a lot of them are actually really fucking interesting. Some of them suck for various reasons. But some of the ones that suck, like, competitively are at least interesting. And very few of these are what I would call, like, a slog to play through. Zurin Orb is probably the worst from, like, man, this sucks to play through.
But even that, it's not bad, and I consider it a positive contribution to the overall tapestry of Magic, personally. But that's opinion based, of course. I don't know. It's definitely not a card that. It's definitely a card that has caused its fair share of snags. With the rest of these, there are some good ones that are certainly interesting. Soldevi Golem is close enough to Juggernaut that I kind of like it. I think Pit Trap is actually super fucking cool. Skull Catapult was really fucking hilarious. I don't know. There's a few of these. Amulet of Quartz was is really fucking funny. Not a good card by any means. I think most of the like colored cards kind of really drag this environment down if you want to play in either a limited or a block or something like that. Because we are definitely getting into the era where block constructed is a thing. So now we're getting to like areas with actual data. I think from the kind of more casual, limited-ish kind of how it was back in the day view that I take on these, or try to take on these things, I really like the artifacts. I think the artifacts contributed more positively than negatively, and I don't know that that's true for any of the colors. The green ones were pretty cool, and the red ones were pretty awesome too, but other than the couple of powerful outliers, the rest of the colors were pretty miserable and kind of lacked imagination, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't think that's true of the artifacts, which is kind of interesting. But all we have left is the lands, so I guess without further ado, let's get ready to talk about the lands. All right, we're to the land base. So the land base is going to be interesting because most of it is cycles. We're going to talk about the cards kind of as a whole, and then I'll talk about the individual arts. So before that, there are 3 lands in Ice Age that are not part of a cycle or anything like that. We're going to talk about those 3 first, and then we're going to go to like the Pain Cycle and the Depletion Cycle, whatever you want to call it. And then we'll talk about the basic lands at the end. All right, so I guess without further ado, let's talk about Glacial Chasm. All right, Glacial Chasm is an uncommon. It's a land, obviously. It has a cumulative upkeep of 2 life. So again, cumulative upkeep means you pay 1 times the number of counters on it. So first upkeep 2 life, then 4, then 6, yada yada. When Glacial Chasm comes into play, sacrifice a land. You cannot attack. All damage dealt to you is reduced to 0. So this is an interesting card for a few reasons. One, this shows like cost analysis because it is much like, Necropotence. It is just downside, 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 and then the thing that actually makes it worth playing this card. So there's a lot you have to go through. Glacial Chasm is pretty interesting. I've also talked about this one on its own. There's a lot of like weird niche things you can do with it, and it does see some competitive play. It's pretty interesting. Most of the time, if you're playing it, you are cheating something about it. This card is pretty common to cheat. It is fairly difficult to cheat because, like, normally a cumulative upkeep, how you cheat that is just bouncing it, but you do have to sack a land when you do that. Might still be worth it to you, but it is worth noting. In Limited, this is interesting. The problem with it is the game is so slow and just, like, nothing can fucking attack. What's the point? You're just kind of killing yourself for your opponent to not do something that they really didn't have much chance of doing anyway. Kind of an interesting design. I do think you should not be doing stuff like this too often because it just locks out your game in various ways. But it is certainly interesting, and from like the puzzle side of the game, this definitely scratches some itches. I've played with this before. I've been a big fan of this card. I was blown away by how cool this card was the first time I saw it. So there's like a lot of reasons to do something like this. But yeah, I've already covered this card before, so I think I'm going to leave it there. This was illustrated by Liz Danforth, and the art is fantastic. It's very beautiful. It's pretty impressive what you did with a hole in the ground. I like this one. I think it's well done. All right, so then we're going to talk about Hall of Mist. Hall of Mist is a rare. It is a land, again, obviously. I'm going to stop saying that, I think. It has cumulative upkeep of 1. And no creature can attack if it attacked during its controller's last turn. So this is interesting because both of these kind of seem pretty much the same card, just slightly different variations of it. And this kind of thing happened
quite a bit in Ice Age specifically with like reality shift and stuff. But sure, both of these are interesting designs. This one is considerably weaker than Glacial Chasm for various reasons. The cumulative upkeep, paying 2 life is a lot easier than a mana. It's more risky, but you can go further doing it. So that's going to give it advantage. And also, not being attacked is pretty good, but this doesn't actually prevent anything. It just slows the game down. So obviously, nowhere near as powerful of a card. Probably a safer design space, just because it doesn't have as much impact. This one is pretty interesting. It's not anywhere near as interesting as Glacial Chasm. I don't really know what to even really say about it. I don't think this does much of anything in most games of Limited. It certainly can come up, but most of the time, like I said, it's just such a fucking slog. Creatures were not good, so who cares if they attack? This could be really fun in the right environment, so I don't think Ice Age was the right environment. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and the art's really good. It's a cool land, cool concept. It's just really weird that you're going to have 2 kind of weird one-off-y things that don't really deal with mana, and then they're just both going to be different versions of Glacial Chasm. Kind of weird, but whatever. We have one more kind of oddball card to talk about. Let's talk about Ice Flow. Ice Flow is kind of interesting. Ice Flow is an uncommon. You may choose not to untap Ice Flow during your untap phase. Tap target creature without flying that is attacking you. As long as Ice Flow remains tapped, that creature does not untap during its controller's untap phase. That's pretty neat. It's not super great in a game that's already really sloggy, but I do like having removal around, and this is a form of removal. I think Ice Flow is really cool. I think it plays miserably in this specific environment, but I would rather I have it than my opponent had it. So, yeah. It is important to note with all these, none of these tap for mana, and that can be an issue. That's going to be a lot less of an issue here in Ice Age specifically, just because of how fucking slow everything is, but it is still a concern. Kind of an interesting card. It's hard to say if it was even worth playing at the time, though, because like you had stuff like Swords to Plowshare running around. But it's certainly interesting. I do like the idea of it, and the story is pretty cool. This one was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and yeah, I like it. It's an Ice Flow. Pretty simple design. Not much to say about it. First off, we're going to talk about Pain Lands, by far the most playable of the land cycles, unless you count the basic lands. Those are pretty playable. For the Ice Age Pain Lands, we have the allied colors. Again, that was part of the philosophy of this set, is they wanted the enemy colors to mean something. So ally colors are easier to work between, so you're more likely to get mana to help, which is cool. So we have Adakar Waste. First of all, that's the white and blue one. This one was illustrated by Mike Rabe. Really like the art on that. Then we have Brushland. Brushland is the white-green one. This one was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz. Pretty nice art on that one too, honestly. Carplusion Forest was by Nicola Leonard. This one is the red-green one. Phil Foglio did Sulphurous Springs, which is the red-black one. Easily my favorite of the artwork here. And Underground River was done by Nene Thomas. And I really like the art on Underground River too. And that is the blue-black Painland. And so how these work is you can tap them for a colorless mana, or you can tap them for either of their respective colors and it deals a damage to you. Very simple design space. Quite a bit worse than the Alpha Duels. Very cool. Very good spot to end in. I like these lands a lot personally. I think they're fun. I think they're interesting. And I like the downside they have for being as versatile as they are. I think it's pretty cool. They're strong, but they're not like broken strong. They almost never end up in the like conversation of these lands are too good. But they still end up in deck lists. They've definitely fallen off, right? As more and more lands come out, that's going to happen to everything. But they are still, like, playable, which is pretty cool. I'm a big fan of these. All right, then we have, I guess I'm going to call these the Depletion Cycle, because I don't know that these are popular enough to have a nickname. These ones are interesting. I'm just going to read land cap, because it's kind of a lot of text. If there are any depletion counters on land cap, it does not untap during your untap phase. At the beginning of your upkeep, remove a depletion counter from land cap. And then you can either add a white or a blue mana, and either of these will put a depletion counter on land cap. So basically how these function is you can tap them for a mana, and then they don't untap the next turn. Land Cap is the white and blue one. And Land Cap was illustrated by Alan Williams, and the art is fine. It's pretty simple. There's not much to say about it. Lava Tubes is the red and black one. This one was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Looks like a lava tube, I guess. River Delta, which is the blue and black one, was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and I like this one a lot too. The sky is very pretty in this, and the water has a lot of detail. It's very nice. Timberland Ridge is the red and green one, and this one was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges. I like this scene. I like this kind of scene. We've seen a lot of them in Ice Age, so it's kind of hard for me to like super care about any of the individual designs anymore just because of how many they are, but it's very nice. I like it. And then Velt is the white and green one, and this one was illustrated by Brian Walkwitz. This art is really good, very phenomenal and well detailed piece. Super cool, like it a lot. These lands themselves are better than you would think, realistically, but they're still pretty fucking bad. Like, they are not good. You can look at this and be like, ugh. And you'd be right. Like, technically, these are worse than tap lands, except in the instance where you exactly need that color of mana right now. And in that instance, these are way fucking better than tap lands. They are bad, right? Like, I do want to stress that these are bad cards, but I've won games with them. Not often. I think my biggest criticism with these would have to be that these are not enemy color lands. I think you do a better job expressing that it's easier to make allied color mana lands when they're not reading a card like this, right? Like, if this was blue-red, like, okay, the black-red one is way fucking better than this. And that starts to, like, kind of get across what they're trying to get. But I think doing just allied color and then doing worse allied color that are awful and then not doing any enemy color doesn't explain that in the same way to people as having the one of each of them that they could compare to each other. Now they just have, in this example, they have 3 allied colored dual lands to compare and 1 enemy colored. And so what do you draw from that? Like, you draw, okay, so they can do this more often, but I'm never playing the 3rd copy in my deck. Even in a 2-color deck at the time, like, you're probably better off, maybe you play 1 copy of it, but you're probably not paying close enough attention to the math to even make that decision. You probably just aren't playing it because of how unappealing it is. I think that's my biggest complaint about them, but I do think that they are slightly better than people give them credit for, while still being about as bad as people think. They are pretty bad. Kind of interesting, though. But I think that's it. That's pretty much all we have for lands. All we have left are the 5 basic land types. So we're going to cover those and talk a little bit about snow lands, I guess. But these are pretty cool. I just really wish they would have been enemy colors. I think that would have been way more interesting. I guess they're playable in limited, I suppose. Because, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Alright, so that's kind of the best way to get all 4 of these to appear on the screen without much work. The one behind my camera is also illustrated by Christopher Rush, and it also says tap to add. The box is the entire same from the bottom down, so it does not matter. These are the 4 planes that appeared in Ice Age. So you have 3 different arts for planes and the snow-covered planes. These are really interesting cards, and if I cared enough to figure this out, I would put them in the order because they are all one painting. So the snow-covered planes first, and then the second planes, and then the third one, and then the first one. Maybe I'll just throw something like that onto the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. But yes, Christopher Rush did these. Snowlands don't really bother me, but I do think they were done in a bad way. I think this whole thing is stupid. They are kind of interesting. There is something to be said about, it's both interesting and annoying that you can have planes and planes that has a different name in your deck. As they appear in this set, it's really flavorful and kind of interesting. But anyway, I really, really like the art for these planes. Specifically, I think Christopher Rush did a great job on these. I think they're really awesome. The butterfly next to the snow always gets me. I like that one a lot, but all of these are pretty great. But yeah, that's the plains. And these are the islands. The islands were done by Anson Maddox. So, again, we have the islands, and then the snow island is the one behind me. These ones, the order of them doesn't particularly matter. The funny thing is that pretty much any one of these could be called a snow-covered island, which is kind of funny. But like, what do you do, right? Because you need regular islands, and it's the Ice Age set. That's kind of another problem they ran into with the snow-covered lands in the snow set, right? It's like, well, what about the other lands? Shouldn't everything be covered in snow in the snow set? I think Christopher Rush handled that perfectly. But like, what are you gonna do? But I guess that's all I have to say on these. I do really like the art. Let's take a look at the last couple. Without looking at the name, can you guess which of these is the snow-covered swamp? Or how do you even do a snow-covered swamp? A frozen swamp? Yeah, I guess you could. There's swamps where it freezes. I like all these arts. These were all done by Douglas Schuler. I like all these arts, and I think it's fine. But there is very little snow going on around here, which, to be fair, is kind of nice. I like them. I think they're pretty sweet. The second from the left is probably my favorite, just with the bit of the sunset catching on the water. I think that's really cool. Although the snow-covered one has pretty good. I don't know. I like them all. They're all swamps. Then we have the mountains. The mountains were illustrated by Tom Varnestrand, and they're very sick. The snow-covered one is the one that has the most snow on it, but all of them have a decent amount of snow, which, doesn't matter, right? Because, like, even if this wasn't the snow-covered set, typically you'd find some snow on the top of mountains. All of these are really fantastic. I really enjoy these ones a lot. And it's just nice to get some new art on the lands, right? Because nowadays, who gives a shit, right? Like, you're going to see 18 million different printings of every kind of land and every art that you've ever seen, all on, there's just so much today. But at the time, you had 3 choices of art. This, doubled your art choices for your basic lands. And I don't know. I think that's really cool. It was a cool thing to do at the time. And new art for the lands might have been one of the biggest popular pushes of this set. It is really cool. But yeah, that's the mountains. They look nice. Man, forests have some of the most beautiful artwork all the time. I absolutely adore all of these. The snow-covered forest is probably my least favorite, but even that one is still really nice. These were illustrated by Pat Lewis, and they're amazing. I think they're my favorite lands in the set as far as art goes. The one with the birch trees, love it. So fantastic. That's just beautiful. I'm a huge fan of that art. These are fantastic. They're very well done. They're very cool. I love these a lot. But yeah, that's it. That's the lands. I guess let's skedaddle on over to the conclusion. I don't need to be on this screen anymore. I can just hit stop recording. Okay, so the conclusion. Ice Age is interesting for me. I really like a lot of these cards. Some of them are just so cool. The Pain Lands are awesome. Necropotence is, an amazing card. It's bad for the game. You shouldn't be making things like that, but as a player, it's really fun. I enjoy it. Stuff like Zur's Weirding is hilarious. There's Reality Twist is just wild. There's some really fun and interesting ideas in this set. But so much of it is just, these are alpha cards, but slightly different. And none of the changes to them, or at least most of the changes to them, are not impactful changes. If anything, they just make them worse or more confusing. Or I guess my main issue is they had specific design goals, and they stated that they wanted to do some things, and I think they did a terrible job specifically on those things. I think there are a lot of fun cards here. I think there are some cool ideas. Snow was kind of a weird thing. They didn't like it either. It was very obviously a fluke from the very beginning. But the core concept of it's kind of interesting. There's just a lot of interesting here. I want to like this set more than I do. But like I said, it's not all bad. And also, like, who fucking cares, right? Like, it's a set that was made 30 years ago. None of this fucking matters. Like, how I feel about it doesn't change what is. And it's still possible for me to appreciate the history of these cards. This set was very impactful from a historical standpoint, and it did a lot of cool things, even stuff like the correlation changes to make sure that starter decks had a set number of lands in them is a good start. It's not where you want to end up. None of what transpired here, I think, is where you want to end up, really. The lore and flavor are pretty cool. That was really interesting. And the art was phenomenal. Really, it's... Ice Age was a disappointment. I think this might be the worst set, at least that I've gone through. It's hard to say, though, because it's like, what do you mean worst? What are you judging on? And I just think this is the set. Out of all of these sets, I look at this set, and based on what I've seen, I think you should have known better for, like, most of what happened here. And I didn't really feel that way about the earlier sets. I guess that's all I have. If you're still watching this, thank you. I hope you were entertained at least, and whether you agree or disagree with any or all of the things that I've said, I hope you at least found it engaging, I suppose. If you have any opinions or any arguments, or you think I'm looking at this whole thing wrong, let me know in the comments. I genuinely read them all, and especially on these longer videos, I try to like read what you say and actually respond. Thank you for your time, I suppose. Hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you think. It's a fucking 15 hours. What a good use of all of our time. Anyway, yeah, if you got this far and you're not subscribed, that's fine. You don't have to. It's once you're past 1,000 subscribers, it doesn't fucking matter. But you can subscribe if you give a shit. You can also, of course, like the video if you liked it. My metrics would appreciate that. But otherwise, I hope you have a magical day. Thank you for watching.